But anyway, we are up to more or less the last 10 years or so. And we were talking about it before we started the recording, and there's not a ton of stuff that's happened that really stands out over the last 10 years.
No.
There's, go on.
It's sort of the age of dumb stuff that's very, usually quickly debunked. And because
YouTube
it is
videos.
Yeah, it's YouTube videos. It's YouTube. It's bad YouTube videos. And then occasionally you've got things like, spirals and things like that are pretty interesting. You've got I think one of the things we're talking about was the sort of advent of, I don't know if I want to call it drone culture. That sounds like I'm being kind of academic and pretentious. Well, drone culture is something that we all have to deal with. But that now there are actual weird things in odd shapes flying around in the sky that are completely sort of prosaic and normal. So we have to deal with that as well. And sort of the gap between these things being something everybody's seeing and when everybody realizes, oh, it's probably a drone, there's a sort of gap where there's assumptions that it's something otherworldly or strange. So we're dealing with that too. So I guess the last decade is sort of the coping with a weird reality era for ufology.
Well, it was the end of 2009 that we started hearing about these spirals, especially over Norway.
Mm-hmm.
And they definitely looked weird. And the explanation that was given is that they were Russian missile tests.
Yes. Yeah, and that always sort of, I'm not saying it's not a Russian missile test, but whenever anything's blamed on a Russian missile test, it sounds like a cover story. It just when I look on websites and I see that something is offered as the explanation from the Russian Defense Ministry, I'm like, oh, right, the Russian Defense Ministry, the very trustworthy source of information.
And yeah, well, I feel the same thing when it comes from the Pentagon too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's just
defense ministries are not going to give us the whole story about missile tests. Why would they? I would lie about missile tests all day long if I worked for a defense department of any kind. I don't want anybody knowing about my missile tests. I would say, yeah, that was weird. We have no idea what it is. I think it was the Americans, putting putting anti-satellite weapons in Norway or something, or Finland trying to, impinge on Russian airspace. If I was the Russians, I would have turned it into some sort of weird, sort of paranoid plot. Although that's really more the style in 2016 rather than 2009. So
now the thing that bothered me about that, now this is the problem. I'm going to be talking about something visual on radio, right? So how do you? So just it looked like so it was a spiral, right? Now my sense is how does if there's a spiral going down the center of the paper towel tube, let's say, right? And it's, you could probably line your eye up, right, and see that spiral. Like if you drew it on the inside of it, then I guess it would have to be more of a cone shape really before you could see it, so maybe it's on the inside of the funnel, you draw a spiral. As soon as you turn out of direct line with that funnel, the spiral shape would no longer be there.
Right.
But what people were consistently photographing, because I remember there were a handful of very compelling, weird photos and some videos and stuff like that looked a little sort of undulating, kind of like the Aurora Borealis in their kind of waveriness in a way. You don't have to be in direct line to get a spiral, but everyone was photographing these spirals, which I thought was very, which told me in a way that, like if to see a spiral like that, I would say you would have to project something, right? You'd have to have your big giant, top secret, hologram projector.
Sort of Project Bluebeam sort of stuff, right?
Wasn't it right before Barack Obama was going to get his right across the border in Sweden?
It was.
He was going to get his
2009.
His Nobel Prize. Yeah.
Yep. I remember that connection being played up. I remember my favorite explanation is that something had gone wrong with the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, and
it's not. That's in Switzerland. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, which it's Europe, so everything's kind of close. And I remember that sort of kicked off this wave of on the weird Bible prophecy radio shows I listen to, because that's what I do. And I'm not talking like standard Bible prophecy. I'm talking weird conspiracy theory Bible prophecy that CERN and the Large Hadron Collider was a device that it wasn't about physics. It was about opening a gateway to hell so Satan could come through and usher in the end times. And so the Norway spiral was sort of, they didn't talk about this at the time, but in the last couple of years, there's a couple of people who've been like, well, the spirals that you all remember the spirals, right? That was a test, and they didn't quite get the gateway open far enough, and something went wrong and everybody saw it, so they had to come up with a cover story. But it's really about opening a gateway to hell so Satan can walk through, because Satan needs like Swiss people to put like together a device for that to happen, because that's how it works. But that's always my favorite thing to come out of the spirals is maybe it was a Aurora Borealis, maybe it was a missile test, maybe it was something projected, because like Mike said, the whole notion of it maintaining that spiral no matter what your perspective tended to be, when really if you move too far one direction or the other, it would just be a squiggly line, right? So it's all these different things it could be, but the one that really got me was like something had gone wrong at CERN and they'd opened a gateway into hell. But the Illuminati wants them to.
So 2009 was also the same year that R. Crumb published his book, where he did the literal comic book analysis. What would you call it? He turned the book of Genesis, the first book of the Bible, into a graphic novel. And very early on, when God creating the universe, there's an image of God, just big bearded man, and it's kind of hairy and kind of mean looking. You can imagine, with the how R. Crumb would draw this. He's kind of like he's like his hands are out, and he's kind of like holding this spherical mandala thing, and within his hands is as close a representation as you can imagine of the Norway spiral. Because if you look at the Norway spiral, was two circles intertwined. It wasn't one spiral; it was two separate circles or two separate spiral lines that were kind of fit one within the other. And that's the same thing that R. Crumb had in his hands in this lovely black and white illustration. So now I think the R. Crumb thing came first. So put that in your conspiracy, pipe and smoke it, I guess.
R. Crumb has long been a tool of the dark forces, of course. I think he's a Jesuit. I don't know.
Well, but you know what else is interesting about the spirals is they're in the same area that we had ghost rockets at one point.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know if there's a connection between them, but I mean...
I think if there's a connection, I think the connection could be something as, a real sort of connection is, ghost rockets, spirals, Northern Europe. You've got an area that is sort of geopolitically active, right? You've got the border between the
Norway and the former Soviet Union.
Or Finland and the Soviet Union, and you've got all of that up there, and you're going to be doing things that are closer to the Arctic Circle, because probably weird orbital things, right? There's going to be some strange stuff, I think. So that might be it. I don't know if there's any sort of material connection between the things that were being done, like the ghost rockets and the spirals. And of course I jumped to the materialist things were being done, right? Rather than, this is, anything more ethereal. But yeah, I think it makes sense that if you have the ghost rockets years ago, you're going to see more of that stuff. Just because it's an area where you've got major geopolitical powers who are investing massive amounts of money in technology, especially aerospace technology, are going to be doing things. So, wouldn't surprise me if there was some sort of connection like that.
Well,
the Baltic Sea is the spot where they had that's the submerged Millennium Falcon thing that's down there.
Oh yeah,
that's an odd thing that defies easy explanation.
Yeah, that was
until you
strange.
factor in just exactly what you're saying. This is the Baltic Sea is the the right on the Iron Curtain. This is the East and West are head to head right in there. So why couldn't it be just some underwater listening device that they tried to make it look like it was all covered with barnacles or something like that.
Right.
I don't know.
But it's also very big and seemingly very, and I mean, it's made of concrete at the bottom of the Baltic Sea. It seems like a weird place to construct a listening post.
Well, with submarines, sure. I guess there's submarines going back and forth there all the time. So
Yeah. It would be an odd place to put a listening post, but at the same
it
time,
would be a perfectly normal place to put a listening post.
right. I mean, we're not always privy to everything that goes into their thought processes with where they do these things. I'm sort of picturing it sort of mentally, sort of, the latitude, sort of north-south latitude of where this would be, and seeing how it lines up with defense early warning networks in North America, and wondering if there could have been some connection to, to the dew line, something like that. I'm sort of visualizing the globe and wondering where it lines up. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of weird stuff that we don't. They do things that are stranger and more complicated, I think, than we can imagine sometimes.
And with both the spirals and the ghost rockets, there could also be a natural explanation as well.
Right. Yeah. And the atmosphere behaves strangely. I mean, like I mentioned briefly, the aurora borealis. You look at that, and if you are in the right place at the right time, some of the stuff you see it doesn't look like a random natural phenomenon. It looks, It looks intentional.
Like the curtain of God is opening up. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. It's like this is a portal to something else. And I think the natural world is again far stranger than we give it credit for, especially in areas that are maybe less densely inhabited, and more closer to the geographical and geological extremes of the planet. So the further north you go, or the further south you go, the further down in the water you go, stranger things happen. The rules don't always apply. Oh God, that sounds pompous. The rules don't always apply if you're deep in the water, but or high in the air. But they don't. Things change. Strange bioluminescent blobs that can only survive 5 miles below the surface of the Earth. It's a weird planet.
And the thing with the Baltic Sea anomaly is that it keeps getting tagged as a UFO, but yet there's really no evidence that this was something that ever flew in the air. It looks like something that was built there on the bottom of the ocean. And some of it, I was just looking to see if there was anything new here, and an associate professor of geology at Stockholm University told this website, "My hypothesis is that this structure was formed during the Ice Age many thousands of years ago." Which is entirely possible. I mean, whether it was built or it just somehow formed there.
Yeah. Yeah, it
looks like it was constructed from what we can see of it.
Yeah, it always, and then, you get the whole sort of pareidoia thing coming in is we look for patterns. Humans look for constructed things, but if anybody out there is looking at it right now, it does not look natural.
It looks like an ancient structure to me.
Yeah. It looks megalithic.
Looks like the Millennial Falcon, doesn't it?
That's a little bit. Yeah. But it looks like something, like you see stairs on the one side. I mean, once you got a better look at it, it didn't so much look like the Millennium Falcon. But, you see stairs on one side and different locations across it, and it's very squared out. And it looks like something that was probably made 12,000 years ago or so, and then maybe that part of the Baltic Sea was above water at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, actually that does make a good bit of sense. If you look at maps of the Ice Age and where exposed land bridges were and things like that, that's absolutely something. That's an area that could have been above above water, unless it was actually under an ice sheet, depending on when you're looking at it, because it is a bit northerly. So, and some planetary geologist figure that out for us.
Yeah.
and it
could
might
be pushed there by the glaciers, right? Somebody makes a big temple, like on the shores of Finland, and then the giant glaciers charge along and push it out to that far. So I don't know if that holds water at all, but
well, I mean, maybe. We're not geologists, so it's hard to say. I don't know how far off the coast it is into the Baltic Sea either. That's the other thing. I know it's pretty deep down there, but and we could be looking at something that goes back a couple of ice ages for all we know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We normally assume that if it's, ice age, it's the last ice age, but there could be things on this planet hundreds of thousands of years old, and we have no way of knowing they're that old.
Yeah.
I would think most of them haven't survived if they existed in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And there are some sort of alternative history theories that, the last ice age really only ended in 1500 BC, and there's all kinds of, submerged cities that supposedly prove this. What always strikes me is that a lot of these things, for some reason, they don't stay in the news with the tenacity that some other fringe ideas do. I remember submerged things off the coast of Cuba. I think it was Cuba.
Yes.
Now probably about a dozen years ago. And it was, this was going to be a breakthrough that would rewrite ancient history. And then Art Bell moved on to another topic, and, it sort of fell off the front page of the websites. And I think there were some, geologists saying, yeah, we're trying to get funds to look into this. And there was some hassle with the Cuban government, I think. But these things, there's a lot of them. And I think, if this one in the Baltic didn't look like the Millennium Falcon, I'm not sure how much if it would have gotten as much press.
Especially the mainstream press, who had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. It looks like something.
The Cuba thing, is that the one where they had like the side scan sonar of a city down there?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think what happened is they couldn't get the rights to actually investigate it any further.
It ended up some sort of diplomatic thing or something that was not conducive to research.
And so it just ended up in limbo because nobody could investigate it.
Right.
Let's see. So we talked a little about drones, and of course today you can walk into a dollar store and pick up a small drone that you can fly around your neighborhood. So
and often with a camera on it, you can get a little. They just have a little camera mount. So you can make little GoPro videos, and which is kind of weird when you think about that thing could hover in front of someone's bedroom window, utterly pretty darn close to silently.
Yeah.
For less than $100.
Yeah.
It's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
It's very creepy. It's not kind of creepy. It's very creepy.
I mean, it makes sense that this is the direction technology would go in, but it makes it so hard to tell if you're seeing something odd in the sky, or I remember driving into Geneva, a city around here, and as I came down toward the lake, I saw this light drop down and kind of move very oddly back and forth, and I'm like, what am I looking at? And then it kind of zipped down, and I went, I'm pretty sure that was a drone, but it looked really weird the way it was moving in and kind of swaying back and forth. And then when I got closer to the lake, I saw on the other side of the lake there were a whole bunch of cop cars, and I'm thinking, okay, so someone probably flew their drone over there to see what was going on.
Yeah, and these things, like I said a little bit ago, we're especially those of us who are old, or older. And I'm not that old. I'll be 41 in a couple weeks, but it's not that old. But I'm old enough that drones are new and kind of weird. And there's a little part of me that's like, I'm not sure everybody should just be able to have this stuff, because I don't trust these kids with their stuff. Get off my lawn. So I think there's sort of a generational gap where sometimes those of us who are older, we see these strange things, and the first thing that pops into our head is not, oh, it's a drone. I'm sure there are younger people who are a little more in tune with what the world is doing that says, well, it's probably a drone. Why would you think it's anything else? And I don't know. I don't know. I should probably talk to somebody under the age of 35 to figure out if that. I'll ask my student. Well, I'm canceling class tomorrow. I'm just gonna talk to the students about what are your feelings on drones. If you see something strange, do you assume it's a drone or do you think it's a flying saucer? Because I think there's probably kind of a generational divide there. I don't know. It's one of those strange ideas you get when you've been working all day, and then you're talking about flying saucers. But
at the same time, though, how many times have we seen something anomalous and just went, it's just a drone?
Yeah, that's true. The line is getting blurred in both directions.
Well, so what it's saying in a way is that it's very problematic for the UFO investigator now that it's 2016, right? So someone says, oh, I saw, this odd little light in the sky. And that was the kind of, the majority of the reports that would come into MUFON were people saying like, well, I was, there and I saw this little light way, way out there. Was a little dot in the sky. I was making these unusual things. So I reported it to MUFON. There's really very little to go on there. So these drones are, I agree, it's very difficult. And there's researchers out there doing work. There's a woman, Cindy Bailey Dove, who for a while had a radio show on KGRA, which is an all paranormal live podcast
internet radio station,
internet radio station, I guess that's. And she in my opinion is doing very good research trying to collect information on these drones, and what we should fully expect, right, is that the folks who have the real drones, the ones that are run by the secret government, let's say, they're trying to keep them secret. There's every reason, I suspect, if you were, needed to keep watch of on let's say a sensitive installation. You would want something fairly inexpensive to fly around and monitor things as opposed to a helicopter, I suspect. So. So I understand the military necessity for these kind of things. I don't really quite approve of them in the form they've taken. But if you would want to muddy the waters, this is we're getting to the Mirage Men kind of thing, where you would definitely want to completely mix up, what's reported as a drone as what's reported as a UFO. You would want to circulate UFO stories when drones are seen.
Yeah, and so there's that misinformation, disinformation part of it, and there's also just the more prosaic, like you said. It's one more thing on the list of things it could be other than something strange. So add it to the list with ball lightning and swamp gas and Venus and lenticular clouds, right?
Yeah.
It's just another International Space Station. I think International Space Station was the last sort of big it's not that, it's the International Space Station thing added to that list. But drones, yeah, absolutely. And in a lot of cases, it might be a drone, but it really does it muddies the waters for investigators as well, because it's another sort of prosaic everyday thing to have to eliminate. And there's no good way to eliminate it. You can't check FAA flight paths. You can't check weather reports like you can for clouds or for what stars might have been in the sky, because there's very little sort of regulation of this. So if it was a drone, there's not going to be any record of it being a drone, like it would be with like a satellite flyover or anything like that. So it's another regular thing that these sightings could be, but without the means to investigate, to eliminate those possibilities. So it's as far as the sort of on the ground investigators like the MUFON folks who are trying to rule out, normal, regular things, it's a different kind of challenge.
I lived out west for a while, and I lived very close to what's called the Idaho National Lab. It's where I think it's run by the Department of the Navy, and it's where they test nuclear reactors for the ships, Navy ships. So it's out there in the middle of the deserts of Idaho. super spooky place. There's one road that goes through it. It feels like you're on an X-Files episode driving through there. It's, and this is going back a few years ago. I'm going to say 4 or 5 years ago now. There was a wildfires in that area, and the local television station, which was out of Idaho Falls, covered the wildfires. And they said, oh, the wildfires at the Idaho National Lab are, the building 7 is protected kind of thing. And, there's a firefighting crews are taking this very seriously. That kind of just was a lot of smoke, basically. There's not really forest fires because there's not really forest there, but it's sagebrush. So in one of the television reports, there was, the cameraman just, was filming the smoke and the people standing on the side of the road, like watching the wildfire off in the distance. And then they kind of zoomed up, and sure enough, there's this, odd little, certainly seemed disc shaped in the video. It wasn't much more than a tiny dot. It didn't seem like a helicopter. It didn't seem like an airplane, but it was kind of zipping across the sky. And so what that was the only footage of it on YouTube for a while was someone who had actually held a video camera pointed at their television set and got this. Now, the television station in Idaho Falls was covering everything, right? Little league games and stuff like that. Every single thing is archived on their site, right? So you can watch, art fairs, from 3 years ago, and it's still there on their site. But this mysteriously vanished. This report about the fire at the Idaho National Lab, which fueled all kinds of conspiracy things. I don't think I'm saying anything. I wasn't really told not to say anything, but I got a ride home from an airport that was with some issues with we had to land at a different airport. We couldn't land in Idaho Falls, and we landed in Jackson Hole, so we had to take a drive home. Anyway, so I shared a rent-a-car with someone to get to the other airport, basically, which is about a 2-hour drive away. And so I shared this car with this guy who worked at security at the Idaho National Lab. And I brought this up. I said, there was this thing, and it looked suspiciously like a flying saucer. And you could tell he kind of was very careful how he used his words. And he said, there's a lot of sensitive equipment there. And, there's a lot of, there's every reason to protect it. These, nuclear reactors out there. And we have the ability to, some of the things we have out there are drones. And he never really said much beyond that. He didn't say, that was a drone or anything like that. But he basically said, that probably wasn't a flying saucer. And which makes perfect sense. If you were going to have a drone, like if I was head of, security at a place that had nuclear reactors and, in post 9/11 world, I would probably want to have, very advanced security. And so that plays out as one of these things where here's this, I feel, I'm not convinced, but that I strongly lean towards that footage was of a drone. That also makes it, there might be good reason to have someone from the lab go to the television station and say, that thing you aired last Thursday, let's pull the plug and let's not air that anymore on YouTube. So, so here's an example that where a something that may have been a drone got mistaken for a UFO.
Yeah, it's a great example.
Yeah.
Huh. And the other thing is, when we look at black projects, it's the obvious thing. How far ahead are their drones? Do they have things the size of, gnats flying around that can give them information? Because I'm betting they do.
Mm-hmm. And this is where this woman's Cindy Bailey Dove would be the perfect person to chime in here. She's much more, and I'm going to put her words in my mouth in a way and say, yes, they do have very advanced equipment out there, and that they're spending a lot of money on, and they're getting very good results, and that these things do in fact mimic UFOs. Mimic in the sense that you would see them and their flight characteristics, and you would be hard pressed to say anything except that that's a UFO,
right? And
from outer space, because it simply does not match, what we have as known technology. I guess is secret technology. It might, once you go down that road,
right?
You're open for all kinds of speculation.
Huh. All right. Let's see. I don't know if we have these totally in order here, but on April 10th, 2010, Ancient Aliens debuted.
Oh.
And I think that opened up a whole new world for this type of stuff.
Yeah. It it presented itself as, I mean, in a much fresher way than Ancient Alien speculation had in the past. I mean, we'd always had Von Daniken and Zechariah Sitchin and old episodes of In Search Of that you could watch on YouTube. But this was slick, and it was on the sort of hanging my head in professional shame, the History Channel, the Nazi and Flying Saucer and Pawn Shop Channel. But it gave it. Part of me wants to say it gave it a veneer of History Channel credibility, but I'm not sure how much actual history credibility the History Channel had left by 2010. The cable corporation mergers and rebrandings had done their thing, and the History Channel had adopted their History Made Everyday thing, which basically freed them up to show whatever they wanted,
right,
and say it was the History Channel. But it really did re-energize a lot of that. Just sort of anecdotally, I can say that if I have a student who is interested in any way about any sort of alien or UFO thing, it's an interest in the Ancient Aliens type of stuff. You do not get kids who are 18, 19, 20 years old who are all head up about abductions or sightings or things like that. It's the Ancient Alien stuff, because that's really what's dominated the sort of, I don't know if I want to call it pop ufology medium on TV, but everything else, from disclosure to abductions to all of that stuff, all the old school UFO stuff is very much the province of a very circumscribed group of enthusiasts now, and the sort of popular small d democratic UFO world in the media is very much on this Ancient Aliens thing, and it's an interesting shift, because they're able to talk about a much wider variety of things, and exposing those ideas to an entirely new audience in a way that, this is what I think is significant about the Ancient Aliens thing compared to older visions of how UFOs are discussed in the media and what's popular in the media. The Ancient Alien stuff, if true, right, affects everybody who's watching, because this changes the history of the species, the history of the planet. Old UFO stuff tended to be more focused on an individual's strange experiences, which a viewer might find interesting but would have a difficult time identifying with if they hadn't had similar experiences. So the Ancient Aliens thing takes the question of extraterrestrial intelligence and life and activities and says this is relevant to you because you are human, unless you're part alien because they seeded our DNA from the stars or whatever. But it affects everybody, and part of me wants to say that somebody very clever thought of that. Mostly what I think is that they said, we've run through all of our documentaries, what else is there to do? And somebody said, well, we haven't touched this in 20 years, so let's do that. But I think I think that's why one of the reasons it's sort of caught on is that it really does affect the viewer in a much more direct way than listening to somebody's very interesting, but at its core very personal to them stories. I'm watching an abductee talk about their abduction experiences, and I'm fascinated by it, but I have trouble identifying with it. Talking about history and the idea that everything might be wrong, because that's a powerful thing. Everything
Absolutely.
might be wrong, and like I tell students, look, I know people who write textbooks. There's no conspiracy to hide things from textbooks. There's no because I've heard, well, they don't want us to know about the real history because then they'd have to redo the textbooks. Look at your book. It says 12th edition. They redo these things every other year anyway. If there's so many people would make so much money that, historians don't get together down at Starbucks and say, what are we going to cover up this week? It's just a question of standards of evidence and standards of expertise, which I know can be a subject that's fraught with some controversy. And I think it's fun. And this is what I tell students when they say, what do you think about ancient aliens? Or have you ever heard of this book called Chariots of the Gods? And I'm like, son, I was reading Chariots of the Gods when your mom was in junior high. So, it's because your mom's probably my age, and I was reading it in junior high. So it's and I tell students, I don't like, that's stupid, you shouldn't be reading that. I'm like, it's fun. It is fun. It is healthy speculation. Just remember that keep your critical thinking engaged with whatever you read on any subject. But I still haven't found a justifiable way to start. I toyed around with the idea of using Ancient Aliens in the classroom as sort of a critical media viewing experience, so sort of a critical thinking exercise. And then I realized I just don't have time when I have to get from the dawn of human civilization to the year 1500 in 15 weeks. I don't have time to spend a day on Ancient Aliens as much as I would like to, because we got to get to China. And we got to end up at the Renaissance by Christmas. So, no matter what, we got to get to the Renaissance by Christmas and the Ming Dynasty. So I think it's, I'm not going to say it's great, but I think it's nice to have a fresh angle on some of this stuff.
You know what bugs me about Ancient Aliens? It's just exactly the kind of modern, television documentary filmmaking that I can't stand. Like when they cut from one scene to another, there's like some sound effect that goes, and that kind of thing. Just this constant, I have a longer attention span than the target audience. Let me put it that way. Like I don't need swirling graphics so just on that level. And then all that said, there's tons of them like posted on YouTube, and I'll watch one every once in a while, and sometimes I'll think, hey, that as you said, that's kind of fun. Wow, they kind of, I'm surprised they went down that avenue of speculation. So.
Yeah, I agree about the documentary style. It is completely played, and the fast cuts and the sound effects and like you're saying, with attention span, if you've got a supposed expert about the ancient nuclear weapons that were used in South Asia, I want to hear what he has to say for more than 5.5 seconds before you cut to something else. Otherwise, I really get the impression that he said absolutely nothing of substance, or what you've pulled out is a very uncharacteristic thing that this person said over the course of their 2-hour interview you did with them. He might have said something like the clip says, this is clear evidence that powerful weapons were used in ancient India. And then they cut to something else, when in reality, the full statement he made was, some have said this is clear evidence that powerful weapons were used in ancient India, but there's absolutely no actual, proof of that. But they just pull out that middle part, and you can, you can do anything. And my sort of, skeptical mind that's been viewing media for a very long time just is, the shorter the statement from people on your show, the more I am convinced that if you would have kept that clip going, they would have said something that undermined the last 20 minutes. And it just feels, and not just Ancient Aliens, but that entire production style just feels kind of cheap and manipulative. Which is really sort of my problem with even the documentaries that are about in quotes standard historical subjects. It's like, quit trying to make me feel things. Quit trying to make me believe because of the music and the sound effect. It's like, this must be a sinister thing because everything went into a minor key there right before the commercial, and the narrator asked a leading question that you're going to be, pondering over the next 10 minutes of, beer and pickup truck commercials or whatever. And boy, I'm grumpy tonight.
Well, yeah, you talk about modern television.
It does. I see what's happened to, when the History Channel at one point was showing the epic, 6-hour BBC documentary on Auschwitz, and now it's, a 10-hour, American Pickers marathon, and I'm like, oh, gosh, this is. We've lost a step as a civilization somewhere along the line, but
the problem is that's the stuff that sells.
I know.
And if History Channel wants to stay as a channel to put any of that stuff on at any time, they have to do the American Pickers and the stuff like that to keep people on the channel.
Yeah, and that's, I understand that. I don't have to like it.
No, it's a reflection of society, if anything.
Yeah, it's not the History Channel because there's a market for history. It's the History Channel because there's a market for something called the History Channel. And there are people who've been watching the History Channel since it was the History Channel, and out of habit, they started watching the new stuff. And so you can change it because you've got this core of viewers that you got this floor that you're not going to drop below. And then once you get near to that, you've got to start cranking out stuff that brings in those new viewers, even if it blurs the lines of what your network is supposed to be. And I think when everything got bought up by when Discovery Networks or whatever it's called bought up a whole bunch of channels, and there were some corporate mergers and things, probably about 10 years ago, that's when you started to see some changes like that, because suddenly it wasn't the History Channel, it was one of our portfolio of 30 faintly similar cable channels.
Yeah.
And we have to balance the programming we've purchased over these channels, and so that means you might get stuff on a channel that doesn't really match that channel, but it's about the entire sort of corporate channel package and selling the ad time on that in that packet. And I understand that, and I'll just be in the corner, in my cardigan sweater, in my pipe, watching PBS.
Well, I mean, you figure MTV doesn't show music videos. That was its whole thing at one point, and they just completely stopped. You had at one point WWE programming on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah, and that was another sort of, we've got 2 hours to fill, and you're part of NBC Universal, so.
And wrestling sells, so we'll stick it on the Sci-Fi Channel and pretend it fits somehow. And it's like, and from both sides, from Sci-Fi side and from the wrestling side, people are like, why is it on the Sci-Fi Channel?
Right. Well, we put a character that's a zombie on it.
Yeah.
So, early on when I think it was the ECW relaunch, they tried to do the horror stuff, and it was just
awful.
It was bad. It was so bad. It was bad for first decade of the 21st century WWE. It was bad within that context, which is really bad.
The irony is they took one of the best wrestling companies that ever existed and turned it into one of the worst, sub companies that ever existed.
Yes, it was. Oh gosh, it was horrible. It was horrible.
See, to me, the Ancient Aliens thing, I thought it was fine when it started. I think they did one episode and it did really well. And if I remember right, then they did a little 5-part miniseries, and that did really well. So then they turned it into a full-fledged series. And the problem with it, of course, on top of the things you have already said, is that there's only so much stuff there.
Yes.
So they had to start going, it's like, we want to cover this sort of paranormal thing, so how can we tie it to Ancient Aliens? And they tell you all this stuff that, you'd watch and it'd be like, well, that's kind of interesting. And then it's like, and Ancient Aliens, and now let's move on. And it's like, okay, sure.
I'm pretty sure I might be imagining this, but I'm pretty sure I saw an Ancient Aliens episode about Roswell at one point.
Yes, I believe so.
And the way they tied it in was spacecraft might have crashed throughout human history, and so then they bring up one of the stories they probably covered in that original 5-part miniseries where they pretty much exhausted the whole category, and then because there's only so much you can bring into it before, like you said, there's pretty soon you're either recycling the stuff you've already done, or you're drawing these connections that are so tenuous that you realize that you're just sort of working out the contract for the network and sort of scrambling to cobble things together.
And it's almost like if they called it something else, they would have had a lot more freedom, but they undoubtedly had no idea what a hit it was. They did not know it was going to be the hit it was.
Yeah.
Well, it spawned a bunch of other things, Hangar One and which I think is that's been and gone, hasn't it? And
I think so.
There's been other UFO hunter type things, So
they had 2 UFO hunters shows. They were both called the same thing. One was done by the same people who did Ghost Hunters.
Right.
And that one wasn't bad.
That's the one with Bill Burns, or
no, it was not. It was not the one with Bill Burns. It was just one episode, and then they were going to change the name, and I think they ended up scrapping it. But I think they aired on the same night on 2 different things, and they were both called UFO Hunters.
Wow.
And so that one actually had a pretty decent approach to it. I was like, well, this is all right. And then I watched the one with Bill Burns, and I was not impressed in the slightest. And that's the one that stuck around for a few seasons.
2 seasons, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I've watched a few of those shows, and it's interesting, and it's fun, and it's a lot better than the ones that sort of like some of the episodes of Hangar One where they would, or one of the shows like it, where they would go back to a case that I actually knew something about, and I'd be like, this isn't what they're changing it. They're simplifying it to get it into the time slot and to fit a sort of, it's like what historical dramas do, right? You eliminate some of the people who were involved, so the viewer can actually follow what's going on and make a nice linear narrative out of it. And it's like, I can't remember. There was one case that was around suburban Indianapolis that I was sort of vaguely familiar with, and I saw one of these TV shows about it, and I was just like, I don't remember it being quite like that, and I can't remember the details, but it was one of those things that's like, I was sort of excited by, looks like they're going into some depth on some of these cases, and then it's like, they're not, it's, it's crushed again by disappointment.
There was also the one chasing UFOs. I can't remember the name of the guy who was featured on that. Do either of you remember?
There's one called Uncovering Aliens that ran for a short period. And that one had go on.
I remember the chasing one, but I can't.
Oh, is the chasing one? What was the one with where they had what's his name? The documentary filmmaker James Fox.
That's
and basically said like whoa, like like my career, like I'm embarrassed by how this thing has been put together.
Yes,
that's the one that opened up where they were like rappelling out of helicopters with flak jackets. And,
there were a lot of stories with like the people who were on the show saying this was it started off, we thought it was going to be this, and it turned into that.
And that's a few times where William Henry came out with Ancient Aliens and complained sort of bitterly at certain points that what he said was turned around to mean exactly the opposite. Mm-hmm. And he's still on the show, so.
Yeah. Was Chasing UFOs, that was National Geographic Channel, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Another one that doesn't have anything to do with National Geographic.
Right. I mean, it's sort of the,
except for the little yellow square, or rectangle.
Right. It's like, oh man, even National Geographic now, is going down this road, Yeah,
because I remember them talking about like the production company saying, we need you to put on some night vision goggles and cameras and run around on the hillside, because people like that when they see that type of stuff. And they were like, what does this have to do with UFOs? And they're like, no, just do it. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember, I mean, James Fox was pretty, he was fuming at a certain point, You
can tell after a certain point, they got, notes from the network people, about, we've done a lot of focus groups, and people like night vision. Night vision tests very well with our core demographics, so we want you to put more night vision in. And, you can just sort of, you can almost imagine like almost a satirical but not a satire level of intervention by by the suits, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with Hollywood in general, is that it's been co-opted by the suits. Yeah, I mean, that's why we get like there's no movie. There hasn't been an original movie in I don't know how many decades. It's all just remakes of old movies or series of movies or movies based on TV shows or something. So
yeah.
Everything that is vaguely original is rewritten by several committees that have nothing to do with the people who originally came up with the idea, and until it's turned into something that fits into one of the boxes that they've scheduled throughout the year for, we need this kind of movie in this month because we heard this studio's doing this movie in this month and we need to counter it. So it's really just sort of not worth doing anything anymore, is it?
Although I will say that the movie The Arrival looks interesting.
Oh yeah.
The filmmaker, I've seen some of his other movies, and he does make interesting movies. So I do plan on seeing that in the theater, which I don't say for many movies. So
yeah, but that looked like it was original and different and smart. So let's hope that actually pans out that way.
Yeah, it does look good. It's got good reviews. I think it's got a good cast. I mean, the people in it are people that I would not mind watching on the screen. They don't make me want to punch anything. It's
Tom Cruise free. So what you're saying is
Tom Cruise is not in it, is what I'm saying. I think Forrest Whitaker's in it, and
Forrest Whitaker,
yeah, he's awesome. So,
and actually, Joshua Cutchin had read the short story. I think it was Joshua who read the short story and said the short story that it's based on was excellent.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's good to know. That's good.
Yeah,
to know.
That's always good. It's always good when they actually base something on something that wasn't a movie.
Yeah.
Something that was, or a television show.
Yeah, that didn't start
or a video game. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So on the television thing, there was a television series. I just brought it up, and I realized it was only 4 episodes long. I thought it was longer than that, but it's called Uncovering Aliens from 2013-2014, and in the cast, it's basically UFO hunters is the theme, but
right.
Daryl Sims is one of the hosts, and so Stephen Jones. Now, Daryl Sims has a reputation as
alien hunter.
Yeah, he's the alien hunter. Yeah, and he's a Texas. He's like he's tall and wears a black cowboy hat and has a big mustache and really plays that up. So and he has a very negative view of things, and he is very shameless about stating straight up that he's had his own UFO abduction experiences, and as well as his kids. So he's one of the hosts, and the other host is Stephen Jones, who's from England, and is about as love and light as he could possibly be. So for that alone, to see these two guys getting in the van and driving to the next location and listening to their banter, which
Daryl Sims irritates me, but that might be worth checking out just to see him paired up with sort of the love and light guy. That would be.
It's actually that would be fun. It's Oscar and Felix. Yeah, it's yeah. So
that's a good angle. That's an angle that I don't think we've seen in those shows.
Only 4 episodes, and it was, to be honest, it was a little. It wasn't so great, but
okay.
And I knew one of the people involved loosely. I've an acquaintance of one of the people involved, and she, in essence said, like I said. It's like I took her aside. What was Daryl Sims like? She was like, he was great. Like he is like, that's not an act. I mean, that's him. Like he gets up in the morning. That's the way he is. So that's kind of reassuring in a way that he's not. Though that might. I don't know.
Yeah, it's either reassuring or it's really unsettling.
Well, then but then it seems like that's he's an interesting guy, and it's very like I've never actually interacted with him and talked with him. I've tried to get a hold of him, and I would love to talk with him because it sounds like he's doing legitimate research into abductions, as well as Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones wrote a book that's very interesting and about his own first-person experiences. And so having those two together, I mean, this is pretty far out stuff for mainstream, television.
Yeah. yeah, it's interesting that a show that would sort of go in a different direction with that sort of,
that only like people like me
dichotomous-
would like catch up,
yeah, it's
that would be able to pick up on it. Yeah.
It's one of those things where like, oh, this is an interesting approach to this. Oh, 4 episodes. Okay, then it was done. So it's like maybe it's maybe only people like us would find that something. Apparently, there wasn't enough appeal for whatever reason, but it sounds pretty cool. What was the name of it again? I'm sure I can just look up there.
Uncovering Aliens.
Uncovering Aliens. Okay,
and it's it devolved into exactly the kind of stuff that bugs me. But it was like, wow, I was familiar with some of the cases that they were researching, and there was some fascinating stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think, and I've said this before about paranormal shows in general, I think it has actually reduced the ridicule factor of this stuff.
Yeah.
It's out there. People become a little more comfortable with it. It becomes more mainstream. They don't so easily dismiss it, and they're more willing to talk about their own experiences because it's out there in the open so much.
Right.
Whether it's cable TV or whether it's the internet. I mean, my stuff is as trippy and out there as anything, And I had to go to like a wedding and like hang out with my family and everything like that. And there was not as far as I can tell, I don't know what people were saying behind my back, but there wasn't like I didn't sense anything. It was fine, And I mean, I don't know what would have happened 20 years ago, if I had, I think that would have been a different thing. So yeah, I think that the popular culture and the attitudes have softened considerably.
Yeah,
remarkably.
At parties or family get-togethers or something, if you say that you're interested in that stuff, you're much more likely now to get a response of, I saw a show about that, instead of somebody just sort of making an excuse to walk
laughing
away.
in your face.
Or just leaving without saying anything, with a look of horror on their face. But yeah, people are more familiar with the basic concepts. What I find is I'm not sure how that translates to people who knew nothing before they saw one of these shows wanting to dive deeper into the research or the history of the phenomenon and the ideas. I'm not sure what the I don't even know what the marketing term would be, but do we have people who are, I don't know, do we get converts from all this evangelism that's going on?
I think occasionally we do.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not converts, but just softened enough that it's acceptable dinner table conversation at this point.
Yeah.
Where it would not have been a few decades ago.
But so many people I have on the show, so many people I've had on the show, I'll say, well, hey, how did you first get into this? And they go, well, I started watching In Search Of.
Yep.
Yeah, same thing here. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I was a perfect age to watch In Search Of. Yeah.
And I'm guessing that 20 years down the line, that same question will be answered with, I was watching Ancient Aliens, or I was watching Ghost Hunters, or whatever, and then I started looking more into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's what it's sort of like half a worry and half this is really cool sort of thing, but the internet is, somebody who, when I got interested in this stuff when I was in, 6th grade or 7th grade or something, I went to the library, and there was a select number of books that were sort of standard books, and so
the Time Life series on the paranormal.
Yes. The Man, Myth, and Mysteries series, Man, Myth, and Time, or something like that, and then all of those different Time Life series, and so I looked at that. When I was younger, Daniel Cohen's books, the world's most famous ghosts, and he had one that mentioned some alien stuff and stuff that was aimed at young readers, and it was sort of this. There was a canon, right? There was a canon of everything by Brad Steiger. There's this canon of paranormal literature, and I'm not going to fall into the trap of saying kids don't read books these days, but I think I heard a student say, why do we have a textbook when I can just Google things? And I just I got to go home. because because you don't know enough to Google safely.
Yes.
I was going to say, yeah, that's the problem with doing this kind of thing. Is like Google is like it's opening Pandora's box, and it's like 90% of everything is crap. So how do you?
So just at random, if I were to Google flying saucers, I'm not even sure what would come up. Wikipedia probably, high up there. But actually, no. No, the number one Google search for flying saucers is Flying Saucer Draft Emporium, which is a great sort of small southern beer franchise. These bars that have like hundreds of beers. It's actually pretty great. I've been to a couple of them. That makes me happy, actually. But and then Wikipedia, and then YouTube videos.
Yes.
And this is, although, why would a young person today Google flying saucer?
True. They do UFO or...
Actually, I just spoke with someone who's done a lot of research into the crunching the numbers at MUFON in particular, and also through other UFO reporting through NICAP too. It seems, so I said, listen, because people are reporting, they're reporting orbs, like translucent, non-physical, floating blobs of light. Little spheres of light. People are reporting orbs, not UFOs. I mean, not like metal flying saucers.
But they always have too.
It's on an upswing. And then and I said, what's the number of reports you're getting? What percentage? He said 60% of what arrives at MUFON is floating orbs. The majority of that, 60%, is orange orbs.
Wow,
that's weird to me.
And if you see them in a house, they're ghosts.
Yes.
And if you see them near an Air Force base, they're military technology. Yeah, I mean, so.
But they are never, ever bits of dust caught in your camera lens. Never.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, so oftentimes people will say, I know some people who will say, like, oh my God, there's an orb in the room. It's right over there. And then like, I don't see anything. And they get the camera and take a picture, and boom, there's a little teeny sphere.
Yeah, there's definitely something to it. It's just that people are very... I used the example years ago. There was this paranormal group I was following who was somewhat local, and they had gone to some graveyard in the middle of the night, and they took a picture of this grave that they felt like there was something, or I don't remember if they felt like there was something there or whatever. They took a picture of the grave, and then they tromped across the thing, and they got to the other side, and they thought, I feel like there's something there. And they turned around and took a picture, and they're like, and look at all the orbs. And I'm thinking, you just trumped through a whole bunch of grass in the middle of the night and then took a picture with flash. Of course you're getting a whole bunch of orbs.
I'm going to be careful. I should probably not use her name, but there's a researcher named Patty Greer who did a documentary. This is going back a few years. Are you familiar with her?
It sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. She's done a handful of crop circle documentaries.
That's it.
And
that's it. Yep.
yeah. I wish she was a little more critical in her approach and how part of her thing, she said, and my life was changing. And then I watched this documentary. This is going back 5 or 6 years ago, and maybe she's matured as a filmmaker since then. My husband and I bought a house in Boulder, Colorado, and they had a still photograph of them, the house. And when we had the crew come in and when they opened the walls, that's when the spirits came out. It was this 100-year-old Victorian house, and there's this crew of guys in their muscle t-shirts and their Carhartts and their wrecking bars, pry bars, ripping open the 100-year-old walls, and then they're all getting all kinds of orbs in the flash photos, and I'm like, ooh, that's dust.
Yeah, just a bit. But that is a lot of the time what you get. People who just aren't really thinking about it, and they're so eager to believe that they're getting something, they don't critically think about it.
And the problem is sometimes they could quite literally be getting something. So this is, and I think that there's a, I think there's a difference between a skeptic and a skeptic, which is a term that I like to. I think that's very accurate. I think there's it's okay to be skeptical, but and you have to approach all of this. You're heading into it's dark, down these hallways. So you have to approach everything cautiously.
Yes. Yeah. And open-minded at the same time, because you don't want to dismiss something that might be legit.
Right.
Exactly. That's the challenge, isn't it? Yeah.
And with YouTube videos and things like that, you see them and you immediately, anytime someone sends me a YouTube video, my first thought is it's probably fake.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
And,
And yeah, sometimes there's a normal excuse for it. Now there's a YouTube video. I'm just gonna I posted on my site just a little bit ago. A fellow in England, and he had these dots of light in the sky, and they're, on video they look interesting. And then here's another dot, and another dot is appearing, and as he's filming these UFOs in the background, you can hear an owl. And I just loved it. I was like, oh, great. There's like an owl and a UFO in the same video together. I wanted them to be like photographed together, but just what's the audio of one and the visual of the other. So like I'm at this point now where I'm like, oh, this is like the synchronistic, this is the fact that an owl hooted during a UFO video. And it was not like it was way off in the distance. I mean, he was oblivious to it. You'd have to really listen carefully to hear this. That for me has the power of like a synchronistic confirmation in a way. Not that I can say, yes, it's 100%, a legitimate video, but it sure makes me lean that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I'm sure there are legitimate videos. It's just that there's so much crap out there. It's so hard to take the time to look at each one and go, okay, does this have anything valuable to say?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's a mess, and I don't have the patience.
Yeah, I don't think we have the patience or the time is the other thing.
Yeah, I mean, when there's all sorts of other things to sort of look at, where you can get, like, when you got witness statements and old cases where new documentation comes up, that kind of stuff, tends to take precedence a lot of times, and yet another YouTube video of something that's possibly odd, it drops down the list.
Yeah. As we were talking before we started, if we had actually planned on this to be a long series, we'd probably be up to the 80s by now. Because we spun through a lot of the early stuff thinking we could all somehow manage to get it all into one episode. I don't know what I was thinking.
I don't know how we thought we would do that.
If we just said everyone's name once and then continued on.
Yeah.
There were cattle mutilations and Bud Hopkins and Whitley Strieber and... All right, so we're up to the last within the last 10 years, probably a little less than that actually at this point. I don't know if it's all going to fit in this part. In fact, I'm pretty sure it won't. But we're going to see what we can get done here in part 10. And the first thing I think we'll tackle, let's talk about Sirius. And I know we've talked about what's his name?
Stephen Greer.
Stephen Greer
before. The good doctor.
And we may have touched on the Sirius documentary, but I don't know if we took it on directly. It came out in 2013. And myself, I thought it was a well-done documentary.
It sure was. Slick as can be, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't look like I was afraid or expected it to look. It was pretty slick. It was good. The biggest thing that sort of popped out at me as being an issue is sort of the same thing we're going to see when we look at, say, the citizens' hearing on disclosure or other things like that, is you've got this blend of witnesses that are very, very credible and witnesses that are less credible. And something I can't really remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. When did it come out? And about almost 4 years ago. But I just remember
2013.
Yeah, I remember watching it, and there were people like, wow, that's really sort of interesting stuff, and that's that sounded real, right? And then there'd be somebody, or they'd bring out the Atacama, I think that was it, the little skeleton, and start talking about that. Yeah, Ata, yeah, and I'm just like, no. Get back to more credible stuff. But it was overall, it was good. It was much better than anything than I thought anything would be that Stephen Greer was involved with.
It had like it was an A, it was like an A production. It was grade A production.
What threw me is that they get to the end where they're going to give you the DNA, and the DNA turns out to be mostly human, and it's kind of like, and they just kind of gloss over it and keep going, and it's like, no, wait, hang on.
Yeah, it was this sort of yeah, they didn't even. Yeah, they just sort of. It's almost like when they were producing, they're like, okay, we really don't know what to do with this, so just ignore it, and we'll move on with everything. But yeah, it was odd.
To me,
And that was, I mean, that was the linchpin of it. It was just kind of like, and there's every reason to make a documentary in real time if you're exploring something. I mean,
Yes.
if you're a documentary filmmaker, you don't necessarily need to know when you start out what the thrust of the documentary will be. But there was never like the like, oh damn, kind of thing where they all like, say, well, this was an odyssey and it didn't lead where we thought it would.
Yeah.
And because in a more, I guess, thoughtful production, that's how it would, you'd have the people sort of saying, for a while there, I really thought we were onto something. I really thought I was handling something alien. Now, it is still a genuine mystery what that little thing is
Yes.
my understanding. And there's all kinds of issues where a fetus or something, it may be. And then there's, people that argue about the teeth and such. But so, and I have not followed it that closely, though. Now, 4 years later, there has been, and this is through Facebook, so this is not like a reputable source. But they once again said that it was pretty much 100% human DNA. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw a story. One of those stories about that too, and yeah, I agree. I think that I like how you said that a more thoughtful production would have looked at the fact that this most likely wasn't an alien being or an alien artifact, and then gone back and talked to different people about that sense of disappointment. There's a way to tie it into the whole sort of scientific process as well. It's like you have a hypothesis and you test it, and hey, sometimes your hypothesis is wrong, and that's part of the whole process. But yeah, that isn't the direction they went in.
and whatever it is definitely an anomaly. It's not so much that. I do.
I mean,
believe
it's very interesting. I
believe,
agree.
I believe they had determined it was like 9 years old or something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's still weird. And who knows why it's that small at 9 years old? I mean, even for a fetus, it's weird,
Yes.
And it wasn't fake. At least there was that. It wasn't a hoax. It was a real creature.
Yeah. How sad is it that we find that refreshing? It's like, well, yeah.
So, yeah. And there was a scene in that film that really struck me where there's like this, it was purposely with the swelling music and the way it was edited and stuff, where Stephen Greer goes to the Jefferson Memorial, and it was just kind of this moment of, like we're supposed to get confused, like which one is which, like, wait a minute, which is Thomas Jefferson and which one is Stephen Greer? So I just thought that was like, how did that get sort of slipped into the documentary? But and then I think I may have said this before, like I feel like I'm very cautious, like in this field, to play the sort of pointing fingers and making fun of other researchers. I think it's just it's just a bad way to go about, it's just not in me to do it. Let me put it that way, except if it's Stephen Greer, where I feel like I have complete permission. I'm not going to hurt his feelings. So yeah, he's the one person who I'm allowed to, I've given myself permission to sort of, needle him, which I feel is completely justified.
And
yes.
And this thing, I mean, I don't remember if we talked about the Star Child skull or not, but the Star Child skull I kind of put in the same category where it's not necessarily extraterrestrial, but it's definitely an interesting anomaly.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's not. I'm not saying it's more interesting than if these things were actually alien, but I think sometimes people let their desire for anything to be proven to be alien sort of override their sense of wonder at how strange the actual Earth can be, which is unfortunate.
And how little we may know about our own species.
Yes.
And that was Lloyd Pye, who died of cancer, I think, probably now a few years ago.
Yeah.
Probably 4 or 5 years ago. And I saw him speak at a conference, and he was a great presenter, very thoughtful, very clear, and very, very scientific about the DNA. And I should be careful what I say because I can't. There was some sort of DNA, and I don't know if it was actually from that Star Child skull, because that was like a crystal skull. It was not a.
No, it wasn't
made
crystal.
Of fossilized bone. What was it?
Yeah, it was bone.
Oh, okay. So now I'm blending this with there's these crystal skulls that are sort of making the rounds too. Okay, yes. I'm getting my esoteric skulls mixed up here. So
he died in 2013. Actually, he died a few months after I had him on the show.
I thought he was a really nice guy.
He was an extremely nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guest too. I remember hearing him on Coast to Coast back in the day. And it was one of those topics where I didn't think I'd find it interesting, but he made it way more interesting than I expected it to be.
Well, he did a good job of throwing off the debunkers. I mean, they would say, well, it's just this, and he'd show with scientific evidence, no, that doesn't explain this. They say it's a deformity. He's like, deformities aren't symmetrical. Look in the scientific literature, you'll find deformities are not generally symmetrical. Everything on the skull is symmetrical. Mm-hmm. So it was meant to be that way, whatever it is. My only issue, and I've said this before, is that he jumped to the conclusion that it was a gray alien rather than just saying, we don't know what this is.
Right.
Yeah.
And one day we might find another one just like it. Who knows? I mean, when you think about how little of the fossil record and how little of bones we actually have of ancient times.
Yeah, there's a vast amount of the record that is out there waiting to be uncovered, and now with all the tools we have compared to 50 or especially 100 years ago, any little thing we find, we can get infinitely more information out of it than we ever could before.
Yeah,
aren't they trying to like do the Jurassic Park thing, and they're trying to like. Use the DNA from a mastodon or something like that, and trying to like.
Yep.
That sounds like a bad idea. So.
I don't know. I'm curious.
I am, but I'm genuinely curious. But I mean, I've seen enough, science fiction to know.
Yeah, it's like, haven't you people watched movies?
Haven't you seen a Vincent Price movie ever?
This doesn't end well.
Yeah, it's like The Tingler. Yeah, exactly.
So let's move on to the disclosure hearings, since we just mentioned them. And these were in April 2013. And they actually got quite a bit of press, considering it's, UFO stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually have met Stephen Bassett and hung out with him a bit and talked to him on a handful of occasions at conferences. Have you ever interviewed him on the show?
No, I haven't.
He is a really likable guy. He's really dedicated, and he exudes this kind of. He's got a ton of energy, and this is what he's doing with this crazy spinning, obsessive energy, is like trying to push this disclosure thing. I'm not exactly sure who put up the money for that, but it certainly wasn't Stephen Greer. So someone put up the money for this publicity stunt. And as far as publicity stunts go, I gotta say it was pretty good. If you're gonna, it didn't interest me in the slightest because there was absolutely no new information that was presented. So I felt like I had heard all the speakers give their spiel. And I watched a handful of the things on YouTube, and it was kind of UFO disclosure for dummies, kind of presented in this formal way. Yeah,
it was my favorite thing in a sort of mocking Mystery Science Theater 3000 sort of way about it was the fact that they have these basically washed up politicians. Paid $20,000 a piece to show up and look really concerned and sort of nod thoughtfully while people, talk at them about flying saucers for a day, and then they sell the testimony. I was looking on earlier. If you pay $100, you can get the entire 1 day, 7 hours of testimony.
No, it was more than a day. I think it was multiple days. It went on for multiple days. It was multiple days.
Yeah, but when they sell the video, it's like 1 day and 7 hours worth of video.
Oh, okay.
It looks like so all of the multiple days of hearings sort of collapsed into one, and I think she was the chair was Carolyn Kilpatrick, who was sort of the former member of Congress from down in Detroit, and her son was Kwame Kilpatrick, who I think is still doing time in a federal prison for various corruption things, the dead stripper in the mayor's mansion and all that. And I was just like, it must be nice to be part of what was basically a political crime family, and then get $20,000 to do this nonsense. So it was just, and here's the thing. I mean, I'm not sure that actual members of Congress and senators have any power to do anything about disclosure. So I'm absolutely certain that former senators and representatives have no authority or power to do anything about anything with this. And I mean, it's the sort of thing that, I don't mean to sound rude or anything. It's the sort of people dumb, uninformed people think government does. Well, they're going to have a hearing, and then they're going to do something about it. It's like, no, they're not. The hearings are to get people off your back about hearings. And unofficial hearings are to, I guess, I'm not even sure what the purpose was, other than at some point making somebody some money. I
don't think it made any money. I think people lost their shirt. Yeah, I
can't imagine how it could have.
Yeah, but publicity stunt. I mean, that's a correct.
Yes.
I think if publicity, and as far as publicity stunt, I'm going to stand firm. Not bad. So
as a stunt, yes. I'm concerned that there is a non-zero number of people who thought it was something more significant.
True.
And that's all the better, I mean, if you're going to do a stunt and you want it to be, authentic, you might as well, that's like sure. That's like the owls what's the fourth kind, where they had the publicity stunt for that, where they claimed it was based on real events.
Oh, yeah.
And they found, here's the actual footage. And I mean, come on. We had, that's like
bad.
There's a rich history of I mean, I kind of knew right before the thing started. I figured it out. But, there's no rule book as far as like doing, horror films. I mean, William Castle would love that. So,
hey, George Norrie believed it. May still believe it's real.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he does.
It always amuses me when I watch something and it says based on a true story, and I think, okay, is it really? And then I'll look it up and find that something similar to this happened, but none of the events in the movie have anything to do with reality. It's like, okay, that's what I expected.
Isn't all fiction based on some true story at some point?
I would think so. Yeah.
Every murder is based on the concept of murder, which is a real thing. So hey, it's based on a true story.
Yeah, there's real detectives out there. So.
Yes, there are police.
Exactly.
I was actually surprised when I looked up. Was it War Dogs? And where they were selling the weapons to the U.S. military there.
Oh yeah.
And that's based on a true story. And when I looked it up, they said, yeah, most of this stuff actually happened like this. They exaggerated some of the action scenes in Iraq and stuff like that. I don't think they ever went over there, but like 80% of the movie was pretty faithful to how things actually played out.
Wow.
As well as The Men Who Stare at Goats too. I mean, that was, and that had a and I'm trying to think of like the little title card that was presented at the beginning of Men Who Stare at Goats. It said something to the effect of, what you were about to see in this film. More than you would dare believe is true. Something to that effect.
Yeah, it's something really clever because it's the way the film was. I mean, because I love the book and the film is pretty good, but it's not quite, but it's I think that little their disclaimer card or whatever was I really liked how it was worded. It's more than you dared believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. I think I thought that was clever.
And you get to see Ewan McGregor do, of all things, a Michigan accent.
That was awesome.
Which I appreciated, having come from the state that's shaped like a mitten.
Yeah, it's just an aside here. every TV show or movie that has people from Michigan, none of them actually sound like they're from Michigan. They all sound like they're from Iowa or something, and it's frustrating. Or from Indiana, which has no real accent at all.
And there was a made for, this is total aside, doesn't have anything to do with UFOs, but a made for TV movie called The Betsy in the 70s with Rock Hudson and Laurence Olivier. And Laurence Olivier played the aging Henry Ford.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and it was, it was kind of a, based on a soap opera type book. But yes, and so one more British actor doing a Michigan accent. So.
Huh.
Okay, back to UFOs. Back to where it was Stephen Bassett and the Disclosure Project. There was a incredibly mean-spirited article in the Washington Post about that, where the guy basically, talked all about the cookies. He went there and just stayed at the catering table and didn't talk to any of the people or anything like that, and just ate all the cookies. And that was his editorial for the Washington Post. And that was at the Washington Press Club, so it did have like a where, other type of press events are held. Certainly, that with a of national importance over the decades that's been in place. So
isn't that where Hoagland always had his things? I remember he was always all head up about being at the National Press Club. And
then on Stephen Greer, the original Disclosure Project was at the Press Club too, I believe. And then there was a follow-up to that James Fox did at the National Press Club. I think I'm getting all this right.
Yeah, it has a real cachet to have an event there.
And good cookies, according to the Washington Post. Yeah,
that's all you need.
I mean, to me, it feels like you're never going to get anything out of the government akin to disclosure. It's just either the people who want it in government probably don't have access to it. If there's really anything that they know that we don't already know, I mean, I'm sure there's little bits and pieces here and there, but as far as the big picture, I'm not sure the government really knows anything. So you can do all the disclosure hearings you want without ever really bringing anything out. I mean, they didn't ask the government for anything. They just made, ex-members of government listen to them.
Oh, I was just curious about the National Press Club. On their website, you can rent almost any of the rooms there for any event you like: dinners, weddings, bar and bat mitzvahs. So, I mean, we three could have an event at the National Press Club if we really wanted to pony up the money for it. So,
or get some really rich person to.
Yes, which would be preferable.
I do think part of the point was to bring the subject into a more into the public eye without making fun of it as much.
Yeah.
It had the veneer of something important, and once again, it's right on publicity stunt. More power to you.
And I think it looked way more impressive. Maybe not way more impressive. I think it looked more impressive to people who weren't familiar with the people involved. Because if you tell me that Steve Bassett is putting on a big UFO thing and Linda Moulton Howe is going to be there giving testimony, I just start giggling. But for somebody who's just like, I read about this in the paper, and actually I did have people, ask me, have you heard about this? They're doing a big, congressional investigation about UFOs. I'm like, okay, let me dissect everything that's wrong with what you just said. It says these people have less authority than my local city council, but it does. But it like Mike said, publicity stunt. It did what it was supposed to do.
So in that sense, it was kind of a success. I mean, it made some people think maybe there's something to this UFO thing I've been ignoring all this time.
Yeah.
Unless they read the editorial in the Washington Post. Yeah.
Right.
So, and I mean, they had, the lineup was kind of, I would say top shelf in some ways as far as the type of speakers you would get at a UFO conference. So, they, and then the testimony, I think, there's some valid, interesting testimony there. I mean, Jesse Marcel Jr., spoke there, and he, in my opinion, is a very, very credible witness. He never strays beyond his own story, and has nothing to. He's not pushing anything, or he's got no agenda or no chip on his shoulder or anything like that. So,
yeah, it was the usual mix of really good witnesses and witnesses. You're like, him, that's not helping you. Get him out of there. Put another guy like the last guy. Last guy on there, which is was it whichever the earlier was it in '99, that disclosure event at the
2001, and that was just shortly before 9/11. So for all you conspiracy people, that's the reason they were allowed to have it, because they knew the whole thing would be shut down. So.
Or they engineered 9/11 because everybody's going to start talking about what they just saw at the disclosure event. But that one had the same problem. You'd have really credible sort of aeronautics and NASA people, and then you'd have somebody with much less credibility right after them, and so there were plenty of things for people who were predisposed to mock. It made it. Sometimes these things make it too easy, but that's what happens, because you want to get the whole spectrum of what you think the phenomenon is, and that sometimes includes the stuff that's a little less, sort of tangible. So it's the risk you take, but even that stuff has its devotees, right? So
sure,
you gotta speak to everybody.
All right, let's move on to the return of Art Bell. Now, of course, Art Bell wasn't directly associated with the UFO phenomena, but he did a lot of shows on UFOs, and obviously we talked about some of the who was it with the screaming alien we talked about?
Victor. Was that Victor?
No,
that's the
Victor.
One in
Reed, Jonathan Reed.
Yes, Jonathan Reed. Yeah. So he's definitely, had his fingers in the UFO subject for a lot of the time he was on the air. He went off the air from coast to coast early 2000s, and when he came back, he started back on Sirius FM July 29th, 2013, and I think it was on the first or second show he did a scathing thing on Premiere. Is it Premiere that runs coast to coast?
I think it's Clear Channel now.
Okay,
but it was Premiere, and I think Clear Channel bought him.
Okay, and he just tore into them, and it was interesting to listen to, because no one really knew what happened. There was a lot of speculation. He just went out there and took them apart for the way they treated him and just abandoned him. And apparently he had also asked them to stop running his old shows on Saturday nights, and they basically said no. And he said, "Well, that's your right. You own them. I was just asking."
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say that yes, it was a scathing takedown, and yes, the corporate meddling in the show, I think, changed it for the worst. In all those things, he was correct. Of course, when you sell it to a corporation, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So, and one of the things that struck me about, I signed back up for Sirius as soon as I heard that Art Bell was coming back, and then 6 weeks later, I was like, hey, what? Come on. But one thing that struck me about the show when he came back is I think one of the guests he had on was Jonathan Reed.
Yes, it was, and I was shocked.
Yes, I was just like, I thought, and maybe this was unfair of me, but I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be kind of like, okay, we're going back to if Art could do, his show like it always was, and it was like a 6-week greatest hits collection, and that he always had his repeat customers and everything, but now he's bringing back the repeat guests after a gap of half dozen years or so, and it just didn't feel the same. And it's that whole like frustrated nostalgia thing, but and then him leaving after 6 weeks, and I think the reason he gave was he wanted Sirius XM to set up a free stream so people wouldn't have to subscribe to Sirius XM to hear the show.
Yes,
which struck me as if that's the real reason, how dumb is he? And two, that is probably not the real reason. I mean, it's like, I guess people are saying, well, Opie and Anthony did it at some point, and I'm like, Art Bell is not Opie and Anthony. Art Bell's barely Art Bell anymore. He's not even the host of Coast to Coast AM. So it was frustrating that he left. But I kind of think, and like his we'll get to it, but I think he underestimated how much work it was going to be to have this 3 hour show, 4 hour show, whatever it was, every night, live. And he's not a young guy, and it gets exhausting, and dealing with the technology and And although I think I remember that Sirius, came to his place, his compound out in Pahrump, and installed, a really nice home studio setup, and then came and ripped it all out once
Yeah.
he went back in the deal. But then as soon as he left, the fans on the Art Bell message board start the countdown to when that non-compete was up, so he could be back, because he just, all Art wants to do is be on the radio for us, because Art loves us, because some of these fans, man, they're like fans,
Yeah, it's weird.
They got that fanaticism, but then he would come back again with his own network.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, as far as
just I mean, it's to do a radio or any like podcast or something like that, that's people, it's well into the 21st century. You can get a headset at Radio Shack and download Audible. I mean, you can do it all at home, for on your laptop. So
yeah, that's one of the things, especially what year was it that he started the XM show? Is that 2012?
The XM was July 29th, 2013 was the first show.
Okay, and 2013, and people online, even on the forums, were saying this is like, well, why don't you just do a podcast? And he was like, no, I want to be on radio. And people were like, but radio's hard, and radio has radio has all of these things that you need to deal with, and he's hassling with the XM corporate people, and he's messing with this and he's messing with that, and people have to buy these subscriptions, and what it comes down to is Art Bell wanted to do a show where he would get the best deal for him, and when you're Art Bell, the best deal is going to be something like Sirius XM, and if people are like, well, we'd pay for it, and so it was interesting, because he was coming back and doing not terrestrial radio but satellite radio, but still, I think what I did and what a lot of people did was, when they subscribed to Sirius, what they did was they subscribed to the cheap web streaming only version, because I'm not going to go out and buy a satellite radio to listen to Art Bell.
Yeah.
I had one years ago because I liked the Trucker channel, but and other things, but I was commuting a lot, and it was really nice then. But it just seemed like an odd move, and it was disappointing when it ended so soon.
Yeah,
because he was getting back into the groove a little bit, and then
At the same time, even when he had guests on, like I had never heard Albert Taylor. And I got to talk to him on my show after hearing him on Art's show, because I thought, well, this guy's really interesting, because he had a bunch of out-of-body experiences and was able to do them consciously. But he was also a robotics engineer and worked for NASA at one point. And I was like, okay, I want to talk to you. So he's making robots to hunt ghosts. And I thought, this is awesome.
That's cool.
and he says to, and Art says to him, so are ghosts spirits of dead people? And Albert's like, well, I don't know what they are. That's why we're doing this. We're trying to, I don't want to jump to any conclusion. And Art's just holding on. No, tell me, are they spirits of dead people? And I'm thinking, this is not good. This is not good journalism. You're just being closed-minded at this point.
Yes. There was, and he had a somewhat of a history of that. It got worse as he got older, but I remember one time, was it Glenn Campbell, the Groom Lake Desert Rat guy, the Area 51 guy from back in the 90s. He was on Art Bell's show. He was on Coast to Coast once, and Art was just like getting really frustrated at him because Campbell would not come out and say Area 51 is where they're messing with flying saucers, and because he was like, look, I've lived in the area for years and years and years, and I don't know what they're doing, but it's clear they're doing something, and that just wasn't good enough. Because it's not enough that you have a guest who's knowledgeable about a subject. It also has to be good radio, and apparently it can't be good radio if there's any ambiguity. So he just kept hammering this guy, and it was awkward to listen to.
Well, and that's it. A lot of people need that black and white thing. It either is this or it's not that. It can't be an open question, and I think that's where we don't make progress on this stuff.
Yeah. And sort of another thing that sort of, and this sort of gets into the broader paranormal and saucer media culture, is when Art Bell was doing Coast to Coast in its heyday back in 97, 98 or so, he was reaching millions of people a night, and he was reaching people who were just up in the middle of the night listening to the radio. Truckers, people on third shift,
Right.
all these people. And so it could be sort of paranormal entertainment. He could, have the guests that were out there. He could have JC call in and, do his whole "you're going to hell" shtick. When he comes back in 2013, he's on satellite radio. It's more of a niche audience. It's a niche paranormal audience. It's an audience made up of two groups: Art Bell fans and general, I think, probably paranormal fans who are like, hey, I remember learning about this stuff on Art Bell, so I'm going to listen to it. And the Art Bell fans hear Art Bell doing what he always does, and the sort of paranormal media fans who have this sort of folk memory of what Art Bell was like 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not learning anything new. I remember 20 years ago I learned something new every time I listened to Art Bell, and now I'm not. It's just Richard Hoagland again and again and again. It's I think the paranormal media culture sort of passed by a little bit, because by 2013, the big paranormal podcasts are all sort of going strong by that point.
Yeah.
A lot of them anyway. So I think it's interesting, and I don't know. I'm not sure how much weight the Art Bell brand carried in 2013. Enough for Sirius to sign him up. But
absolutely. But there were so many other alternatives too, and I think that hurt as well. There was still Coast to Coast out there, even though it wasn't what it was when Art Bell was doing it. And you had podcasts left and right that were covering the same stuff. So yeah, even though Art Bell had that legacy, I don't think it was enough for everybody to go, well, I'm gonna get it. I'm sure there were people going, I'll just grab it on YouTube when someone puts it up.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, it's the piracy stuff must be incredibly frustrating. I remember thinking that, and actually doing this, is I'd start listening to one of the new, Dark Matter shows, or was it Dark Matter? I think.
Yes, Dark Matter Radio Network.
Dark Matter, and then I'd realize, what? I'd rather listen to an Art Bell from 1996. And so I'd go into my hard drive full of Art Bell, much of which every time I look in that folder, there's something I'm like, I don't think I've listened to that one. So, there's this sort of, years and years and years of content, and it's times change, and that's but he seems to have. I'm sure he left of his own accord, because he left after 6 weeks. But
yes, it seems like he definitely did.
Yeah, it wasn't the same though, but nothing ever is. True.
Mike, any thoughts?
I never listened to Art Bell in the heyday or in the resurgence. So I went straight from UFO books right into the podcast era. So.
I had not listened to Art Bell in the heyday. I actually didn't think I liked talk radio. And it wasn't until Graham Hancock was going to be on Coast to Coast, and I went, well, I don't like talk radio, but I really want to hear Graham Hancock talk. And so I listened to the first ever episode of Coast to Coast that I had ever heard with George Norrie. And at some point, and I was like, wow, I actually enjoy listening to this because I like, Graham Hancock's work. And he had put up a post, a torrent of all his Coast to Coast appearances in the past, and a bunch of them were with Art Bell. So that was the first time I actually got to hear Art Bell, was with those conversations with Graham Hancock.
Wow. Cool.
And how were they?
Oh, they were excellent.
Yeah.
But it's hard for Graham Hancock to do a bad show. I mean, Graham's one of those guys you can put a microphone in front of him and he could talk for 2 hours. And
he's riveting. Yeah, I agree.
So he left Sirius, and of course you got to wait for his contract to run out. And then, meantime, they started Dark Matter Radio Network, and they actually picked up this show right from the beginning. Where'd the Road Go? We've been on there since the very beginning of Dark Matter.
That's right. Yeah.
And on July 20th, 2015, Art came back until December. That was a little bit longer than he was on Sirius. Did either of you get a chance to listen to him then?
Yeah, I did, and I thought it was better than the Sirius show. He sounded, I don't know, I think he had better guests. I think he had Graham Hancock on during that run.
Mhm.
I seem to remember hearing a really good Graham Hancock interview during that stretch. Yeah, it was good. And I thought this was a good way to do it. Sort of the internet streaming with the premium membership for those who wanted archives and direct contact to Art, the direct messaging system that he had, because it was nice and reminiscent of the old Fast Blast thing on the show. So he did a good job of sort of angling it towards kind of the retro thing. I thought it was good, and it was I liked the idea of the network. I thought that was really clever for Art to sort of build this hub, because for people who were associated with it, there's some cachet to being part of Art Bell's network there, and it gets you more exposure, and people who tune in for Art Bell will discover these other shows. So I thought it did more for the whole ecosystem than his Sirius show did.
Yeah, I would agree. Mike?
I never heard it, so
All right.
can't say. Yeah, I wish I could. I mean, you know what I did? I read his book that he did with Whitley Strieber,
Superstorm,
which turned into the Superstorm book. Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought that was an interesting book.
It was better than his other book, The Quickening. That was.
I don't think I've read that one.
You don't need to.
Okay.
It's
was that Art that wrote that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's basically all of Art's ideas about the future. Basically, we're all going to be living in a virtual reality world by the late 1990s.
Well, maybe we already are.
Maybe we always have been.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all of Art's making.
And this time Art retired again by his own choice, citing some fears for his family. And I don't know that any major details ever came out about that. There were apparently some gunshots around nearby his house and stuff.
Yeah, I was following this pretty closely on one of the somewhat critical Art Bell message board fan sites, and boy, I procrastinated a lot of work catching up on okay, what's happening with Art Bell fan websites today. But yeah, there was a lot of debate and discussion about whether or not there really was a threat, if he was overreacting, or if he was fabricating it because he wanted to basically retire again, and foist this new host on the fans, and the horrible vociferous reaction against that poor woman was is just you sad people, just why are you so angry? Art Bell's been gone like most of the last 10 years. Why are you angry that he's gone again? But there's people put up scans of the statement by the Nye County sheriff out in Pahrump that they couldn't find anything, and so the investigation was at a halt, and used that as proof that Art was lying about the whole thing. And other people point out that just because they don't find anything doesn't mean he was lying. So I don't think there was ever any sort of conclusive conclusion to that.
And I mean, without Art Bell, I'm not sure how the whole paranormal radio thing would have gone. I mean, he wasn't necessarily the first one doing stuff like this, but he had such a big impact on the way paranormal radio is done.
Yeah, he sort of created this template of that I don't think anybody has done as well since, of having the paranormal stuff, but then blending in some general sci-fi stuff, having some current event stuff, having the unscreened calls, which is, I don't know if we're ever going to see true Art Bell style unscreened calls ever again on that kind of radio show.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't do it if I was running a show. Suicide mission. But nobody's done it since, and nobody who's tried to do it. I don't know of anybody who's tried to do it exactly like that. Even the other shows that were sort of like Art Bell back in the day sort of faded away. The Paranet Continuum, which I loved, catching up on all those. When Michael Corbin passed away, that whole thing sort of left. Jeff Rentz
Yeah. Well,
Jeff Rentz, but which was actually the first paranormal radio show I started listening to back in the late '90s, because he had David Jacobs on, and Jacobs had just spoken at my college, and I was like, wow, I listened to this David Jacobs interview, and I thought, well, this host seems pretty sharp, and so I listened to Rentz, and yeah, so so his angle has changed a bit over the years, but yeah, it's nobody did it like Art, and I don't think anybody's actually tried, because he's Art Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe he'll return from retirement one day.
Hey, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe he does do co-hosting on Midnight in the Desert still.
Yeah, he pops in from time to time, I think.
So, all right, let's move on to, let's see, what would be next in the timeline? Probably the Roswell slides, which we mentioned, I believe, at some point.
Yeah.
But obviously, this was easily one of the biggest stories last year. And
just last year. It's over a year ago. It's closer to 2 years ago, isn't it?
Well,
year and a half.
I think it'll be like a year or 2 years later in the summer.
Yeah, May 5th, 2015 was the big reveal.
Yeah.
So about a year and a half ago was the big reveal, and it was what, about 2 years that they were saying they had something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I just smelled trouble. Right from the very beginning, when it was like, we found these, these slides but we can't show anything. We found them in an attic, and they're obviously the Roswell wreckage slides, but we can't show them yet. And I'm like, oh, it just had the smell of trouble right from the very, for the year, years out before the big mayhem in Mexico City. Yeah.
Yeah. It was. Yeah, I was a tangential part of the Roswell Slides research group, sort of on the fringes, but privy to some of their conversations. And what was really interesting is that, most of the work of sort of decoding the slides, which basically was basically, visually focusing in on the slide, on the sign by the body that read that it was like this was the body of a small boy discovered in this cave, taken back in the 40s or something, or 30s, some national park, and it was, once the work was done to sort of, decipher all of this stuff, it's just sort of really, really obvious. I mean, to some of us, it was kind of obvious that this was clearly a museum setting of some sort. This was not a lab. This was not a military facility. This is some sort of natural history, small natural history.
Yeah, and it had the feeling of just like, it's less so now, but I'm sort of a generation where I remember what it was like to have these kind of, corny, like tourist attractions peppered all throughout the country. Not quite Ripley's Believe It or Not, but that type of, these oddities and stuffed, iguanas and things like that, and a really big gift, store at the, as you exit the little tiny museum.
Oh yeah, I mean, for some of us who are a certain age, and I'm sort of at the tail end of this. I remember on vacation, seeing these places, dotted across the American landscape, near any real tourist area, there were always these things around, and my dad would never stop because he said they were a ripoff. But you always sort of saw them, and when you did go into them, they looked like the place in the Roswell slides.
Yeah, exactly. That was my sense too. I just was like, wait a minute,
Yeah, it's and just the again, the kind of vociferous sort of backstabbing and denunciations within the Roswell Slides crew as they all hurried to distance themselves from anything to do with anything. And we were had, we didn't know it all. You don't know the real story, the whole story.
Yeah.
It was the damage control was almost as ridiculous as the slides.
And I believe a lot of them, like if I'm not remembering wrong, Richard Dolan stepped away pretty quickly once he got a good look at them and was like, oh boy, and people would attack him for it. And, I mean, obviously there are people who don't like Dolan, and I think that was more what they were attacking, is the fact that they didn't like him to begin with, and then they had something they could go after. But, I mean, he flat out said, yeah, I was wrong. He's like, when I got a good look at those slides, I realized that was not an extraterrestrial.
Yeah. I think Dolan. I mean, the only other thing Dolan could have done was sort of not get involved at all. But once he was involved, I think he realized, like you said, he got out and was like, whoa, I've been had. Basically,
Yeah, and I don't think he saw I don't think they let him see the slides before they were revealed. No. He was just down there to talk and
And it's my understanding, he gave a very, very straight talk about the historical context of Roswell, and I don't really know how that would work. I mean, I haven't seen any footage from that. I mean, was there an interpreter on the stage, translating for him, or is just enough of the audience spoke English that he could?
That I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't either.
That's a good question. I don't think there was an interpreter. I think it was, honestly, I think they were mostly expecting, it was targeted for the event live, but I think a lot of the marketing was aimed at an English speaking US internet audience who would buy the $15 live stream of the event. So I don't think they had an interpreter. No.
Yeah, I don't know. So.
But obviously that blew up in their face. I mean, the very, and it's one of those things where you look at it and you go, did the people who started this really believe they had something? I mean, they must have. They must have fooled themselves enough to really believe they had something special here, because one look at them by most people and they went, well, like you guys said, it's a museum. I mean, that doesn't look like an alien body in a military laboratory, which is kind of what they were selling it as. And it's like, this is just as big of a disappointment as I expected it was going to be.
Yes.
And it just seems like if it wasn't, there's like this sort of military psyops kind of thing, like, let's lead them astray. Let's do a little bait and switch and let this build up the straw man and let it crumble. But this was, I don't think that's what happened. No. But it was so perfect in the way that it crumbled and fell apart. It was just so embarrassing.
Yeah, it really was fun to watch. Because they were so, some of them were, what's his name? I think Don Schmidt, was involved.
Yeah, he was involved. Yeah.
Yeah. And just, you'd read statements that are just so arrogant about how all the skeptics and debunkers are going to be proved wrong. When you see this, you are going to be amazed at blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, oh, come on. There's such an obnoxious, and Jaime Maussan is, he will. That was a big red flag for me. Roswell slides was the biggest red flag, but Jaime Maussan sort of, once he's involved, it's a promotional thing more than anything else. And it was just so fun to watch collapse. It was really really fun.
And it didn't. Who was involved in the whole Roswell slides research group? I know Paul Kimball was a part of it.
Kimball was part of it. I think. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember, because I don't think the names aren't on the website anymore. I think. Let me remember. Isaac Coy, I think, was part of it. Kurt Collins, I believe. Chris Ratowski from Canada. Lance Moody. And those are the ones off the top of my head. I don't have the secret group in front of me, the list of the secret group in front of me. But it was, and the secret group actually had more people than the core researchers. But they did a really good job of just saying, okay, so this is a blurry photo. We have computers now and can unblur things. But if you don't unblur it, you can sort of say, we have not touched this at all, and look how clear it is. It's like, well, you could make it a lot clearer, and then you'd know what the sign says. But you don't want to do that, do you? So it was it was just so basically you just have to run this through a few filters and you can read the sign. So
I do believe they said they turned it over to someone in the government to try to clear up, didn't they? And they said it couldn't be cleared any further or sharpened at all.
Yeah. I think they did say that. Yeah.
I remember there was some issue where they said something to the effect of, we've used the technology and this is as clear as we can get it, and then we're no clearer. And then this is all just online stuff that I've seen, and then someone ran it through some other filter, and you could pretty plainly read the little plaque.
Yeah.
Now at the same time, the plaque could be wrong. To play devil's advocate here, someone may have found something anomalous and just said, "Oh, this is the body of a kid," and stuck it on a shelf in a museum.
That said, I'm immersed in UFO research. I talk to no one who has seen little, 20-inch aliens that did not look like, anything I've heard a witness describe. That looked exactly like what people find in caves, mummified children or, so.
Yeah. And there's also the sort of very distasteful thing of, they're profiting off the body of a dead child. It's that, the sort of long history of misappropriation of Native American relics and things like that. It's like, it was a carny sideshow masquerading as something. It
was a carny show.
Literally,
that's the perfect
this is
term
what they
for it.
did.
Yeah, it was a tourist attraction.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's just the, luckily they lacked all humility about the entire thing, so their eventual fall was satisfying. I did some real Schadenfreude here. I like to watch these people fail. It's just, and I don't pity if you lost your $15 watching the streaming reveal or whatever.
And the thing is, so when it came out, I said, well, it's just another one of these, another alien autopsy film, another one of these things that's just going to turn out to be not what they're claiming it is. The only grain of hope I actually did hold out is that they were like, well, we're not releasing this till we're sure. We're going to get this analyzed. We're going to do this. And I'm thinking, wait, what if they actually do have something and they're doing this the right way? And then it came out and it was like, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they did not really. I don't know why they thought that this would fly. I think, kind of like some of the other things. I think a couple of them, like you said, probably convinced themselves it's real, and that they, by squinting, you couldn't read mummified body of 2-year-old boy or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Well, let's conclude part 10 right there. And I have a few things we're going to hit in number 11, and 11 may be the last one. Of course, we said that for the last few. So
no, I think we can do it this time, guys.
Yeah, we got the X-Files reboot. Yeah, so
yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. You know what? You mentioned it. Let's bring it in right now, real quick, to finish things off. What did you guys think with them rebooting the X-Files?
I liked about every other episode. Well, I liked all of it. I loved a couple of the episodes out of there. The one with the lizard guy.
Yes,
that was incredible.
That was my favorite too.
God, that drove me crazy.
So fun. It was so fun. It just reminded me of some of the other episodes like that in the original run, and not that it's always in keeping with the sort of dark, mysterious, quasi horror theme of the show, but it's like episodes like that are things that only the X-Files could do. And
Star Trek did it.
Star Trek did it, but Star Trek didn't. I don't think Star Trek did it as well. The sending itself up, the little in jokes, the tombstones, with the names of production crew, and little things like that. I just thought that was fun. What I didn't dislike, unlike a lot of people online, is I did not have a problem with them completely jacking around the continuity and the myth arc, but they said this back in season 6 and now they say this. It's like, that's how the X-Files has always been.
Yeah.
It's always sort of, disinterred and mutilated the corpse of its own, mythology, because they created a mythology that was honestly almost too complex for most viewers to even comprehend, and even I think the producers sometimes to comprehend. And so they slap it around and they make it into something else that's timely. The one thing I did not like, I thought Joel McHale was severely miscast. I did not buy him in that role as the talk show host at all. I don't know. I like Joel McHale a lot, but I just don't think that he was the best for that role.
And Mike,
overall, I
your
liked
thoughts?
it, though.
Yeah, there was Christopher Knowles from The Secret Sun did a series of he reviewed it and
I have
critiqued
not read
it.
his stuff on the new series yet. I need to do that.
Oh, yeah, it's worth it. It's great. It's great, and it's better than the show, I thought. And so it was really great because he was like right on it. You could tell he was in kind of like, nerd heaven, and so it's like seemingly within hours of the show, finishing that night, the post was up, and you could tell just his dedication to digging through that. There was some cool stuff in there, and there was a scene which I remember I was sitting in, and where they were in the hospital where the children were sort of like being genetically enhanced and locked away, and they were watching Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. The one with Ricardo Montalban in it. And I just was like, oh my God, what does this reference mean? And there was right after that, I went online and there was so much speculation on what did that one scene mean? What was it implying? How do you tie it back in? And then, I'm not actually sure if it was like a jump cut into the future, but it was Fox Mulder with the child he had with Gillian Anderson, and they were watching 2001: A Space Odyssey on the couch together, a father and son moment. And I'm like, okay, what does this mean? So they were like aiming high with their metaphors,
Yeah, it was very very thick. It was very sort of semiotically thick. Lots of symbols, lots of things that signify things, and sometimes what it signified was a little unclear. I also just have to mention, I really liked the episode where Mulder was tripping on the hallucinogen, and that was fun. You got the little cameo of the lone gunman. I'm pretty sure one of only 4 fans of the Lone Gunman TV series. I loved
that show.
It was awesome. I was so happy when it came out on DVD. That was like the happiest day of that year. I loved that show. It was so good.
And as far as it continuing, the Fox TV CEO says, a lot of conversations are going on. As you can imagine, these conversations are complex. We hope to be able to announce something shortly. The exec later confirmed that the goal is to order more than season 10's 6 episodes, but less than 22.
Cool.
Fair enough. I think these little short episodic television things can be kind of interesting.
There's so much to watch now that I don't know if I could make it through a 22 episode season of anything. I mean, between Netflix and Amazon and and the WWE network, I just have too much to watch.
There's just too much on the WWE network, period.
I'm working my way through WCW in 2000 under Vince Russo.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, right? I feel I've sinned somewhere and need to atone.
All right. So the only thing I think I didn't like about the new X-Files was the ending, that they left it off on a cliffhanger without knowing if they were going to continue. And it's kind of like what?
Well, Scully was abducted. Yeah, that was. I mean, that was a UFO abduction.
Yeah, I hate cliffhangers in general. I do not think they serve a purpose other than to irritate people, because most of the time you have a year before that comes back. A year later, you don't remember what happened.
Except now that it's all on Netflix and things like that, and you can just rewatch it. So that might have been the case in a cliffhanger in an earlier era before, all this streaming video.
But I don't think they need them. I mean, the idea of the cliffhanger is to make sure people come back next year. But if you're doing a quality show, people are going to watch next year. It doesn't matter if you leave them on a cliffhanger. I think cliffhangers just serve to irritate people more than anything.
Scully was abducted. How much, how much better can it get? Yeah.
See, what I like instead of cliffhangers is what some shows have started doing. I think *Halt and Catch Fire* does this pretty well. Is the season concludes and everything is wrapped up, but there's something that happens near the end that sort of gives you an idea of where they might be going and what might be coming next, but it's not an actual cliffhanger. Yeah. It builds anticipation without being frustrating.
The new Doctor Who does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like that. Okay, you've settled the story's over. Oh, here's where the next story will go. And if it doesn't end up getting renewed, it's not like the end of the world because you haven't invested your time watching this whole season only to be left hanging.
Right.
And the last time I had you on, we talked about the Roswell slides and we talked about the disclosure hearings. And I feel like one of the things I kind of took from that is like the disclosure hearings, if nothing else, might have given the more common people out there who are not following this stuff a better view of the UFO phenomenon. It might have gotten them to take it a little more seriously, And then comes the Roswell slides 2 years later, and they went, oh, this.
Yep.
So it kind of undid any good publicity that the disclosure hearings might have actually, engineered out there.
Yeah, I think things like the Roswell slides, like the alien autopsy film before them, it isn't just that they do more harm than good. I think they actively undo good that's been done in the past. Yeah,
and therein lies the assumption that there could be some sort of conspiratorial aspect where these things were staged specifically to undo the good research that had been laid down before them, or the good publicity stunts that had been laid down before them. Yeah. So whether my sense is the alien autopsy thing. If that was a kind of a if that was a gag, if that was a hoax, that was kind of a elaborate, expensive hoax. That wasn't, finding the film from the 1940s and stuff. That's, to me, though I have no proof, just my sense is that there was a reason that happened, and someone with the money and the wherewithal to do it, managed to pull that off in a way that could easily be debunked.
Yes.
And again, we're back to the thing where it did not look like anything that alien lying on the table did not look like anything that gets reported by the people who have the direct contact experience.
Yeah.
All right, so we're up to the last couple of years now. There's been a few interesting things that have happened in the last few years. In 2016, Tom DeLonge came out again in a disclosure type of thing, saying he had information he was picked to disclose to the general public. If people don't know who he is, he was the frontman of Blink-182 for a very long time. And he has a new band, I think, called Angels and Airwaves or something like that. I forget exactly what it is.
Something like that, yeah.
Which is all songs about this type of stuff. And he's also
that's gotta get old.
He has a book out called Secret Machines as well, with A.J. Hartley talking about this stuff. And my feeling, if I'm understanding it right, is the book is fictional.
The book is fictional, and I have the book. I've attempted to read parts of it, and I'm talking having not read the book. But the first thing I did actually when I got the book is I got it on Kindle, right? And I searched out owls. I was curious if owls showed up, and they do actually show up twice in the book, and they have nothing at all to do. It was just like a little set piece, Someone mentioned, like they were driving at night and there was an owl, but and it didn't have any. There was nothing that happened after that. But it's a lot of so the book is fictional. The second book came out. Oh God, I should know what the second book is called now. And that was written by Peter Lavenda, So
yes.
Peter Levenda. So there's a very strange set of like promotional pictures where it's Tom DeLonge and John. But which is Podesta? Is he the fellow? Yes, the guy pushing for disclosure in the Hillary Clinton campaign, right?
Right.
And so it's John Podesta, Tom DeLonge, and Peter Levenda, all in this kind of official looking kind of blue blood Washington D.C. Like lobby. And Peter Levenda has got some of the most dark, bleak outlooks on the human or the American psyche.
That's dark stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, he's talking it's just one step away from drinking baby's blood kind of stuff. But and so there's the kind of grade B pop star. And a guy who's written about the occult underpinnings of the national security state, and there's someone who worked in the Clinton White House and was leading was playing an active role in Hillary's campaign, all sort of smiling at the camera like, here we're working on this big project all together. It just struck me as so weird.
Yeah, and there's some elements to it just from interviews. I haven't read the book. I looked at the number of pages and kept scrolling to a different book.
Over 700.
Yeah, nobody's got time for that. But,
and was that part of the plan? I mean, if there's got to be someone like you don't have to be be in the publishing business for 50 years to kind of say, you want to write what was the Da Vinci Code. I mean, that must have been under 300 pages. You're going to write a zippy, fast-paced, adventure book.
Publishers, they
love about 240 pages.
Yep, they've done lots of research about how much books cost to produce and how and who buys what length of books, and books that are too long. But this is one of those topics where you've got an inbuilt audience. But from what I've seen and read and interviews I've heard, there's also an undercurrent, in addition to all those very odd and slightly sinister things Mike mentioned. There's also this undercurrent of the government who's been keeping these secrets are actually the good guys, and we should be very grateful that they've done the work they've done. And so there's some cheerleading for the military industrial intelligence establishment that strikes some people as being a little come on, pal, you don't know you're being played. And that's that's one of the things is that I heard an interview with Greg Bishop. Was it on your show, Soraya?
Yeah, we talked about it on the show. Yeah.
And he's probably, as far as that genre of things, the sort of I'm being leaked secret information and now I'm going to share it with the world. He's got a lot of background in that, and and it just everybody go read Project Beta. I always plug Greg's books instead of my own because they're bad. But it's very much it's very much in that vein of, I'm being leaked secret information, but it's not disinformation. Well, how do you know? Because they told me it wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Richard Doty stuff.
This very naive. It's just there's just a lot of good guys in the government who are trying to get the word out to the people. Sort of thing. It's like, well, honestly, if you're really a good guy in the intelligence business, you're probably trying like hell not to let stuff get out. But it's anything in an ideal intelligence world, anything they tell you is what they want you to think and what they want you to know, not necessarily the truth. And they've got agendas, and I think it's fascinating. I kind of want to read this Secret Machines book. God's Man and War, I think, is the first one, and there's Chasing Shadows or other way around. I don't know.
Yeah, Chasing Shadows is the first one.
Yeah, there's like Secret Machines Book 1, Chasing Shadows, and then Secret Machines, Gods, and an official investigation of the UFO phenomenon. And I'm not sure
and that's Peter Levenda's book, yeah.
Yeah, that's the DeLonge and Levenda with the Jacques Vallée foreword. And that one's only 454 pages. So, good Lord.
And Jacques Vallée doing a forward to it seems odd to me.
And I think I'm not. My sense is just this is hearsay after hearsay after hearsay that he's Jacques Vallée has somewhat distanced himself from the project, and though that's hearsay. Hey, there's a series, I think it's a 3-part series on Mysterious Universe, that podcast series out of Australia, and they have a website that hosts. Robbie Graham.
Yep, yeah. Robbie Graham did a 3-part called The DeLong Delusion.
Yeah.
That is required reading.
The third part's out. I only read the first 2. I
read the first 2 also, yeah.
Okay. I need to find that third part. Yeah. Speaking of which, I just got Robbie Graham's Silver Screen Saucers book. And I'm
right on. What did you think?
I haven't read it yet. I just got it. And I just started.
It's less than 700 pages.
It is far less. It's outstanding. And I also, as an aside, just picked up Joshua Cutchin's Brimstone Deceit too. So I've got some good stuff on the reading pile.
But anyway, he actually in the article sums up the claims made by DeLong, which is that the UFO phenomenon is real, exotic technologies are involved. While non-human intelligences play a part in the long history of UFOs, the modern phenomena is more the result of top-secret human research and development programs. And finally, these technologies have been concealed from the public for legitimate national security reasons. Multiple nations have been long engaged in a secret Cold War struggle for access to and control of UFO technologies. Naturally, all this has far-reaching implications for global security.
Yeah, it kind of makes me well up and proud to be an American hearing something like that. Yeah. So that's the myth. Yep. That's the myth that's being perpetrated in that's the myth that was in the what do you call it? The Transformers movies, that was.
Oh yeah. Really?
Yeah, pretty much word for word. That's kind of in Transformer movies. That was ancient aliens. That actually could turn into giant cars and robots and
as a real Transformers fan from back in the day, and still those movies irk me. But yeah, that was a consistent theme that another thing, and that it was being covered up for our own good. The government is doing what it needs to do to protect us, and that sort of thread in DeLong's sort of stuff that's the dangerous part.
And that's what Robbie Graham covers so beautifully in Silver Screen Saucers.
Yep.
Just that mythology, that aspect of it. So here's this. So the thing is, right? So I mean, this is a line straight out of the X-Files. In Mulder's contact at one point. This is early on in this series. He's in the dark warehouse and he meets his contact and the fellow says the best place to hide the truth is between two lies. And so that, so I'm like, well, if he is being fed all this stuff and, something's true, what's the true part? Is it so there's that kind of, I am intrigued just to play, to solve the puzzle, to, try to work on the crossword puzzle of what's real, what was given to Tom DeLong and this the writer that he worked with, and to create this fictional story, and what's real, what's not, and what was he told was real and is actually not, just to throw researchers down blind alleys.
And you got to feel a little bad for Tom DeLong. I'm sure he believes what he's being told. I'm sure they went a far way to convincing him that what he was being told was the absolute truth. But I mean, what's this going to do to his life?
Yeah. These situations don't usually go well, do they?
No.
It's you're being used and you will be used up. And when they are gone and they have no more reason to tell you stories, you are still going to be there and you are not going to know probably exactly what happened. And there's two possibilities, really. Either you realize that you've been had and you're living with that, or you think it's all true and you don't know why they don't talk to you, and you don't know what you did to make them stop giving you the information. So this is damaging to the so-called the recipients of the so-called information, and because I don't know how it couldn't be. You invest a great deal of your life and your identity in this, and you sort of look at the Benowitz situation, and from what I've read and from what I understand, he had some problems before all of this started. It isn't like the contact with AFOSI, took a completely normal person and drove them mad. But it sure didn't help. And with DeLong's level of celebrity and the way he's really putting himself out there, this is, you got to get off the merry-go-round at some point, and then you're really dizzy and you fall over, right?
Yeah, and then there's also plans for movies and comic books and websites and podcasts, and I mean it's a big
he's going to make money off of it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, I have a slight insight into what kind of money gets made off of a book, and he might not make that much money off of it, So unless there's, I've been watching the, how things are selling on Amazon and stuff like that, and yes, it is selling, but he's not John Grisham.
No,
well, sure. But if he's also putting out movie rights, and it's probably bringing more attention to his new band.
Yeah. The money's in selling the movie options while it's hot.
Yeah.
And then the movies never get made because everything cools off. But yeah, he's the money is probably not being made on the books. The money is being made on all the ancillary spin-off media that's going to come from, or the money's being made on like the film selling the rights to companies to produce things based on this, where he gets the money and they're stuck with the job of developing the property. That's the side of things to be on, is people giving you money for ideas that then they have to do something with.
And his website is, you can get Secret Machine hats and T-shirts at his website.
For God's sake.
And what strikes me about this too is that it's very much fitting with a lot of the modern fiction on the whole UFO thing, putting the government more into it than, say, back in the 70s or 80s.
Oh yeah.
It's more X-Files-ish, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's building on this mythology of this late 80s and early mid 90s mythology of there has been a cover up since the very beginning, and where everything is sort of not known, but everything is knowable. We can find out if we get the right information, if we get the right whistleblower, if we get the right witness. We can put all of this together in a neat narrative showing that this is when Eisenhower met with the aliens at Edwards Air Force Base, and this is when the aliens had JFK killed or whatever, and which is completely unlike the narratives that were actually going during the time, which is we all think there's something going on and the government hasn't got a clue, and so they're pretending like there isn't anything going on so they don't have to admit they don't know what's going on, which is more realistic, but doesn't sell books. Or it's a terrible TV show of another week where we don't know what's going on, after reading a bunch of reports. Actually, I'd watch that show. I would watch a show of a bunch of frustrated Air Force guys who are just like, what the hell? It's like another person with the cigar-shaped glowing thing, Actually, the Jack Webb UFO TV show or whatever was kind of like that. Well, another story where we've solved this Project Blue Book case by saying it was unknown but probably not strange. It's very crew cut Jack Webb style guys.
Yeah,
so that was a fun show.
Now, one of the other things that's risen in talk about UFOs and stuff come from the and again, to me this feels like it built off the X-Files to some degree, is the whole military abduction thing, where the military is abducting people and making them think they had alien abductions. And I don't know exactly where that idea started, but I'm pretty sure it started post X-Files.
Oh no, it was around before that.
Was it? Okay.
Oh yeah, I think so. And I mean, there was a great X-Files episode where they even, what was it? Where the one with Jose Chung,
Yeah,
where
Jose
it
Chung's
ends.
from Outer Space.
Yeah, and where it ends where the person who had the military abduction actually becomes a cult leader, which I thought was a wonderful little twist. I've talked to people who tell of these direct experiences, and they seem credible to me. They're sharing their memories. I've heard some very there's a report of and this is just I would have a hard time citing this. Someone had a classic UFO type experience, abduction experience, and then the next morning they got up and there was like a medical box, like something like a that would like a like an ambulance driver would carry, just like it had some medical equipment, in their living room, just sitting there open, as if someone had filled the syringe there in the living room and actually created, rendered someone unconscious or susceptible to hypnosis,
and then forgot about their stuff.
And then in the dark and in the tiptoeing around, forgot about that one little box. So I've talked to people who have there are credible people telling incredible stories. And it gets very murky, it gets very, very murky. My sense is that where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's a chance that these are exactly what people are saying. But what I feel the conclusion that seems more easy for me is that it's a combination of several things. I mean, it's often just men in a uniform. It's not an Air Force uniform. It's not a uniform with a rank or insignia on it. It's just men in uniforms. That's what people are reporting. And I mean, could that be just as much a screen memory as someone seeing a giant deer or a giant owl? Is it true abduction? And so these things certainly get reported. And I will tell you, the people who tell these accounts are pretty anxious folks. I mean, if there's they seem traumatized. So if someone tells me a story like this, and they seem perfectly well adjusted and calm and serene, that would be a red flag. They tell me these stories, and they are agitated and frightened and confused, which seems to be that it doesn't seem like it's a form of mental illness. It seems like it's a form of trauma that they've endured. So so the military abduction thing is very curious.
It's it's one of those things where the nuts and bolts, who is trying to mess with whose head sort of line of questioning, I always sort of come at some of these things with sort of, I kind of want to think that, this is that maybe certainly not all of the abduction type experiences people have are military or some other, black hat agency sort of operations. But then sort of the rational part of my brain kicks in, and I sort of wonder why the military would have to do this. There are federal prisons full of people. There are black sites throughout the world where enemies, real or imagined, are abducted and taken for various reasons, legitimate and not. It seems like the government or government agencies would have almost no shortage of people to do things to if they need to do some sort of strange experiments.
So the implication is that these are UFO abductees. Some researchers call them re-abductions, right? So you have a UFO abductee who's abducted by the aliens on Monday, and we have to make the assumption that somehow this UFO abductee has been monitored, right? So there's like the black van parked down the street and around the corner monitoring this thing, and these people on the 24-hour watch, here comes the UFO, and the UFO, the abduction is taking place. So that takes place on a Wednesday. I have talked to a handful of people who've had these experiences, and one of the things they talk about is the aliens sort of say, "Hey, you want to fly the ship? You want to fly it? Come on, here, I'll show you. It's like, sit here." And then it's a completely hands off, or if it is hands on, it's basically just hands, palms down on a blank, table almost, or dashboard. And then they, use direct thought to fly the craft. And I've heard I've read about a bunch of accounts like that, and certainly talked to a handful of people who tell exactly that. And then so these people would then be re-abducted, right? So they said they're abducted by the aliens on Monday, and sometimes Wednesday they send in the boys without any markings on their uniforms. They drug them, they take them off to a spot, and then they interrogate them, and often very, very harsh interrogation. And the question is basically, what do you know about flying the UFO? How does this work?
Huh. Interesting.
So that's one avenue of thought, and that story I've read, and I've talked to researchers who have talked to people, though I have never talked to anyone directly who has had a U.S. government agent in a like a re-abduction scenario, like I just explained, ask about how to fly the craft. I've certainly talked to people who claim to have flown the craft in their contact experience. And then I've certainly talked to researchers who tell of working with people who tell of the re-abduction event at the hands of a government. Now, the implication is that they've got like a crashed flying saucer in perfect shape somewhere in a hangar in Nevada, and they just do not know how to fly it. So they monitor these abductees, and these abductees have these stories like, hey, like I said, you want to fly the craft? I'm sure I'll fly the craft. And they fly it around, and it's just reminds me of like my big brother, like, you want to drive the car? Come on, why don't you drive the car? Really? Yeah. So it's got that kind of aspect to it. So, so yes, so that is, I mean, whatever, it's a rich, thick, complicated corner of the UFO research, and I summed it up in a way that was probably oversimplified in a way that doesn't do the real story justice. But that's in a way the thread that is emerging, that kind of thing.
That's interesting. Although, yeah, the you want to fly the saucer, that sounds, I'm not sure. That's weird, but
it's weird, but it shows up all the time.
That's interesting.
It shows up all the time.
I like that.
And it's all, and people are saying the same thing, and which is curious because in the Roswell, whatever the alien autopsy movie, right? There's, not only do they have the funny scene of the six-fingered, person lying on the autopsy table, they also have like a guy in a military uniform kind of standing in limbo there, harshly lit in black and white, holding up these little things that exactly match what Jesse Marcel Jr. claims to have held, which is little teeny, shiny, lightweight, look like aluminum I-beams, but when you zoom in close, they've got, hieroglyphs on them. And they also have, he's holding up like what looks like a part of a tabletop, right? So it's the dashboard. It's this flat little piece of tabletop, and it has the imprint of a six-fingered hand. It's obviously that's what you put your hands on, right? So the six-fingered alien, he's driving his his special souped-up flying saucer. Then that's where he puts his hands to fly the UFO. So that was very curious to me, sort of having immersed myself in that aspect of the weirdness that the alien autopsy movie had, that hands-on, palms down on the control board, as I'm certain it was faked. I don't think it was a real thing. Right. That was, but whoever faked it, had obviously read the same stuff I read.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's out there. Yeah.
One of the things that comes to mind is Strieber talking about how he was asleep the one day and someone basically came in and put the implants in. And I remember his blog post about it initially before he wrote about it in his, not his latest book with whatchamacallit, but the one before that, Solving the Communion Enigma. And basically he said these were not extraterrestrials, these were people. They got into my house. They put this implant in me. So, and he was absolutely certain this was not the visitors that did this to him. And I wonder if that falls into the same category. I mean, he had, if I remember right, his alarm system was disabled, and it shouldn't have been able to be disabled. And it was disabled by an electromagnetic field that was still there the next day.
And he was lying in bed and heard this. I'm paraphrasing from memory. He was lying and heard in his mind, as if through a radio in his brain, someone saying, "Condition red, all clear," something to that effect.
Yeah,
as if he was tapping into the walkie-talkies of the secret agents.
I don't remember him saying it was in his head. I know he said he heard that. He heard noise on the gravel outside too.
Yeah,
like
I'm pretty sure he heard it in his head. You may be correct, but that's the way I'm remembering it. So.
And so who knows if that's connected to the whole military abduction thing, or if it was, the
and
visitors.
Is it alien technology? I mean, or like this little teeny thing that they put in his ear that and he's had the surgeon on the his Dreamland show, and the surgeon says, like there's a videotape of this. There's nothing to see really because you can't really, but the audio. Where they slice open his ear, right? Tiny little incision. The ear's not very big. And they have this little thing, and it's this white little blob of something about the size of a cantaloupe seed. And he touches it with the scalpel, and it sort of wiggles away like a fish in shallow water deeper into the ear. And then there's a kind of a pause in the audio, and the guy says, "Okay, now we're going to sew this right back up." And and he's had that surgeon on. I mean, I have not gone through the process of fact checking whether it was actual surgeon, but I gotta trust that would be the easiest thing in the world to try to fact check. And the guy says, "Yep, strangest thing I've ever seen. Yep, this is what happened. I touched it with a scalpel. It skidded away. I got kind of freaked out and said, operation's over. Give me the suture. We're closing them up." So yes, is that. That was what was put in his ear by those humans. If everything he says, another problem is this whole issue is just so filled with distorted memories and mixed up timelines. And so what really is going on is difficult to say. But if we take him at his word, we have humans putting something in his ear that, for all intent and purposes, would be alien technologies, seemingly beyond what we have presently.
Yeah. Seemingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's
All right. Well, let's in a semi-connected sort of theme, let's look at the whole WikiLeaks UFO thing. So WikiLeaks, supposedly released UFO documents and so on and so forth, but it doesn't seem like anything of any real consequence came out of it.
Not out of the UFO stuff that I can tell.
No.
Yeah.
And there was one thing where Edgar Mitchell was part of a thread that was sent to John Podesta, who was there, smiling with Tom DeLonge and Peter Levenda, in the it's my understanding there was a documentary in the production too. There is a documentary in the production as part of the Tom DeLonge Secret Machine, media empire, but where was I? Oh, so the email was sent to John Podesta, and you know what? The problem I had with it. You know what? It looked like one of those sloppy emails that someone just forwards, right? So it's like you kind of get a forwarded email, and you kind of scroll down, like, wait a minute, this wasn't written by him. He's just forwarding this part, and it's like some other letter, and it's like this letter isn't even like he's using like a cut and paste of a letter that. There's a cut and paste, in my opinion, of what is clearly a letter written by Edgar Mitchell, one of the men who walked on the face of the moon. But it's nothing. It's like this. I mean, he has been talking about this stuff for a decade. It was a very succinct kind of, there's every reason we should be looking into these subjects, because now is the time, and we should just end the secrecy and strive forward and I'm doing this all paraphrasing from memory, but there was absolutely nothing at all in that email that he hadn't talked about publicly, Edgar Mitchell. And so it just seemed like a almost like a form letter that, if he wanted to make his case, he would just cut and paste this tidy little 4 paragraphs. I don't have it in front of me, but so when I saw that thing, and it was like, the WikiLeaks email about, that went to the White House. I'm like, oh my God, this is like, this is the stuff that clogs my email inbox. This kind of stuff. There's nothing here.
Yeah. I was just looking at one I sort of half remembered, so I went and found it. Some Podesta emails with some forwards and the Clinton campaign and things like that back in 2015, Hillary was going to go on the Jimmy Kimmel show. And basically some staffers were saying, look, if you ask her about UFOs, because, everyone's like, it's anticipated he'll ask about UFOs because he asked Bill about UFOs years ago. And one of the staffers thought it would be a fun sort of thing if Hillary said, quote, Jimmy, if you talk about UFOs, people think you're nuts. You have to use the term UAP, unexplained aerial phenomenon. And then this is something the government should study. It was kind of a joke, right? It was something to get laughs, to make Hillary look like a UFO dork on a late night sort of comedy talk show. And it's like I think this is at the Open Minds site where I saw this story, or Open Minds or something, one of those sites. And there's like, oh my gosh, reference to Clinton's UFO interests. It's like, yeah, it's a reference because much like a lot of these things, when it's revealed that so-and-so like John Podesta said something about UFOs, shockingly, given the percentage of people who are interested in UFOs and the paranormal, some of them are going to have jobs in politics. And, we're going to find out that they have an interest in this. And, just like any of us would if we had a job there, we'd sort of talk about it. Say, hey, do you know anything? Or let's talk about this, or let's talk about that. It's not evidence of secret chicanery or shenanigans. It's just people are interested in this, and those people are in power, and they're sending emails back and forth, and they're getting emails forwarded to them, like Mike said. Mm-hmm. And, there's nothing, what's the line? There's no there. There's no smoking gun here.
Now, one thing I will say, and so Edgar Mitchell died last year, and he was very outspoken about his interest in UFOs. So here's a guy who came back. He had I think it was called a samadhi experience. He was coming back from them. He tells it much better than, there's plenty of, you can just watch UFO, get on YouTube, and he'll tell this story. So Edgar Mitchell, returning from the moon, there's a point when their craft is, they called it in the barbecue, the little, the module that flew home from the moon is rotating slowly because it just heats up too much in the sun without any atmosphere. So it's got to keep rotating, and it's nice and slow. And he's just looking out the window, and his job was to land the craft on the moon. So his job was done on the flight home. So he could just look out the window, and he had this kind of epiphany, kind of realization that there's all is one. And he got back, and he kind of whispered it around and found some researchers and said, has anyone else ever had this experience? It was so powerful. And they did a little work, and they realized, yes, this is, referred to in I guess Indian religious forms as a samadhi experience. And it was this basic all-knowing moment, and he said, well, that fits exactly what I experienced, so that's what I'll call it. And from that point on, he started IONS, which is the Institute of Noetic Sciences outside of San Francisco, doing sort of research into the paranormal and consciousness. And but I'm going to be very, because I'm talking about someone who was a national hero, and at the same time, would go to UFO conventions. And I talk to a lot of people. So when I go to UFO conventions, I say, hey, are you an abductee? And you have permission to say that. And some people say, yeah, I am actually. And then you just start, you have a conversation with them, and that's what I do. And I would talk to these people, and on several occasions, I can't tell you quite how many, someone will say, oh, I have these abduction experiences. And, I'm friends with is Edgar Mitchell. He found out, I talked to him, and I, told him my story, and then he started inviting me over. And so, and then I heard that from a handful of folks. So if these folks are to be believed, and they had no reason to make it up, and there's pictures of him with Edgar Mitchell on their phone and stuff. And, he's like a retired guy living in Florida. And, so he's having abductees come and visit him and hang out with him and spend the afternoon and have lunch with him. That to me is very interesting. So,
yeah, no, definitely. What was the kid who was in the UK and hacked into the US?
Gary McKinnon.
McKinnon, yeah.
Now this is actually something else this Obama was in office, and what was the prime minister before the present one?
Cameron.
Cameron, yeah. So Cameron was there. They were. So Cameron's making a state visit to the United States, and he's at the White House. And they had a little press conference, and it was sort of a pretty simple staged thing. And it was we just had this great meeting, and we're looking forward to working together. And we had a positive thing, and we resolved a lot of issues, kind of thing. And then they take some questions from the audience, and one of the questions was, what are you doing with? And no one mentioned the UFO thing. He said, what about the extradition of Gary McKinnon? And they fielded that question. They were obviously briefed on it. They may have even talked about it, and they just fielded it just as smooth as can be, both of them. Just like, well, we've both talked about that, and we talked about it in the thing. And the previous stance has softened somewhat, and that was when they kind of announced that they were no longer seeking extradition of Gary McKinnon to bring him from the UK back to America to stand trial for, what would it be, like espionage or something.
Yeah.
But so here's like Cameron, Obama, the reporter, asking a question. The reporter asks a question without mentioning UFOs. These guys answer the question without UFOs, just as smooth can be. And so whatever went on, they were briefed. They knew what the question was. They were, if they were expecting the question, they had it well rehearsed. And so just and that's where McKinnon's claim to have. And it's really interesting because he said he was smoking pot. He's autistic and stayed up late and smoking pot and on his computer. I think the smoking pot thing is correct. I remember that was, and he hacked into, I think, the Navy to try to find out about free energy, and found a list of ships that had no classification in any way. And then when he looked at the pictures, he was looking at basically like, man-made flying saucers, and it was like the space fleet. And at some point, like they figured out, like, whoever the spies are on that end, figured out that they were being tapped into, and then click, he got cut off. And shortly thereafter, he was, there was a knock on his door. So he has no proof of anything, doesn't have a screen grab, doesn't have anything, but he wrote about and shared what he had seen. As part of his defense, he wanted it to be public and in the open. That was a decision made to share the stuff publicly, in the hopes that it would aid him in not being dragged out of the UK into Guantanamo, basically.
Yeah. And if it's true, it's interesting. It doesn't prove anything, like a lot of stuff. It's just kind of one of those. Well, that's interesting, but what does it really say?
Well, it says that the head of state of the United States of America and the head of state of the United Kingdom know all about it, and spoke as eloquently as they could, and just gave a smooth answer, and just let's move on. So that to me is interesting.
Aaron?
Yeah, that's much more about Gary McKinnon than I know. So, yeah, I think I remember the press conference though, and I was surprised. So I was watching some stream of news or something, and I heard Gary McKinnon. I was like, what? The UFO hacker? Because that's all I really knew about. But yeah, it was one of those things that, just sort of looking at it prosaically, just sort of demonstrates that, yes, politicians are briefed about every possible question they might be asked about any possible topic, and they know what to say and what not to say.
Or the reporters are plants in the first place.
Yep.
And why would they? Yeah, maybe they just asked that question so it could be dismissed so that would, if someone in the back row was going to ask the same question and use the UFO word, right? So they may have got like, some guy in the back row is going to say, what about the UFO hacker, Gary McKinnon? And then instead they planted the person in the front row who said, what about the extradition process for Gary McKinnon?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
It definitely did give steam to the breakaway civilization idea. That we have a whole group of people who are using much more advanced technology than are being shared with the rest of the planet, and have spaceships out there and all this other stuff, but it didn't really lend any level of proof to it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was another sort of, yes, that is a good supposition to make, that without
without having solid stuff behind it.
All right, let's talk about, and I did a couple of shows on this. What I don't know exactly how to term it differently, but I want to say hybrids, but more modern hybrids. People who believe that they are part alien and part human, as opposed to the Bud Hopkins, where he would say the aliens are harvesting sperm and ova and stuff to create a hybrid child that is then kept on the ship. There are a number of people who now believe that they are part alien, part human. And I think there's other variations on this that are not alien necessarily, but let's deal with this version of the hybrid belief. And I know, Mike, you've met some of these people.
Oh yeah, and I mean, Cynthia Crawford, I believe, is in that book. Now, Cynthia Crawford and I interviewed her, and she has a completely outrageous story until you've heard it a handful of times, and then you're sort of forced to pay attention. Now, she claims that. So I think she had this bugs me when I can't do this stuff from memory. My brain is so awash in this stuff that it's tough to remember every little detail. So she feels that she was a hybrid, and I asked her, did it take place on a ship? And she said it took place there was a mixing of alien DNA and human DNA, and she says it straight out, and that she is the product of this gene splicing. I will say that she is unusually tall for a woman, unusually muscular. She's probably in early 60s right now. Big, wide, broad shoulders, and one of the kindest, sweetest, most radiant people I've ever met. She's just got a glorious glow about her. And I literally seek her out when I'm at, she's wonderful to be in the presence of. And I say that with absolute honesty. And she, she claims to channel, she makes these sculptures, and she claims to channel, some people will channel, the spoken word, or they'll automatic write on a piece of paper, but she claims that her sculptures are channeled, that she makes these little busts of little gray aliens, and she's got names for all of them and tells you exactly the galaxy they come from. And now, I suspect strongly that if they did a DNA test on her, which is very expensive, and I don't foresee anyone actually going to go ahead and do this, that, like Stephen Greer's documentary, she would come out as 100% human. And right. But there's this other side to the which was the first place I ever read about it was I believe in John Mack's book Abduction, where people will, under deep hypnosis, sort of jump back. They're going there for their UFO contact experiences. They'll meet aliens on board a craft, and these memories will be recovered in hypnosis, and they'll say oh, this is my family. I'm back. I'm with my family. I feel this love. I feel this radiance. I feel this familiarity that I've never felt with my own family. And then they'll, John Mack would say, let's go to one level deeper. Let's go to one level deeper. And then all of a sudden, wait a minute, this is a different life. I'm in a different life. And they'll say, I'm an alien. They'll look down at themselves and I'm an alien. I'm an alien in a different life. And I am at some meeting where, you're with the little alien council, and they're saying, okay, do you volunteer to do the hard work, to reincarnate on Earth to play this special role? And the alien says, yes, I do. Now, this is very, very common you get a bunch of UFO abductees at the bar. They'll say my real identity is family is my star family, and this is I just reincarnated here to play this role and to do this duty, and they'll just say it as straight can be, and I've heard it so many times that I know when it's coming, and I just don't even bat an eye, and I pay attention and listen. So there's this blurring. Now, when you say hybrid, is it a physical hybrid where they were actually born with spliced genes, or the same way that we have I don't know, hybrid strawberries and kiwis in the grocery store, I mean, some of that can be done through gene splicing. Some of it can done just be through hybridization, through how the farmer would fertilize the seeds or the flowers. So it's very murky, and I think that within the UFO lore, there's this kind of echo chamber. That within the abductees, there's this kind of echo chamber where you just say it enough times and it sort of becomes truth, right? So you use the term DNA, right? My DNA has been upgraded. Oh my God, I cannot tell you how many times I've heard that. And maybe some type of upgrade has taken place. People say that, like, oh, I had a visitation and now I feel different. I have this, and usually it's around a sense of mission. Something changes, but they'll say my DNA has been upgraded. I don't know if that's true, and I understand if that's like a simple metaphor. It's treated as literal truth by a lot of people. And I can take a half step back and say, well, maybe not, but I understand what you're implying, though it may not be, we may not be able to look at the DNA under a microscope and see that it's upgraded. So this hybridization thing, which Barbara Lamb is, yes. And Barbara Lamb she's an easy target because she's a therapist first, and she is not a scientist. And so she's just collecting stories and then sharing the stories that she uncovers, oftentimes through hypnosis. So there's all kinds of problems there. But I believe the people who are telling these accounts are genuine people, and they don't seem to be malicious in their lying. Let me say, that's a horrible way to put it. They don't seem to be malicious. They don't seem to have any malicious intent in what they're saying. They seem to say it from a point of believing it. So yes, I believe strongly that there could be a more spiritual or more soul-based, let me put it that way, blending of two separate species. Rather than this physical thing. So they and I might be, maybe I'm trying to simplify it in order for myself to believe it. But and then I will say that these people who tell these stories have had very, very unusual life experiences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sort of hybridization makes more sense to me than the idea that, well, we took an alien sperm and a human egg and we made a hybrid, because that just, honestly, as weird as it sounds, that seems less likely and less realistic to me than some sort of, if not spiritual or soul-based sort of, reincarnation or transplanting of experiences, of maybe a cultural hybridization. There's part of your consciousness that was taken away or sent as you're a mental exchange student from the aliens, and your consciousness was put into this human body, and so you have these memories and you have these experiences, but physically you are human. I think in a weird way that makes more sense to me than
me too.
And it makes more sense to me, and I say that in a way because I don't want to have, these are nice people and I like them, and I don't want them to get the DNA test because I know it's going to come up as probably 100% human. That said, we talked offline about just one of the people that I have met, and she's a radiant person and doing really dedicated work with animals, and it's really, this is a person whose soul and mission on earth is in every way doing something good.
Okay. And yeah, I think the spiritual level of that, I mean, it might be that they're part something else that they have no better anchor for in this reality than to say it's alien. And then that just kind of fills in around our current beliefs in the extraterrestrial culture and so on and so forth. And then that's where, that builds out, not so much that they're inventing it, but it's just the way our consciousness parses it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I'm certain there's many, many more people that are in that book, that tell of these types of things. And one of the things that, and the implication is that there's also, along with that comes the indigo children or the star children.
Right. Right.
And that would be, they would be the same thing. They would be somehow genetically enhanced or upgraded. Genetics has a very, very defined meaning in a biolaboratory. It has a very much looser meaning at a UFO conference. So there's and here's another thing that shows up a lot. And you talk to a UFO abductee, and these people have these very strange experiences. And I've heard people say like, "Oh my God, this weird thing happened on the night my child was conceived." They tell like out and out, people in the room and abduction and creepy stuff. And that was the night the child was abducted, conceived. The child was conceived on that night, and this child later, graduates high school at 13 and is, beats the chess master and then goes on to, Ivy League school and majors in physics, and I've heard that story in one form or another many times. What does that mean? Where do we go with that?
I had, the woman I interviewed on here was Charmaine, who is in the book Meet the Hybrids. And at no point did I get the feeling that she was being deceptive in any way. I mean, it was very hard to swallow the story she was telling. But, like, at no point did she seem crazy. At no point did she seem like she was making it up. It's just I wasn't really sure where to put it in the box of, okay, this is very material reality. This is very symbolic reality. That it's kind of like I'm not really sure where this lies on that spectrum.
Yeah, that's the problem. You get a credible person telling an incredible story.
Yeah,
and it's you get an incredible story being told by a non-credible person. That's one thing. So
right.
But it's very, very tough. Very tough.
So let's jump to the other side of the spectrum and look at a couple of things that have happened this last year or so with space and aliens. The first one, of course, is this Tabby star. And this is the one where they're hypothetically saying, well, maybe it's a Dyson sphere around an advanced civilization and such. This was, I want to say this initially came out in 2015. And I'm guessing you guys have heard this, right?
Yeah, I don't know a lot of details beyond, there's a star that went sort of weird, and they're like, well, maybe it dimmed or it got
dimming over the decades.
Yeah. So it was darkening, and then it's like, well, maybe it's a alien structure around it, or maybe it's not. Was it Yale? Was the scientist from Yale, Tabby? I'm looking it up.
Yeah, I'm looking it up as well.
Boyajian.
Better than I could have done with that.
Yeah, Tabitha Boyajian. Along with citizen scientists from the Planet Hunters crowdsourcing program. So they're seeing the star darken, and so there's the speculation that it is a Dyson sphere, which is a giant sphere that encompasses the star, and like you live on the inside surface of the sphere. If that sounds weird, go watch the Next Generation episode Relics with Scotty in it from season 6 of Star Trek: Next Generation, and there's a Dyson sphere in there. So all I know about Dyson spheres I know from that episode of Star Trek. But I didn't know it was a real thing. I thought it was a Star Trek thing for a long time. But it's interesting, and it sort of goes along with other efforts to sort of figure out how we might detect the alien presence if we aren't being buzzed by flying saucers constantly.
And Joshua Cutchin came up with an interesting question about this, and his thought is, okay, so let's say we can prove there's alien life out in the cosmos somewhere. What does that do to the study of UFOs? Like, do people then just start assuming that that's where UFOs came from? Do the weird part of UFOs just kind of get ignored even more at that point? I mean, what happens to the culture in looking at this idea?
That is a really good question. Because a lot of what ufologists talk about is, well, what would happen to our society, or what would happen to religion, or what would happen to science if we knew this was true? And that's a good way to turn around and say, well, what would happen to you? What would you have left? You have all these theories, and it's like, well, we don't know if your theories are right, but we know this is true because we've got these radio signals. We've found this Dyson sphere. We've found this planet that is so capable of supporting life. It would be weird if it wasn't supporting life. What would happen to ufology? The sort of gut reaction is it would be sort of, justified and strengthened and reinforced, but I'm not sure if it would be, depending on what was found and what conclusions were drawn from that. Actually, what would happen is no matter what the conclusions were, ufologists would say that anything that changes what they think is clearly part of the cover-up, right? So they would keep the narrative going that the scientists are still lying about everything. But more honest ones would have some interesting conversations about where to go.
And toward the end of last year, there was a team of astronomers who were picking up strange signals from a cluster of stars that they believe are actually aliens trying to tell the universe they exist.
Yeah, this was strange. This was strange because, we've been sort of, ufologically growing up with Stan Friedman making fun of SETI, silly effort to investigate and, blah, 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 blah. It's like, and I've made fun of it too. It's like in a much more sophisticated way, of course, by saying, why do we assume that other civilizations would develop technology like radio just because we develop technology like radio?
Right.
It's that sort of, Earth
human-centric.
Yeah, human-centric, anthropomorphic way of looking at things. But hey, it looks like they might have found something. I can't remember if I read this in a story or I saw it or I just sort of imagined it, but there's some sort of story in my head where we hear these signals, or we detect these signals, and we trace them back to the source, and what it is it's in some way a just sort of bouncing back or reflection of the signals we sent out years ago. So what we're actually picking up is our own signals having been bent back towards us, which is kind of a letdown. But it's interesting. It's interesting to see between those radio signals and the dimming stars Dyson sphere thing. It's exciting because regardless of what this ends up being, it's something from outer space that that the scientific authorities might not have been expecting.
I am fairly confident that there is extraterrestrial life out there.
Oh yeah.
I am not confident it's been here. It may have in the distant past, maybe not. And I don't necessarily think the UFO phenomena point to that. It could. But even if it does, I don't think it's in the nuts and bolts way of them flying ships here.
Yeah. And you know what? It's sort of, after talking to so many people with so many interesting ideas about what this phenomenon might be, I would feel kind of let down if it were nuts and bolts spacecraft from another planet. I'd be like, that's it? It's just some people from two neighborhoods over who decided to visit?
But there's so much more to the mythology. It's like the warring factions between the Arcturians and the Zeta Reticulans and the all taking orders from the light beings, and it's just
and then
so
Ashtar
much more than
shows
that.
up. It's just all these different ideas about multi-dimensional universes and things like that. That if it was just a flying saucer, it would just be kind of almost prosaic, right?
I think Jacques Vallée says something to the same effect. He said he would be disappointed if it's only visitors from another planet. Yeah. The way I look at it is it's like, I don't think the Greek gods really lived on Mount Olympus, right? They weren't like up there, on the top of that mountain. But there's but there's a rich tradition of these myths, and you got to kind of pay attention to them. And then there's a story with them, and then there's like metaphors and deeper meanings within these myths. And that's my same sense with the UFO mythology. It's like, well, I don't think that if we took a really powerful telescope and pointed it at the Pleiadian star system, we'd, got a really good close-up of one of the planets, we'd see like these handsome, tall people with blonde hair and perfect physiques walking around, but I do pay attention to the stories that emerge the same way that I paid attention to, the Greek myths when we talked about them in junior high school.
Yeah, it's as scholars have said, it's a modern mythology, and it's got its supernatural figures, and it's got its human prophets, and it's got its cadre of believers, and it's got the skeptics who hammer away at its foundations, and
it's got like evidence, physical evidence, and people telling compelling accounts of their experiences.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, absolutely. It's an example of not just mythology, but disorganized religion in a way.
Yeah.
Well, we have one more thing I want to mention briefly, but other than that, we've actually done it. We covered all the subjects that I had down for part 11, which brings us up to pretty much current day, 2017, beginning of 2017. And the last thing I wanted to throw out there was definitely more in the fun category. And there's a TV show that they started last October called People of Earth. And I loved this. I thought it was just absolutely hilarious. And I'm sure there's people who take the UFO thing so seriously that they'll just be offended by it. But I thought it was great.
Yeah. That's some whisperings. People are like, not cool with this is played for comedy.
Because
whoever did it obviously has paid attention to this stuff.
Oh yeah. There's little things in there that they have a handle on it, and I love it too. I don't think I'm quite up to date on the most recent episodes, but I watched the first 6 or 7, and it was, what I loved about it was, after they get through the first couple episodes of sort of establishing the whole alien abduction support group thing, they don't leave it off to the side because the aliens become characters themselves, right? Mm-hmm. But everybody gets some character development. You start to see some depth, and you start to see some relationships. And about halfway through the third episode, I realized, well, this is actually a good show.
Yes.
I like these people, and I like these characters, and I like what they're doing with them. And I love the guy. I love the guy who just wants to be abducted. He's in the support group, but he's never been abducted, and he just wants to be. And it's like, I think we've all probably met people like that who they just want to have. They believe in the experience, and they feel ripped off that they have so much belief in it, but it's never happened to them. And why are these things being wasted on people who don't appreciate them? Yeah, it's a fun show. I like it, and it's got some real heart to it. So.
Yeah. Mike, what were your thoughts when you only watched the first few, right?
The first couple episodes, it's the only 2 I've seen, and I kind of was like, I kind of wanted to like it, and it kind of pushed my buttons in the wrong way, but it's it's a little bit, I don't know, it was. Here's what I want, and in a way, I want to see that same show played deadly serious, played with full drama, with absolute not a speck of humor in it. I would love to see that, so in essence, the same story, the UFO support group and all the characters and everything they're going through and all the ramifications on how things are changing and morphing and the interactions with the beings and stuff like that. But instead of being played sort of, with kind of, it reminds me of the movie Paul. And I actually liked that movie Paul.
Yeah.
And I kind of liked the TV show, but it was just kind of pushing my buttons, and I don't have a cable subscription, so I was just kind of figuring out a way to watch it for free online, which I think I can do now. But and maybe I'll catch up on it. But it I just think the more compelling thing, instead of playing it for laughs, would be to play it deadly serious. And just, to me, that would be exciting.
Sure. But I think if they would see, I would wish if they did it deadly serious, they wouldn't do it the same way. Like in this, you're looking
not exactly the same way, but you know what I'm saying.
It's, to me, this is almost like a tongue-in-cheek poke at UFO culture. You know, it's like they take all the cliches and they throw them out there. But at the same time, you have Wyatt Cenac's character who comes in going, this is nonsense. And then the more he gets involved in it, the more he's going, oh, God, maybe this is not nonsense.
Yeah.
And then he starts remembering things through his entire life. And yeah, it's couched in that sort of comedy setting. But this is all stuff that has some basis in reality. I mean, where he's suddenly having memories of this lizard, alien when he's a kid, and he's having all these other memories. Like, what the hell's happening to my life? And that is kind of what an abductee goes through, even though this is done for comedy.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's not so much poking fun at the experiences or the experiencers. It's poking fun at the attitudes that sort of build around, like you said, the culture itself. And then the individuals themselves are always, despite the humor, usually pretty sympathetic characters that you want to get to the bottom of their stories.
I have been in UFO support groups and had abductee support groups and had someone use the term abduction, and then had literally someone, excuse me, we prefer that. Let's not use it. Let's just agree that we're not going to use that term. We're all on agreement, right? And it was like, and
that's an exact scene from that show.
And I don't know how I'm sure that happens in every UFO support group on some way or another. Someone has a really dark experience. And I mean, I've literally, like, shouting matches have occurred in some of these things where, one person has had this beautiful, blissful, angelic experience, and the other person has had the dark trauma nightmare experience. And let me tell you, they're not meeting in the middle ground. It's tense. So so that was very funny, that little first scene where they were like, he called it a UFO abduction group, and they all went, ooh, wait a minute, we do not use that term here. We are experiencers.
So I mean, I liked it. I watched all the episodes. I enjoyed it, and it did get renewed, as far as I know. So.
Oh, good.
Well, then maybe I should follow up on it, because it is something that I took interest in. And so here's the thing. So the Ozzie Graham, right? That's his name.
Who? Oh, that's the character.
The character, Ozzie Graham. Now you write that on a piece of paper, and right below it, there's a UFO author, historian, researcher focusing on films named Robbie Graham, and a journalist basically, an investigative journalist. So there's two investigative journalists, one and they almost the same name, So that was something I thought was like, did that happen on accident?
No, I don't think so, because there's so many little hints in there that these people know the UFO culture very well. I mean, I don't know who makes it, but there's just too much there to say it was just an accident.
And honestly, to find all that stuff out, you could go on to 3 blogs and like spend the morning taking notes and get all of that. So
yeah, but I feel like a lot of TV people don't do that.
Well, they did it on this show. Yeah, I agree that they did it on this show. Yeah,
they would just throw it out. Gray aliens are taking people. Instead, they have the Nordics and the Greys and the lizard people. It's like, oh, they included Nordics. That's interesting.
That sort of struck me too.
They had there's like this kind of like sex subplot where the women are. I mean, I know women who have tell of like deep love for their alien suitors. So.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of legitimate reality behind what they're doing and just kind of having fun with it. I don't think it's meant to be insulting to experiencers. I think they're just taking the subject and making it, it's Hogan's Heroes. The Holocaust wasn't funny, but Hogan's Heroes had a way of making it lighthearted and funny and making the Germans look silly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I never thought of that. I never made the Hogan's Heroes metaphor, but yeah, so yeah, and I've only seen the first couple episodes, and it was, kind of, you could tell that they had the funny synchronicity thing being played out, and so someone did their homework. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for this 2-year-long series.
No problem. It's fun.
And we're going to come up with a way to bring you two back together. We had some ideas we were talking over to do other segments, obviously not UFO history, but things from UFO history.
Yeah.
If anyone out there has any suggestions, or if we missed anything major. The problem is, I know we went through the 80s and we never talked about Rendlesham, and we had to go back and talk about Rendlesham. Because I'll make a list of what we're going to talk about, and some things just slip. It's not like I can go to a web page that says, tell me every interesting thing that happened in UFO culture in 1980. I'm mostly going through it off the top of my head and doing a few internet searches and seeing if anything jogs my memory here and there to kind of come up with all this stuff. And there's a few things I just didn't know about. So I'm sure we missed stuff. But, there's 11 episodes out there that are mostly about an hour and a half each. So that's a lot to listen through.
Holy crap. That's 11 times 11 times
Jeez, we could release it as an audiobook.
Yeah, pretty much. But so this has been fantastic, and I'm really glad I brought you two together. I had you both on the first one was in February, but I had you both on in that December previous. And you were both my favorite interviews in a while, and I was just like, oh, these two are going to mix so well, and you did.
Yeah, Michigan. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, it must be.
Michigan people.
Because even though you're coming from completely different viewpoints of this, it just, I think that's what makes it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, bald Michigan. People were bald. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, two bald guys who are connected to Michigan. It's how could it not work?
Yeah.
So, welcome to UFO History Part, 2017. Let's do that. I'm here with Aaron Gulyas and Mike Clelland. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi. Thanks for having us on.
And people wanted another UFO history show after we covered all of history, so figured here on the 5th anniversary of Where'd the Road Go, why not do last year?
Yes. And we're getting pretty close to the anniversary of when we started the UFO history series in general, wasn't it? February of...
It was the first week in February, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, how interesting. But that was like 1989 or something like that, wasn't it? It's been doing a long time.
It was 78, actually. I had you guys on as the first show in the new year, like the third year or something like that for the UFO history thing. And but it feels more appropriate to do it on the anniversary date at this point, since it's probably one of the most popular shows overall that we've done. And it's
interesting.
And we have this whole series that has gone on, so and what has happened in the last year? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happened at the end of the year, and I always have a hard time coming up with stuff that happened earlier. Let's start with, let's start with Stan Romanek. Yeah.
So I have met Stan. I have talked with Stan. I've actually talked with Stan, and I've met him at a handful of conferences. He was like all over the conference scene, with about 4 years ago. And I know his wife too. His wife is really wonderful. And so this is, this isn't some stranger for me. This is a real person that I, and at the same time, I know folks who know Stan and have had experiences around Stan. And so he's pretty guarded. You talk to him, and he's, especially in a conference format, and I don't think I'm saying anything that's like, but you can sense he's kind of guarded, but the people around him aren't. And so I had a long conversations with a set of long conversations with a handful of folks, at conferences and around. Not really like I was trying to dig up, but I was more just like, what is going on? Because his story, if you take his his first book, it's on one level, it's not that different from what a lot of other experiences are talking about. Right. Though he does have the video footage. There's some video footage that I have some very strong opinions on it. I'm not a video I'm not a specialist at analyzing that kind of video.
I don't think you need to be.
But I have talked to folks around him. And they've had very strange experiences around him that would be difficult for him to stage. And So there's my sense very strongly is that he's had real experiences. And the thing with the pen, I have to say, I don't know if you remember that. That really annoyed me. That was right when I was sort of starting to talk about my own experiences publicly. And here was someone who had like the limelight of what it meant to have UFO contact. And he did this thing with a pen while he was being interviewed by a fellow I like and respect a lot, Peter Maxwell Slattery was doing the interview. And it is very obvious that he is pretending there's some sort of paranormal thing going on. And he kind of flips a pen into the room and he's like, what just happened? Oh, what just happened?
Yeah.
And he later came out with Peter Maxwell Slattery on a video event. This is well over a year later. And he told a story, which all I can do is just say what he said, and that he was told by, I'll just say, forces within the secret government he had to do something to embarrass himself, in essence, because he was getting too close and they were threatening. So he had to leave the limelight in some sort of way. So he staged this thing. I'm not going to speak to the reality of it, what really may have happened. All I can speak to is what he said. So, here, I'll just jump back a little bit. So there's a fellow named Don Daniels. He's a great guy. He does his own podcast. And he has had a very interesting personal experience. He's a very credible, he's an airline pilot. So he's a very credible guy. And he, worked for MUFON in Denver. And there's an event early on in one of Stan's books where he says that he drove to a night watch, a sky watch at a city park somewhere in Denver, where all like the UFO enthusiasts were meeting that evening, and they were going to watch the sky that night. And as he was driving to the park, he claimed that a soccer ball, sort of looked like a soccer ball, had that kind of patterning on it, kind of orb, was hovering above his car as he was driving, and it scared him. So he was going too fast. And he came into the event, screeched to a halt, and the soccer ball thing hovered and then disappeared. I can't remember the exact details. But talking to Don Daniels, did a straight up investigation for MUFON and talked to everyone involved. Everyone knew each other at the park. Everyone told the exact same story. It matches pretty much exactly what Stan had written in his book. So that's one example of something where he makes a claim that is completely backed up through other witnesses. So it's a very tricky, slippery slope. And there was also the documentary came out.
Yeah, well, that's part of what I was referring to.
Yeah,
when bringing him up. That
came out, and that was available. I think that's still available on Netflix.
Probably.
I think it is. Yeah,
it's worth watching just for the weird factor alone. And then at the very end of it, anyway. So at the very end of it, they bring up the charges and if I remember correctly, the charges showed up very shortly before a working print of that documentary was about to be premiered at a festival, trying to sell it. And that was just within the weeks leading up, which is very suspicious. So yeah, he was arrested and stood trial and was, after I think over 2 years or something like that, eventually convicted of possessing child pornography. There was some wording early on in the newspaper things where he was claimed to be selling it or peddling it. I'm not sure.
What it was is he was charged with possession and with distribution, which with digital stuff basically means you left your torrent client open or something. Probably. Right. In the end, he was just convicted of the possession. They couldn't get the distribution charge to stick. So there were two charges. One was possession and what was distribution. And he was arrested in February of 2014, and the verdict, the trial wasn't over until August of 2017. So, yeah, it was a long process, as most trials like this are, as you go through lawyers and as you go through the entire arraignment process, and things grind slowly.
Yeah, see, I would disagree about the documentary. I thought it was absolutely horrible and embarrassing. Whether or not he had an initial,
that's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Whether or not he had an initial sighting, that's entirely possible. But I think he was the type to kind of just try and make the most out of it, And like one of the things on the documentary, they're talking about the little girl he photographed at the end of this road. And after listening to the whole story, I'm like, I could totally tell you how he faked that. Because it just mysteriously disappeared off his camera before anyone got a good look at it. And I'm thinking, so the picture was already taken. No one got a good look at it. And all those people were like, well, we had an experience with him. And I'm like, no, you didn't. Nope, he just scammed you guys.
He certainly may have. And actually, that was one of the stories that I talked to a lot of people about, and folks that are credible. And one of them was Alejandro Rojas, who was I think at the time, the media frontman for MUFON, and he was living in Denver, and I talked to all the people who looked at it, and they all explained the same thing, yes, they all just looked at an image on the back of a digital camera. Mm-hmm. Yes. So there was never anything printed up. There was never anything put on a big screen or anything like that. Just the image on the back of a digital camera I'm sure there could have been some fakery there, but that story is one that I talked to many people independently about, and they all in essence said the same thing. And they said that the picture, and it's interesting because she was actually in the documentary. There's a woman, I'm going to be cautious not to use her name. She's a wonderful, kind, sweet woman, and I've met her many times at conferences. And she claims to have had hybrid children with Stan while on board craft. Now, this sounds so far out, but I've heard plenty of other people say the same thing. And she, if I remember correctly, just noticed when went to a talk, and they sort of ended up talking to each other, and they both said something to the effect of, "I recognize you from on board a craft."
Right.
And actually Peter Maxwell Slattery says the same thing, that he has seen Stan on board a craft. Yeah, this is getting, you go way, way, way down the rabbit hole by the time you get to this point. But the thing that was very strange was most people said this little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman who's in the documentary, and I actually went around and tried to play. This was at a conference in Laughlin, Nevada, and the conference was 8 days long. So by the time you're just looking for something to do, and I'm an illustrator, so I was kind of going around saying, "Here, let me try to draw this." And so I would do little forensic sketches for each person and and they would describe, so they're all in essence describing the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think this case is the Romanek stuff's been going on for so many years. I think the last couple of times we got together, we talked about him, and I still maintain that he may have had some experiences, and those may be completely legitimate experiences, but the other stuff that is sort of just obviously not legitimate, that he's admitted, he faked the pen thing, because he was being forced to, discredit himself or whatever. It's the field has always been so full of charlatans that, it's easy. You don't have to do many goofy things to get painted with that brush. And there's enough flying saucer folks out there that people move on to the next one that they don't see as flaky or mendacious, but which is sort of a shame for if he did have the experiences some of the experiences that he claims to have had. I think the stuff in the documentary about the girl or the hybrid, I'm just sort of defaulting to the hybrid, who claims to be his child, and the replicas, it's a good story. It's a good yarn. There's a lot of cool things going on with it. But you know, if all of these stories were being told by somebody who wasn't Stan Romanek, you know, I think there would be a lot more or a lot less sort of skepticism. But and not to take away from, you know, individuals' experiences with him. That's the tough thing about it, right? You know, you develop relationships with people, and you know, you get to know their story in a way that is not just them writing a book or them on a stage at a convention or them, you know, on a radio program. It's you get to know them as a person, and you talk to people, right? And you develop these relationships. And so you have a different perspective on those experiences that those of us who are watching the YouTube videos or reading the books don't have. And that's always been the trickiest thing about the UFO field and about this deeply subjective nature of the phenomenon is that, you know, it's not like some historical thing where you can look up a law or you can count the casualties after an explosion or find any sort of other, you know, reasonable, generally accepted evidence. It's so personal, and the relationships just compound that personal nature of it and make it very difficult.
No, I agree. I mean, it's very difficult for me too, because you know, in one sense, well, you know, I mean, I sense it in me that I want to believe him, and at the same time, I feel like I have to be extremely cautious. On the, you know, and quite honestly, I mean, it's like we're like in a post Edward Snowden world right now, where this is exactly what the threat is now. That like it used to be that you live in El Salvador or something like that, and you get a knock on the door in the middle of the night and you'd never be heard from again. Now you get like a digital signature or something like that paints you with the brush of a child pornographer, and then that's like the fear of that I think we're all living under, in a way that we're living in this world where our online, you know, where this stuff can be manipulated, and obviously can be. So, yeah, it's a haunting story. You know, just because of the implications. If his claim is, if what he claims that he was set up, which is not impossible, yeah, I mean, any of us could be set up.
But you also got to consider, if I remember right, they said they found child pornography on USB keys around the house.
Oh, I don't remember that at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't just an internet thing. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't remember that at all.
So that would be that's beyond being set up. Plus, it's really convenient for him to claim he was set up. I don't really see him as being endangering anyone, you know, in high up military places where they might want to take him down. It seems
yes,
like,
but that's been part of his story right from the very beginning. The people with the short haircuts who are, you know, look like military types beating him up when he's on his bicycle and stuff.
Right. So, well, let's move on to Sean David Morton, which I
have no relationship to at all, and you can say whatever you want about him because I've got no. Yeah.
Which Aaron brought up just as we were starting this in relation to. I just forgot his name.
Stan.
Yeah, Stan. Thank you.
The year of convictions in the saucer world. Yeah. Morton. For those of you who aren't familiar with Morton, go on the YouTubes or throw this in your Google machine and look up Sean David Morton. His appearances on Coast to Coast throughout the 90s, where he would make predictions, and his reputation as a psychic, and he claimed, back in the 90s to have been the first one to investigate Area 51. And that was sort of how he got into the saucer thing. My favorite Sean David Morton moment was in 97 or 98. He was the representative on Coast to Coast of a guy named Victor, who had supposedly snuck some footage out of Area 51 or an underground base or something like that, and it was some guy with his voice disguised. The rumor was, one of the rumors was that it was Whitley Strieber, and I actually went on Twitter and asked Strieber a few years ago, and he denied it. So it must be true that Strieber was faking being an alien. That's how it works, right? If you deny it, it must be true.
Right.
But Morton got into some scam stuff in the early, about 2010. They were he and his wife Melissa were in trouble with the SEC. I wrote down some stuff in February of 2013. He was ordered by a judge to pay $11.5 million to the SEC as fines for shady securities fraud stuff. In 2016, he and his wife were arrested and charged with a total of like 50-some counts of various fraudulent things, basically filing fraudulent income tax returns and then pocketing refund checks that they never should have gotten. And then this year they went on trial for this. Melissa, his wife, got herself an actual lawyer, and her defense was, I'm a good person who got mixed up with a crook. Sean's defense was, he defended himself, and it was a lot of the sovereign citizen type things. A lot of it was fairly incoherent. Greg Bishop actually went to the trial a couple times, took some notes, and observed some stuff because it was there in Los Angeles. In the end, Morton and Melissa were found guilty, and then what was great was that he didn't show up for his sentencing hearing. The feds went after him, and about 6 weeks later or so, he and his wife were arrested and taken into custody. But Morton, while he was on the lam, was appearing on, I wish I could remember whose show it was, but I'm sure you can find it. And he also was sort of live streaming from his phone as he was in his car driving supposedly out to the desert or someplace. I think they found him in Desert Hot Springs or somewhere like that. In the end, Morton got 6 years in prison, about $500,000 in fines. Oof. And paying back the IRS, and then like 5 years of supervised release after he's out. So nothing. His crimes had nothing to do with UFOs really, but he's one of these guys who, sort of between the securities fraud and the tax fraud, has just the countless bogus predictions over throughout the 90s, selling people a newsletter that has predictions that will make them money if they invest how he says to invest, things like that. The field attracts the field attracts people who use the field to fleece others and make relationships with others in the field, and then move on to other things. But as someone who was always very amused by the fact that Morton, as far as I can remember, predicted very little. His big claim to fame was he predicted, I think, the Northridge quake in California. And I'm sorry, guys, listeners at home, I can predict an earthquake in California. It's the easiest thing to do on Earth. But he's just one of these guys who's been around for 20, 25 years, and where does he end up? Well, in prison for tax fraud. But an interesting story, sort of tangentially UFO. It's a little bit old school.
Yeah.
So maybe some old timers out there remember Sean David Morton showing up on Art Bell several times a year and making stuff up.
Yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar to me, but I don't think I ever really knew who he was. Yeah. Any comments, Mike?
None at all. None
Okay.
at all. I was muted a little bit there so, but none at all. Yeah, I couldn't. I didn't follow him. I kind of smelled a rat a long time ago and just ignored him. So
You see, I smelled a rat and I started paying more attention to him because it was hilarious. So that's sort of the difference there, right? I was like, this guy's clearly, crooked. I'm gonna watch him because he's entertaining me. So I'm not on any sort of search for truth here, folks. I'm a student of I'm a patron of the theater of ufology arts, and I'm just observing the madness.
Okay, let's look at the newest Rendlesham thing, which really comes down to Peter Robbins and Larry Warren. I don't know if there's anything else that happened on Rendlesham this year, but Peter Robbins, who had supported Larry Warren for a long time, got a sudden wake up and realized that Larry has been lying to him about a lot of stuff. And it got to the point where, Peter not only broke communication with Larry, but he basically told me he's throwing out all the Rendlesham stuff because he doesn't know what he was lied to and what he wasn't lied to about. And he said there's no way to sort it out at this point. And that was such a big force in the whole Rendlesham case was, left at Eastgate. And it caused so much controversy throughout the years with various people saying Larry Warren was lying. And it turns out, at least in some cases, he was.
Yeah, this was when this hit. Was it over the summer? I think early summer.
So. Yeah.
Yeah. It was, I read it was sort of, blew up the UFO wing of my social media, and I was like, Peter Robbins, splits from Larry Warren, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
That's weird, because the newest edition of Left at Eastgate isn't that old, and I bought a copy of it and had it signed by Peter like a year and a half ago. So I was like, wow, what's going on? And I read Peter's statement, and it was just, it's kind of shocking because even. And I really do admire the way Peter sort of backed away from the whole thing because he couldn't honestly determine what was true and what wasn't. I think that's a pretty sort of that's a good integrity filled sort of stand to take because a lot of times even when you have people who are like, well, my partner is like shady about some stuff, but I'm going to ignore him and for like a year and then, sort of ignore that there was any problem. I'm thinking like Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt sort of thing, But this seems like Peter is taking a sort of a much firmer stand. And it's really a blow to the whole Rendlesham thing, the whole Rendlesham case in a lot of ways. Yeah. So it was one of those cases you could look at and say like Cash Landrum and all these other cases where you could say, look, something happened, and remove aliens from the equation. Something happened here.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, it was a good case for convincing people that the powers that be are not entirely honest about what goes on. Like I said, ignore the alien stuff. There's something strange that happened. People were affected. People's lives were affected. What's the truth? And now, a lot of shade has been thrown on that, and it's a little, disheartening.
And Larry was the initial whistleblower for the whole Rendlesham case.
Yeah.
So he's the guy who came forward and said, "Here's what happened." And other people have since come forward, and someone like Charles Halt has had to, the base commander has had to come forward and address this. And now here's where it gets even weirder. And so Peter, and he writes about it in Left at Eastgate, Peter and Larry go back to the site in Rendlesham. And it's Peter's first time ever at the site. And Larry's kind of saying, oh, here's where it happened, and here's where it happened. And I know Peter very well. He's not a liar.
No.
And they saw a UFO hovering above the site. They were recording it, and they had their voices analyzed for stress, and it shows that they're experiencing legitimate stress. So here they are, Larry Warren, Peter Robbins, the two authors of Left at Eastgate, go to the site and see a UFO. Now, this is the kind of stuff that I don't know how to say this. I mean, I take this kind of stuff very seriously. I mean, there's a deeper layer of mystery here than just someone's lying.
Well, that's a site where stuff has been seen going all the way back in history. I mean, well before they were called UFOs, they were will-o-wisps and things like that. So, I mean, it's a hot spot for unusual activity anyway.
Yes, the author and the two authors of the book about the site happen to have their voices, they're recording their voices in the moment. I agree. I mean, I don't think everyone that walks there at night sees something. So, but yes, it is a place, it is a hotspot where lots of other people have seen things.
And I know, like, Peter was really devastated by this. I mean, in a way, this was his life's work. And, he kept saying, like how stupid he felt for believing him because, he said, well, I checked a lot of the stuff he gave me. And after a while, I stopped checking as closely because everything else he gave me was true. And he just kind of established that, and he's like, and I didn't do my job. I should have checked everything and I would have caught this. And I'm thinking, all right, you checked enough stuff to make that assumption. I mean, once you think that someone's telling the truth, why, I don't know. And the way he did it, once he realized this, that he, as Aaron said, once he realized what was going on, he just came out and, hey, look, this is the deal. He didn't try to justify it. He didn't try to defend it. He said, I was lied to. And we need more of that.
But, and also there's other witnesses that hold up very well. Something happened.
Yes, absolutely. It's just now, first you had Nick Pope's book coming out, which seemed to muddy the waters a bit. And now you have this, and now it's like, well, is there any chance we'll ever figure out what actually happened there? Like, not just explain what happened there, but like even on the human side of things.
It's always referred to, and this always annoyed me. It was Britain's Roswell, is sort of the catchphrase. And I think this situation actually does turn it into Britain's Roswell because suddenly you don't know. And there's shadiness that's been uncovered, but there are still solid witnesses, and it's clear that something happened and there's documentation, but the waters are muddied just enough that it goes from one of these days we're going to get the final pieces that finally solidify what happened to will we ever get the pieces that solidify what happens? And so it's sort of, I worry that it's going to be in that, hey, who knows? What a weird thing sort of basket. When I kind of held out hope for a long time that this is going to be one of those ones where we can say, look, here it is. Here's this documentation, read this book. It does a great job of explaining all this stuff. And now that's a little more problematic.
And I understand Peter tossing it all out, but there were things that Peter did, like getting the soil analyzed from where they found the circle in the field, and there was oddities in the soil and stuff. I mean, that stuff still holds up.
And that was right where Larry said it, because he said Larry walked into the field and he said it's right there. And they walked right over there, and there was a circle of dead, chalky soil.
Yeah. So I mean, and as he said, the early stuff he got from Larry, he checked thoroughly and found out that it was all true. So, Larry wasn't lying about everything. It's just a matter of Peter wasn't going to sit there and try and sort out the lies from truth at this point.
Right. It's the sort of thing, there's a lot of really great pieces, but the cohesive narrative that they had built from those pieces is now in question. And going back and re-examining everything and reconstructing that narrative if necessary, I wouldn't want to do it. That's good grief. I mean, just imagine it's like, oh, this is what you've spent like a good chunk of your life doing. Yeah, do it again.
Yeah.
Only this time, everybody is going to be on you all the time. With, nitpicking every little thing because of what your research partner was up to. That I mean, gosh, I think bowing out is, for his own well-being is probably the best choice.
Yeah.
It's just yikes.
And the smartest choice, really.
I agree.
So, all right. Did anything else happen with Rendlesham? That was really the big thing, wasn't it?
I think so. That's the only thing I really remember.
Okay, so let's ironically let's deal briefly with the fact that it was Roswell's 70th anniversary.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't pay any attention at all to Roswell.
Neither did I.
I did.
And I think that's kind of what it deserves at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the 50th anniversary was the big anniversary because of the entire sort of accretion of UFO ephemera that surrounded the Roswell 50th anniversary, with Air Force reports and Air Force re-reports and denials and rebuttals and all of that. And the Roswell 70th was mostly people on radio shows and podcasts saying, "Hey, it's the 70th anniversary of Roswell," and I stopped caring around the 51st anniversary of Roswell, I think.
So if you had to make your best guess, Aaron, what would you say actually happened at Roswell?
Something fell out of the sky, and then the Army picked up some of it and drove it somewhere. That's I am confident that happened, and I'm confident that whatever it was safer and easier at first blush for the people at the base to say, yeah, it was one of them flying saucers, and then when that proved to be a terrible cover story, they had to come up with some even worse cover story, and I think whatever it was, I think that the odds that it was an interplanetary craft that became the basis for all of the technology we know and love in the second half of the 20th century, I think that's less likely than almost anything else. I don't know. But something fell out of the sky.
Mike?
Well, we'll get back to this because there's another part of the history of 2017 that we're going to get to in a little bit, and I'll come back to that. So
okay, all right.
All right.
I tend to like Nick Redfern's theory that it was a test craft of some sort.
Yep, I like it too. I like it. Actually, whenever inevitably students have Googled my name and they ask me about flying saucers every semester, and they say, "What about Roswell?" And I say, you should read Nick Redfern's books because that's good stuff. I like some of the suggestions. I'm not going to sort of go full bore secret space program, but I like the idea that what was recovered at Roswell was actually space technology that was human, but that nobody was supposed to know about at the time. I think that's likely to. I like the idea that the Darrows and the Hollow Earth might have been flying. You can't go wrong with Darrows.
That's true. All right. August 2nd of 2017, Jim Mars passed away.
Yeah.
And he...
Oh, I met Jim a few times at conferences, and I interviewed him, and I actually had a beer with him one time. Oh, and I had a lunch with him at one time. And Jim Mars, like, I realized right away, if you were like some guy that was working at the secret space lab or something like that, and Jim Mars sat you down, you would just melt in his presence. This guy was so charismatic and had just the sweetest Texas voice. He could have got me to say anything on the record. So he was so genuinely charismatic. The persona that he has on his podcasts, or like when you hear him interviewed and see him give talks, that was him. And so I just feel blessed that I had the few chances to hang out with him. And there was one point when I was in line. This is at a conference in Laughlin, Nevada, which they don't have the conference there anymore. Actually, and it was a big, crummy, ugly casino, and there's kind of a restaurant. And I was standing in line at the restaurant, and I kind of got to talking to the person next to him, and she had a story, and he had a story, and he was like, "Well, let's just all have lunch together." And we all sat down together. I didn't say much at all, and I just listened to him. And she was working on a book project. She was doing investigation, and it sounded like a murder on a military base kind of thing. And that's just going back a number of years now. And it was just, so he kind of took her under his wing and kind of said, here's how you got to play this. And he gave her, like, here's how you need to do your investigation on this. Be careful here. Here's the pitfalls. I wish I could, but it was so wonderful to see him just, he was such a genuine guy. That persona that he had with the little Texas aphorisms and everything like that, that was him. He was like that 24 hours a day. It was a joy to be in his presence.
He was folksy. He did a good job bringing the folksiness. I never really read a lot of Jim Marrs' stuff, and I think one of the reasons why, I never met him personally, like out on the circuit or anything, but I of course have a copy of Alien Agenda because they issue it to you at some point when you're interested in this topic. But I was talking to Tim Binnall a while ago, and Jim was on the first episode of every season of Binnall's show, and Binnall sort of said Jim sort of, that was his entree into this world. And I had to look it up when Alien Agenda was written, and it was written in 2000. And so, apart from his Kennedy book from the 90s, Marrs' stuff all came out after I was already sort of enculturated into all of this. So it's weird. I always sort of saw him as, he's a guy who, he's an older guy, but he just sort of came along working on this stuff. So he was never really on my radar. But there's no denying, just during the from 2000 on, just the amount of presence he had in the paranormal media, in the paranormal sort of media culture is just amazing. Just the way he communicated with people and connected with people, whether they be readers or listeners or people in the audience at a convention, it was astounding. He had the air of an elder statesman, even though you'd think he'd been back there with Jim Moseley back in the 50s working on this stuff, to talk to him. But it's just an amazing communicator and an amazing person who connected with people at a level that few in this field have the ability to do.
I agree, and that was the why I felt so honored to sort of spend that one-on-one time with him a little bit, and the conspiracy culture thing. The book Crossfire is remarkable. That book is thick. That is a big, fat, thick book, and it is. Every single page is riveting, and he also put, this is a little plug. He put out a comic book. Must have been I guess he ran a class in the University of Texas or something out of Dallas or Houston or something, on the Kennedy assassination. So he did a college class, and I think he also taught a college class on just straight up journalism. But he put out a little comic book, thin little thing. It's probably 40 pages long, where it's about, I think it's called Oswald. I can't remember this, but it's about Lee Harvey Oswald. It's an image of Lee Harvey Oswald on the cover. And it basically ties all the threads to Oswald together. So you can kind of, because it's like, I'm trying to make sense of Oswald is like entering a hall of mirrors. And he put together this narrative in a comic book where you kind of go like, if you follow his logic, then the Oswald story, there's the beginning, middle, and end of it, and then it's all cohesive. Where any other person would say like, oh, we can only speculate about this here and speculate about this here. But yeah, I should look it up. But that comic book that he did is a little bit hard to find. It's amazing.
Okay.
I mean, he wrote it. He obviously didn't draw it, but it's kind of sloppy. It's not a It's not a graphic novel in the sort of modern sense, but he used the comic book format to tell the story.
Okay, all right. Let's jump into two of the really big things that happened this year. First was the whole To the Stars thing.
Yeah.
So the To the Stars thing, there was a big announcement, and they stood on stage. Now this is coming. I worked in marketing and advertising and stuff for they were like on this podium, and they were like, it had the feel like it was they were like it was like the Oscars or something like that, the Academy Awards there, and there was nobody in that audience, and they were in an empty room speaking to nobody but a couple of cameramen, and but they put out this video, and you can watch it online, and it's kind of, I don't know how to say this, like, I don't know. I mean, Aaron, you must know exactly what I mean. Like, like a Navy pilot saw like a UFO, and then like tracked it and flew and like radioed back, and I don't know. I mean, there's books out that are just full of those kind of stories, and so this is the big revelation that there's some Navy pilot from the Nimitz. Yes, he seemed like a very credible guy, and he's been interviewed since on all kinds of news outlets and stuff like that. But
well, that came out of the New York Times thing, didn't it?
That was initially dropped in the New York Times. Yeah, that was. So there was 2 articles on that one Saturday. Let me just go back to the day it was here. Saturday, December 16th. Yeah. So a little bit over a month ago, month and 10 days ago, 40 days ago. And they wrote as straight an article, and this was Leslie Keane and Howard Blumenthal, I think that's his name, right? Yeah. And I can't remember the woman's name. She was the Pentagon reporter, or the Pentagon desk officer, or desk chief for the New York Times that wrote about the Pentagon. So these 3 journalists, in like the strictest sense of the word, journalists, like, and I have to guess that every single word of that was like scrutinized and gone over. They were not going to let that thing go on into the newspaper before they had fact checked and made sure that they weren't talking out of their hat. But this is, I mean, so the article itself, if you're at all immersed in the UFO stuff, there's nothing new really there.
No.
But this was the New York Times. Like, what happened? And it was Stanton Friedman was, and this was back on Tim Binnall. He said, somebody threw a switch somewhere. I would love to know what happened. But somebody flipped the switch that said yes. And in that, so there's 2 separate articles. One is about the Navy pilot, and the other, and I'm going to read aloud from one little thing here, is from that same article from that December 16th. Okay, so they say Mr. Robert Bigelow was awarded the money to do some research, and this is under Mr. Bigelow's direction. The company modified buildings in Las Vegas for storage of metal alloys and other materials that Mr. Elizondo and program contractors said had been recovered from unidentified aerial phenomena. So they're saying recovered materials from unidentified aerial phenomena. So this is exactly what we were saying before. Like, oh, are they back engineering this stuff? And like, did our smartphones, are they all trace back to the Roswell craft? I can't answer that. But this is the New York Times is like, it is as plain as day. They are saying that they are studying metal alloys from these recovered unidentified aerial phenomena. And then they also say, which is very interesting, researchers also studied people who said they had experienced physical effects from encounters with the objects and examine them for any physiological changes. This is not, this is not somebody's, blog. This is the New York Times. So someone had to make a decision. And then Howard Blumenthal also wrote, this is going back earlier in 2017, wrote a very dry, very straight critique of, it's the book by Cheryl. I can't remember her last name right now. I've actually been communicating with her a little bit, and I asked her about this. The book, and it's a very dry set of statistics comparing state by state the UFO reports, and and with graphs and charts. It's straight up data. There's very little editorializing in this book. And he interviewed her and wrote a little essay about a New York Times article about this. And I actually went ahead and emailed him and I said, listen, how did you get this past? I mean, the New York Times editorial board. And he basically said, with great care, it had to be handled very delicately. And so Howard Blumenthal's been around with the New York Times for 30 years or something like that, and has written a bunch of books that are about gangsters and crime in New York City, and he did a book on Sing Sing, and but he also has been trying to write a book on John Mack and the issues of John Mack confronting the Harvard higher ups. So,
I think the New York Times story, yes, it's amazing. One thing that I always sort of need to keep in mind is that the New York Times reported that they were told that there are alloys. It's sort of like, I don't trust the government when they say there isn't anything to all these UFOs. So why would I trust the government when they say we have stuff from UFOs? I assume I'm being lied to by everybody all the time.
Right.
And I think the To the Stars thing, I've got many issues with the To the Stars thing. From Tom DeLonge, I don't know. Do the kids know who he is? I don't know. I don't care. But I guess he's part of some sort of popular beat combo that the young set listens to or something like that. And I think he seems like a sincere guy who wants to do the right thing to get the truth out to the people. And then I saw his interview with Joe Rogan, and I was like, oh, you got to get this guy off the stage. He's not ready for prime time.
And that's my sense too, that he's somehow that's their, what do you call it, the straw man. They've propped this guy up, and he's like, they don't have to do much to push him over, right? So,
yeah. And there's that, and then there's the fundraising, and I got no problem with fundraising. Anybody wants to go raise money for something, go ahead. You need money for your rent, go just ask anybody. I don't care. But if you read the documents that the disclosure documents about investing into the stars, it's like they've got so much money lined up. Tom DeLonge gets his money no matter what happens.
Yeah.
And when you in quotes invest in this disclosure effort, what you're doing is you're making sure that Tom DeLonge's $250,000 a year guarantee is paid. You've got a stage full of defense and intelligence people who either see a payday or have got some ulterior motive, or are getting a payday because they have an ulterior motive. And at the root of all this is this Elizondo guy, who I don't have any reason to disbelieve, but we are told the shocking evidence, the shocking news that the Defense Department is paying attention to what's in the sky. And it's like, well, they said they stopped doing it in 2009, but this guy says they were doing it up until recently. It's like,
I would hope they were doing it.
Yes,
I would hope they. If I was the. Yeah,
none of this is earth-shattering. I think the New York Times story had much more potentially earth-shattering information, including the fact that it was published. Actually, the fact that it was published in the New York Times makes me suspicious of everything I read in it. Right?
Well, I mean, that's I have a friend, and he says, it's the only fiction I read is the New York Times, and I know right where it's coming from. So yes, the New York Times is the mouthpiece of the military-industrial complex. If they want to, so yes, we should be very suspicious. But why is it happening now? Why is this big propaganda piece happening now? Who threw the switch? What's
now the switch that Friedman's talking about? Yeah, I think somebody threw a switch. I think somebody threw a switch that said, "Get everybody to look over here. Get everybody talking about this, because over here we're doing something we really don't want anybody looking at." So what is the switch for? Is the switch disclosure? Is the switch disinformation? Is the switch, it was a slow news week and they had enough to go on to run this? What's the switch for, and who's ordering it thrown?
And then this is directly tied into the stars thing. I mean, that's I mean, all the key players that are quoted in the New York Times article are the same ones that stood on that stage in front of the empty auditorium. So also one of the guy, Jim Semivan, and I actually posted it on my blog somewhere, but I don't know why I put myself through this, but I bought all the books on Kindle, all the Tom DeLonge books. I have not been able to wade through any of it. Have you talked to anyone who's read the fiction book?
No.
Oh my God! I talked to a few
Secret machines.
Oh, it sounds
the trademarkable, misspelled word secret.
Yeah. So, and then with the Secret Machine T-shirts and everything like that. Yeah. So, where was I going with this? I was getting on ice. I was all ready to rant here. Oh, so yes, it's the same players. Like here they are. They're saying we're going to come out with disclosure and we're going to do this monumental thing. And well, a monumental thing happened. There was an article in the New York Times that treated the subject seriously, and you know what it did? It dovetailed so cleanly with the sort of post X-Files conspiracy mythology, that Hal Puthoff says, it's imagined that someone found, 400 years ago, someone found the garage door opener, what would they do? They wouldn't even be able to figure out what the plastic on the box was, let alone what was on the inside. So yes, I'm so skeptical, but at the same time, I am watching it so closely because I'm trying to figure out, it's like the magician on the stage, right? They're doing a magic trick where they pull a rabbit out of their hat with their right hand. What's going on with their left hand? What are they hiding from us? At the same time, they're creating this fantastic media display, which isn't that fantastic in the sense that,
and the
stories. Go on. Yeah, I'm sorry.
The thing I noticed, is that it really didn't have that much of an impact on people who weren't in the UFO field.
I would say zero. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I talk to a lot, I have a lot of people who are not interested in the stuff on Where Did the Road Go? And I would occasionally, I kind of did an informal poll, and I would say to people, did you hear about the UFO stuff? And they'd be like, what UFO stuff? And I'd mention the article in the New York Times. And some people were like, oh, I saw something. Like one person said to me, he saw something about it, but assumed it was fake news and ignored it.
Yep.
Well, it could be fake news. I mean, that's legit. Yeah.
That's a reasonable response.
But for the most part, people had no idea what I was talking about. And I'm like, okay, so the people who already kind of know that this is the case are flipping out about this being in the New York Times. But the people who might actually be like, who wouldn't know this was the case already aren't paying attention to what the New York Times is telling them.
Right. Because honestly, the New York Times story, it makes the most sense to those of us who know who Robert Bigelow is. We hear Robert Bigelow like, dude, Robert Bigelow's doing his thing. But to most people, this looked like one of those feature stories about something that is news-like that they can skip if they don't have an interest in the topic. That's and I think it's one of the things that always intrigues me about, and Bigelow is sort of emblematic of this, is we hear activists and political people talking about the sort of nefarious, private contractor stuff that happens, especially outsourcing military and police and and criminal justice and intelligence things to private corporations and private individuals, because there's less public accountability. Bigelow is a great example of privatizing the government UFO cover-up, if I can be so crass as to say public UFO cover-up. It's because anything Bigelow would come up with, that's like his company's proprietary information. You can't file a Freedom of Information request on Microsoft
Right.
like you can on the FBI. And this is an idea that people have talked about for years, but this is an example of, the government doesn't have time to cover this up, or this is the most banal thing ever, but imagine that budget cuts and reorganization in the intelligence establishment after 9/11, where everything was sort of retasked to the global war on terror. What if there is such a thing, the UFO cover-up department basically gets downsized to one guy who realizes he's got to find, some clever way to finance the continued investigation and hiding of this, and he hits upon this idea of privatization of government UFO stuff, which has the benefit of sort of protecting it from that kind of public scrutiny. It's an interesting thought experiment that also speaks to some of the real, or not real, some of the more pertinent and provable issues that we face in our country.
There's a series of YouTube videos, and it looks like Tom DeLonge is recording them from his phone. There's two that came out within days of the October thing that he did with. Let me see if I can find this here. That he did within the after that, where they all stood on stage, and said a lot of stuff that, in a way, they pulled off the one thing. They got this thing in the New York Times, and it all seems to be who's ever pulling the strings in all this. It ain't Tom DeLonge, and there's two YouTube videos that are worth looking at, and they'd be easy to search out. They came out and he kind of is Tom DeLonge sitting at a desk. And I have to be very careful how I say this, because I'm making an accusation, but I'm going to do it in a way where I'm not making an accusation. Let me just say that he was kind of twitchy, and he was kind of obsessively like rubbing the Formica of his desk and touching his nose.
Yes.
And he made some claims that sounded like, the guy going through a mania phase in his, like, when his pharmaceuticals had, like, I don't know, I'm said too much already. You can watch it and make your own conclusions, but he was not the person. If I was head of the secret government and I wanted to break the news, I could have picked anyone and that had more credibility than Tom DeLonge,
Which is the point.
I agree. Then Stephen Greer is the same thing. I mean, Stephen Greer, just like, is as oily as they get. Yeah.
Yes.
He's the opposite. He's like, Greer says everything is bad aliens or good aliens, and Tom DeLonge says everything's bad aliens.
Yeah, but the government's good.
Right.
Yeah. That's the shit.
That's
That's one of the,
yeah. So
that's the military industrial complex is has our best interests at heart against. Yeah. But on the other hand, if somebody's acting all sort of, twitchy and post-pharmaceutical, is that a?
I don't know. I didn't see that. All actually. So.
But it's a nice little bit of plausible deniability. Well, he's one of these rock and roll musicians. He's probably,
I mean, what rock and roll musicians
on the goofballs or something, So that's just part of his lifestyle and charm, and that's what makes him relatable. I don't know. I'm old, so I don't understand the appeal of Tom DeLonge. He just looks like somebody who I would cross the street to avoid. So I don't know.
Okay.
Now Jackson Brown. They need to get that nice Jackson Brown talking about the aliens.
Let's see if we can squeeze these last few things in before the end of the show here. The Mothman sightings in Chicago, although not normally, for me, that doesn't pop up immediately as UFO, but of course the original Mothman sightings were UFO related. I'm not sure there were UFO sightings associated with the Chicago ones.
No, I haven't followed the Chicago thing much at all, and I
Chicago
know
ones are interesting. Basically, what I know is there were 50 some Mothman sightings in Chicago. Most of what I know is from watching videos and stuff with from Allison. What's her name? Allison Shornlin. She's investigated every single one of the sites. She's in Wisconsin, Milwaukee area, I think, so not too far from Chicago. Back in December, there was a really good interview that Robbie Graham did with her about these, and she sort of talks about, sort of she's looked at these things and it's like there's Mothman elements, but there's also elements that are just sort of there's some good reports, and there's a lot of reports that are just very dumb. And I saw a thing on a building. Well, we have another Mothman report in Chicago. That sort of thing. So it's there's and one thing she pointed out, I was looking at my notes. One thing she pointed out is she hasn't seen any, and I'm willing to be corrected, or I'm willing to have people correct her thing that I'm relating, that there don't seem to be any UFO sightings associated with the Chicago Mothman, which is a sort of distinction from the classic sort of Point Pleasant Mothman. So, it's one of these things where just sort of getting semi-folkloric about it. You've got the story of Mothman that's become this legend, and you have then, well, there was a Mothman sighting here, and what people do is they sort of remove Mothman from the context of all the other weird stuff that was going on in the area at the time. There's a whole complex of paranormal stuff. Mothman isn't just some creature that shows up every once in a while. This was part of in West Virginia anyway, was part of a complex of UFO sightings and man in black things and other strange things happening. So with the Chicago stuff, it's a lot of it seems to be sort of Mothman light in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it seems more cryptid oriented than UFO oriented.
Yeah, which isn't, I've established in this last 45 minutes that I am pathologically old school about stuff. And Mothman as cryptid is, that's as one-dimensional as Mothman as alien, or Mothman as ghost, or Mothman as whatever. Mothman defies simple explanation. And the Chicago sightings are very much Mothman as cryptid, and that's sort of where the story kind of ends.
So, Mike, when we talked about Roswell, you said there was something connected later that you would make a comment about?
Oh, no, that was exactly what I was saying, that Aaron was saying, like, everything we hold dear came from the retrieved crash, like our smartphones and Velcro and stuff like that. So, so what I'm saying is that the New York Times article says there's a privatized hangar, a building in Las Vegas that is housing materials that is being studied by Robert Bigelow. Robert Bigelow, was it? Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Yeah, there was that quote that I read.
If you figure that we've gotten materials from unidentified flying objects throughout history, whether it be pancakes, slag, and other residue here and there. I mean, that's, to us at least, to people who research UFOs, that's not earth-shattering. And implants. Look at the implant stuff and the analysis that's been done of those that show that they have really weird mixtures of metals mixed into them. So it's kind of like, yeah, okay, but we already know this, Yeah.
Unless it's being studied for the so here's one theory of the whole who threw the switch. So one theory is that the aerospace industry knows dang well that there's this stuff going on, and that there's advanced aircraft that's so secret that nobody can talk about it, and they want in on the pie. They want to be able to build their airplanes using the technology that nobody can talk about. So this is maybe a way for them to open the door and implement some of these things into modern aircraft. This is just a pure speculation, but I've heard this bandied about, and that's as credible as any reason. And once again, I'm thinking, the stage magician is wowing the audience, but it's a trick. What's he really doing? What's he doing with his other hand is what I'm more concerned about. So, there's one more thing I was thinking here that Robert Bigelow, I think it was 2017, was on 60 Minutes and kind of did that kind of oh my gosh, of course there are UFOs little speech. And this seems to, my sense is, whoever threw the switch gave, sort of said to Robert Bigelow, go ahead and say this, that seemed to dovetail too cleanly into the New York Times article, which came out some months later, to be ignored.
I agree. Am I back?
Yes.
You're back.
Okay, good. Bigelow's gotten a lot of money, and so Bigelow is going to potentially say what he is asked to say. I agree that Bigelow,
and he's never been shy about it. There's an episode going back, probably 7 years ago of him on, maybe 6 years ago, of him on Jesse Ventura's Conspiracy Theory TV show, where Jesse manages to walk up to him, and this had to have been they had to know that, and the gatekeepers around Bigelow let it happen, and he said, I was former governor of Minnesota, and I'd like to ask you some questions. And they on camera have a little short talk, and Bigelow is as straight as he can be about his interest in UFOs, and so
that was a Skinwalker Ranch episode, wasn't it?
Part of it was the Skinwalker Ranch, but part of it was also UFO stuff.
Okay. Let's see. There was a few, we can go through these pretty quickly. There were a few science things that came about this year. For one, the Star Child skull was explained as being human.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I think we were all shocked. And it was definitely anomalous, and that's what they said. They don't know what was up with it, but the genetics are human. So that was, it was kind of one of those, it just kind of slipped through there. I didn't even see it right away. And then someone pointed out to me, and I went, yeah, all right. And let's see, we have the interstellar object that came into our awareness. I don't even know how to say it. Amawa? I don't know.
I saw that in our list of topics, and I was like, I hope somebody else says that first, because
well, I don't even know what this is. So,
it's an asteroid or something that has floated into our solar system, and they found it. I'm sure it's not the first thing that's ever floated into our solar system, but it's very, very old, and it does not come from our solar system.
Actually, according to Wikipedia, it's the first known interstellar object to pass through the solar system.
Yeah.
Everything else is sort of on a circuit or like a cycle that we recognize, and this was weird. And was this the one that had like some like its composition was strange? It had almost like organic components to it.
Yep.
Or something like that. And it's that, and what was the star that kept sort of fading because
Tabby's star,
the dust or whatever that occluded it. It's just, there are so many, when people say there's no aliens, we would have, the whole, is it the paradox that says if there were aliens, we would have met them by now or whatever,
right?
You know what, here is a weird semi-organic consisting object that passed through our solar system that we didn't know about. Hey, maybe aliens will be the next thing that we didn't know about that show up. The universe is amazing and fascinating, and just stuff like this. And news that unless it was 2 years ago, but news this year of more extrasolar planets than we ever thought would be around. It's
unless you watch Star Trek, yeah.
Well, yeah, but those are all in the mirror universe. But it's I think it's a question of when, not if, we determine that there is life elsewhere, and maybe not human life, maybe life we don't recognize as intelligent, which is different from it being not intelligent, right?
Right.
And I think things like the Umamuma, or
whatever it is.
I think Umamuma sounds fine. It's actually Umwamwa, I think.
There you go.
I think the more we learn of this stuff, the more we realize that that whatever we discover out there is going to be different. It's not going to be bipedal creatures with a head necessarily.
Unless you watch Star Trek, yeah.
Unless you watch Star Trek, right? Because we were all seeded from the same bipedal with a head alien, whatever that Next Generation episode. The Chase, that was it. Where, they reveal sort of why the special effects can only create aliens that look one way. Sort of a canon explanation for their makeup shortcomings. But that's what it was. It was a whole episode about why all our aliens look alike.
And they talk with British accents, yeah.
And they all talk with British accents and have weird noses. But the universe is a strange place. And I think that's the thing about the sort of space science news this year that I picked up on, or that struck me, was all the news that we've seen makes extraterrestrial life seem more likely, not less likely.
Yeah.
Which I think is a neat direction to move in. And I think that's scientists saying this. It's not just like people like us.
Yeah, and I think that all this time, I'm just there's. Oh, someone once said that 76% of all statistics are made up on the spot. And there's it's something like 76% of the people believe in extraterrestrial life, which is, I think it's something like that. And that's the kind of number that gets thrown around. But yes, so the majority of people think this and assume it, and just, it's not a big deal to the majority of folks. So the New York Times has an article about, UFOs, and it makes no splash at all. It comes down with a resounding thud, and nobody, except unless you're a nerd on some Facebook page or something like that, is talking about it. So that's remarkable in itself.
It got more press about people talking about how it wasn't being talked about than it did when it came out.
Yes.
Agreed, yeah.
Because it was like you'd see all these memes saying something like 2017 was so crazy that the government admitted that UFOs are real and nobody noticed.
Right. Yeah. And
the little boxes that you get on Facebook kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd be like, well, yep.
Exactly.
Yeah. Actually, I'll be honest, I avoided most of the real news to focus on things like strange objects in our and Tom DeLonge, because it was more sane.
And we're going to do another edition of UFO History, covering stuff that's happened since the last time you were on.
Which was about a year ago, right?
Yeah, just about a year ago. It's always the first show of the new year. For not the new year as in the calendar year, but the new year for the show.
The season, yeah.
However, we did do a quick show, which turned out to be a lot longer than I expected, on the Casey, what was the kid's name that disappeared and said he was fostered by a bear?
The bear.
Yeah. Because that seemed like something we couldn't not do something on. It was all over the place, and there was a lot of misinformation being thrown around. And in the end, it's still a weird story.
Yeah, it is.
Because
I suspect the bear was working for the DIA or something.
I mean, when it comes down to it, there's no reason that kid should have still been alive.
Right.
Two days in in 20-degree weather with rain out in the woods.
Yeah, not a likely survival scenario.
Yeah. So we were comparing, and despite Aaron, you being in what's normally the coldest area, I believe Mike is actually in the coldest at the moment.
Yes, I think we're about tied. I think it's about 1 or 2 degree outside right now.
Yeah. It feels about the same, probably.
Yeah, well, probably. I'm at 0 with a negative 27 wind chill, and that's approximately where you guys are too.
Yeah, wind chill's about the same, but I'm at like 1.
Yeah, we're all basically the same little. Get Grant Cameron on the phone. So he's the one that's in Winnipeg. So.
Right. So when I sat down to put together topics for this show, I didn't feel like there's a lot of really important stuff that happened in the last year that doesn't involve people in a sense. Like there were no major events. There were no major UFO events or anything that happened this last year that really stood out to me.
Yeah, I felt the same way. I was sort of making my little mental list of things that happened, and it all seemed to be very much sort of heavily weighted to people and organizations and media sorts of things.
Yeah.
So which sometimes there's not every year is going to have something wild and earth shattering. So sometimes it's sort of a bureaucratic ufology year.
Well, let's start with one of the ones that you guys mentioned that I don't actually know that much about, and this is this whole MUFON thing.
Yeah, I think the most recent thing, just a couple weeks ago, about a week and a half ago, a guy named Phil Leach, who was a some kind of director of some case review team, I think it was called, released this 5-page PDF called MUFON: The Inside Truth. And you can get a really good breakdown of the whole thing with responses from MUFON people at Jack Brewer's UFO Trail blog. He did a really good job of breaking down sort of Leach's claims and then getting feedback from various people. But there's just some stuff that kind of builds on some of the MUFON wackiness of recent years. There's some things like in case files in their case management system that all of the field investigators have access to. Leach alleged that that there was private medical information stuff that legally is like HIPAA protected stuff, like lists of medications that witnesses were taking that investigators just put in this system that was accessible by hundreds of MUFON people, probably hundreds at the very outside, and investigators running background checks on witnesses. Sometimes I think without the witness's knowledge, and having that information in the case file system too. So some privacy issues like that. John Ventre is his continued maybe involvement, maybe not, in response to his things. Some talk about a secret MUFON lab in Pennsylvania.
Wait! What's the secret MUFON lab in Pennsylvania? I've read this. Was this in the document? I've got this open in front of me right now.
It sort of comes out in some of the conversation around it. But the funniest thing, in Jack's write-up on it, there's this mention of this lab a MUFON lab in Pennsylvania, and in his email back to Jack, John Ventre just out of nowhere says, I've never run a lab, certainly not a meth lab. Nobody brings up meth lab. I certainly didn't run a meth lab. It's like, what the? And I'm thinking, John Ventre is running a meth lab somewhere. That's not true. That is not true. I am.
So what you're saying is John Ventre is running a meth lab?
I did not say that. I did. So there was that. There's something about an implant that was retrieved from a witness, and Leach claimed that the implant was turned over to the stars. And
he didn't call it to the stars. They called it the acronym that the AATIP.
And then Chloe, last name Kletsky, probably
Chase Kletsky.
Chase Kletsky. I keep
now just as a full disclosure here, I'm friends with Chase Kletsky.
It's interesting, and I don't think she did. I think she did a pretty decent job of responding to the questions raised here, and certainly it says enough to make me wonder, if Leach has some particular axes to grind, and this is how he's going about it. But her response was that they did not turn the implant over to AATIP. They turned the implant over to Luis Elizondo, who was acting as part of the A&E documentary production team that was working with this. So, completely nothing related to AATIP. We just gave it to the guy,
the main guy, yeah,
the main guy who worked there.
And Chase has been working on a documentary, and I don't think it's been released yet. I'm not sure if it's a series or if it's a feature-length documentary.
If A&E's involved, that makes me think that it might be a series of some kind. They usually do. Well, sometimes they do one-off things, but so just some stuff like that, and that just builds on some other MUFON stuff. There's the state director. I think he was the state director in Washington who resigned from MUFON.
James Clarkson.
Yeah, Clarkson, a couple of years ago.
Who's a great guy. He's a wonderful, great guy.
I heard some interviews with him and read some stuff by him, and he seems really sharp. And his sort of, I don't know if allegation is the right word, that J.Z. Knight of the Ramtha channeling, I'm going to call it a cult, is part of MUFON's inner circle, big donor. And she was just in the news this week in federal court for some lawsuit that her cult is involved in. So, all of this stuff and just MUFON moving even further away from its supposed mission statement of the scientific study of UFOs for the betterment of mankind, or whatever it was. It's I just want APRO back. I really want Coral Lorenzen and Donald Kehoe to come kick some people around. I think that'd be fun.
So it's funny because I have kind of rubbed shoulders with some of the names on this list, and I'm looking at the document that Phil Leach put out and such. I've never met Phil Leach, and I've watched a few of his videos, and he seems like a, straight up boots on the ground kind of researcher. And that was the core of MUFON, and still is in many ways. That's so my sense is, and everyone is at the, from the bottom up, you get these dedicated researchers who are out there doing hard work, and from the top down, and I guess that's true of any organization. And this is not a big organization. There's only 4,000 members, and that's what it says on. That's just a Wikipedia number. I suspect it's lower than that. How many people are actually paying members to MUFON? And I think it's like $45 a year, and all that gets you is the
journal.
The journal, which just comes out. It used to come out. I think it's 4 times a year.
Yeah, I was a member for a year and realized I never read this thing. And $45 for 4 issues of a journal, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. And the journal, I guess there would have been a day when there would, that journal would have been somewhat vital, but it's pretty. Now I'm in a position where I've kind of feel like I've lost my mind in a lot of ways, and I'm just completely compulsively researching UFOs all the time, day after day. I'm writing and stuff like that. I'm doing, and I can say I never run across a MUFON report.
Yeah,
I never do, never. And there's a fellow named Roger Marsh who gets kind of treated pretty poorly in this document. And I've talked with Roger on the phone a few times. He's been wonderful, and he did a thing for a while. He was kind of he was actually making money. I can't remember how it was. I think it was they would monitor the clicks or something like that. And he was actually making pretty good money for a while writing these. He would go through the database. The reports were posted. They're live. You could just get on it. He would pick these really good reports. And then, from the report, without really interviewing the journalist, or excuse me, playing the role of journalist and interviewing the person in the report, he would write a little essay about it. And he had all the disclosure. He basically said this came from the case files and it has not been investigated. This is just, and he would do a really tidy job. And some of them were remarkably interesting, really wonderful stuff. There was one in particular where someone reported a UFO, and the witness will occasionally do an illustration, and the witness did an illustration, and it was like a Malibu house, right? And it was like a house with windows and a porch and palm trees, and it was like hovering and moving across the sky. And I was like, well, that nobody's going to make that up, right? So now there's this weird thing here, and so Roger will talk about this. I'm not saying anything that he hasn't shared publicly. Roger wrote a book. Roger Marsh, the head of MUFON Media, up until like whatever it's very, very cryptic in this document. He just all of a sudden seems to like have vanished from the face of the earth. I don't think that's quite true, but that's the way it's written in this very kind of, the guy does have an axe to grind. You can read it. I wish I could have been his editor and said, okay, let's wait till tomorrow morning. I'm going to take a red pen and I'll clean this up a little bit for you because you sound kind of grumpy. And but Roger Marsh wrote a book about his first-hand UFO contact experiences. He's an abductee. And Phil Leach, if you go to his bio on the MUFON page, the first thing he says is, yeah, I had 2 missing time events in my car. And he describes these classic UFO missing time events. And he doesn't go any further. It's very funny. There's this thing that I've come to recognize where people have these experiences and they'll just kind of like, well, isn't that interesting? And now I'm researching UFOs full time. So Chase Kletsky had a very close contact with a gray alien in one of her when she was researching this an event. I think it was in, I want to say Tennessee. I'm pretty sure that's right. Jan Harzan tells a story where him and his brother had a missing time event with a UFO sighting above a telephone pole. So they had the height of it. They could get the height of it. They could estimate the size of it. He was a kid at the time. He was watching Saturday morning cartoons, got called out by his brother. They both watched this hovering flying saucer above a telephone pole. So, it was close. It was big. And then they went back in and the cartoons were all wrong. Like they had missed like over an hour of time. I'm paraphrasing. This is something he has talked about publicly. So anything I'm saying here, and all of this stuff is out there. This is, and my assumption, so I'm forced to, like my little radar's up, and I'm forced to wonder how many people, what percentage of the people in MUFON, even at the higher ups, Jan Harzan, the executive director of MUFON, have had these contact experiences. So
I know that Bill
Konkoleski, in my home state. Yes,
the Michigan State director is an experiencer as well. Now you mentioned MUFON Media, and what's interesting is in her response to Jack's write-up of this, Chase says, quote, MUFON Media, I have never heard of this department or team in MUFON. It does not exist.
It might have been public relations or something.
It's just, but the guy, then somebody else in the comments says his business card said MUFON Media. So it's just, it's a small organization that, they seem so shambolic and disorganized sometimes. And so much, whether, no matter, like Leach issuing this 5-page, j'accuse of all of MUFON's press, it's sort of a high school level of drama in this organization that's just been playing out for the last few years. And you never had this back in Walt Andrus's time, but well, you did.
I'm sure you did. Yeah. They didn't have Twitter back then. So
imagine if they would have had Twitter in 1989 when Bill Moore goes to the MUFON symposium and you've got Bill English there, doing his thing, and Bill Cooper and John. Imagine if social media had been around then. That would have been wild.
That would have changed things.
It was pretty wild. Yeah. I wasn't there. That was long before I was into this stuff. But it's very funny. Like this PDF, like the PDF heard around the world. Like, I mean, everyone, a lot of people are in my, well, not a lot, but I read the whole thing, and high school is a good way to put it. Yes, I'm certain there are real issues here. You know, one of the things that was funny in this was the, I'm not going to read the direct quote here, but Jan Harzan said, why don't we have a TV show? We should have our own TV show. And the author, Phil Leach, kind of says, well, we had Hangar 1, and I think we got kind of a bad reputation from that because we were kind of fibbing a lot in how this, what we were reporting, and we were reporting on things that weren't MUFON cases, like Eisenhower meeting the aliens.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
And and I know a handful of people who have had, not a handful, two. I know two people who have had their stories fictionalized by MUFON, and they got them completely backwards. Like one guy had this wonderful, lovely, blissful, almost angelic experience. Well, not almost angelic. He says straight up, it was angels. His wife does, certainly. And that would be Ray Hernandez. And they did a session, and his dog was cured of cancer. They were getting ready to take his little dog to be put down. And then there's this glowing gelatinous plasma floating in the living room. And the dog is running around like a puppy and lived for many more years. So, and that was played out in the recreation, the dramatization as, nightmare, scary music, horror in the house.
Yeah,
and they hired actors to play UFO investigators and researchers on Hangar 1, which I've met a lot of these guys. They're totally charismatic. They could they could hold their own in front of a camera.
Right.
Yeah, and I know Harzan has said, well, the producers, that wasn't us. That was the producers. That everything bad about it was the producers. Nothing bad about it was MUFON's responsibility, right? And it's like at some point you've got to just take a little bit of the blend. Yeah, Hangar 1 was, and this is a 501c3, right? I'd be interested to see MUFON's books. I'd be interested to see where this money goes. They didn't give away stuff to TV producers for this show for nothing. So I'd be interested to see their books. I actually, I got a project for next week now. There's some, stuff there's public records. I'd just be interested to see for how many members they have, how much money they bring in from various sources. Yeah. Anyway, it's
that they get it from Jay-Z Knight.
Yeah,
that's where they get their money, and that was John Venture's whole thing. The whisperings were all like, well, he's like bankrolling a lot of MUFON. He's was wealthy and could just write the check that they needed, and so he could say whatever he wanted, and post racist stuff on Facebook, and they just turned a blind eye because he was. This is the story. I'm giving you the
right.
The catty, gossipy version of it.
My favorite thing about the Venture story was Harzan's sort of response to it on the MUFON website, which is, really, aren't the people complaining about Venture just as bad as Venture? Like, no, no, they're not. They're just haters,
There's an audio interview for you that Kevin Randall did with Jan Harzan. That just your toes are going to curl in your shoes listening to that one, because basically, Kevin asked the questions that need to be asked, and you can hear poor Jan trying to backpedal furiously. And I've talked with Jan on the phone. I did this thing, I was in this headspace for a long time. I was just like, well, heck, I'm just going to pick up the phone and call the guy. And I did, and he answered the phone. And I was like, hello. And we talked for, 15 minutes or something. And he was totally pleasant, amiable, and answered all my questions. He didn't, here's what I asked. I said, can I come look at your files? I'm a UFO researcher. I publish books. I would like to look at your files. And there was this pause, like, what? Look at the files. It's like, yeah, that's their mission statement, is to be a source of information for them. And there was this like dead silence, just like, you could just tell that it was like off his radar. Like, actually look at the info we've gathered. It doesn't even, And it was shocking. I mean, isn't that like, shouldn't it all be, I mean, obviously you could, vet it and take people's names out and do appropriate stuff like that, but
Right.
shouldn't it all be out there?
Yeah. And this, this is, I was thinking about other 2018 stuff and their director of research, Chris Cogswell, resigned in April. And because he was told that Ventre had been removed from the organization, then he found out, he was still, his name was taken off the website, but he was still doing stuff. And so he, had a, actually much better sort of document press release than Leach did, because it was like, I was misled about this. I don't want to be a part of this organization. And this quote, when I joined MUFON, I had hoped to bring a scientific viewpoint and strong critique of ideas to this field. Sadly, it appears I will have to attempt this elsewhere. I'm sorry, my trust was misplaced. So it's not just this most recent thing, and going back to Hangar One. And I think part of the problem is, and this came across in Clarkson's some of the interviews with Clarkson I've heard, and other things about MUFON is what is the purpose and point of the giant research organization in the modern UFO world? And I think MUFON's attempts to reinvent itself and stay relevant and stay sort of nimble, I just don't think they've had the skill and leadership to pull it off well. And so you sort of see them. I sort of see them sort of foundering out there.
Oh my gosh, they're like the big dead fish is already on the starting to smell on the beach.
Yeah. I was going to say I almost said it's sad, but it's not really sad. It's a UFO research organization. I mean, nobody should really care about this, but I care. I care. And I care about those people who. I care about the people who are Googling around for information about UFOs, and MUFON's the first thing that comes up, instead of all kinds of other stuff they could be seeing. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to MUFON. Regardless of what happens, I think we're going to see more dissension, more people leaving in a huff, more sort of semi-true sounding exposés. If you enjoy high schooly drama, I think 2019 is going to be your year.
Well, the issue for me, the deeper issue for me is it's a bureaucratic institution but why? So I've had this conversation with Richard Dolan, and he goes right to the heart. In his opinion, is that this MUFON is run by people with military intelligence backgrounds, and it's not happening by accident.
Yeah, that's one of the. Yeah,
they are. I'm paraphrasing Richard Dolan, and they are a vacuum. They are sucking up UFO information all around the world, not just in America, but all around the world. And that vacuum tube goes right into a vault, and nothing comes out. It comes into a black hole where the gravity sucks it in, never ever to see the light of day again. And I'm not exaggerating as far as that. That is my sense too. Every once in a while, whatever, there's a MUFON journal that comes out 4 times a year. There are very few interesting articles in the MUFON journal. There's some, but given the volume of data they must have it, and that's what wasn't like Jacques Vallée saying we need to like have a statisticians kind of crunch the numbers, take the data, plug it in, have a team of grad students just plugging the UFO data into the big giant spreadsheet and see what shows up. That data is out there, and there's also I'm getting totally. I'm like I've talked to. This is the conversations when the MUFON investigators kind of look right and left at the UFO conference. Is anyone listening? And I've heard this from more than one person that Walt Andrus kept a whole bunch of files, like decades of files, in his garage, and they got wet and mildewy, and they all got thrown out.
I've heard something like that too.
I don't know whether that's true, but it's certainly there's there's no way to test it because nobody can look at the files.
Right.
Yeah. And doesn't Bigelow have something to do with MUFON at this point too?
Bigelow. Now I may butcher this a little bit. James Clarkson was the executive director of MUFON in, I believe, this would have been around 2008.
Do you mean James Carrion?
James Carrion. I'm sorry,
Yes.
James Clarkson. Thank you. The same first name. James Carrion was the executive director in 2008, 2009 or so, and he made a deal with Bigelow, and Bigelow gave him a fair amount of money. I don't think it was that much. I think it was like $700,000. I mean, which is a lot of money, especially for an organization like MUFON. And he basically had access to the database. Now, the myth, the sort of whispered stories. So I'm telling complete hearsay. So I'm telling the gossip, was that MUFON, these stories would go into the database, right? They would show up because it was all automated. It was all online. Somebody would say, I saw a UFO in my neighborhood. And they would click, send it to MUFON. MUFON would then get around the next morning and they would open up the files and they would say, oh, that's in the state. Let's contact the state director and let's send someone over there. And there was a process that was in place. They would get to the site of the UFO sighting and the people would say, oh, Bigelow's people were already here. They already talked to them. And it get a little bit more nefarious than that, where, they kind of said, oh, we were told not to talk to MUFON. And now this is all gossip and stuff. And I don't know what's true and what's not. But that shows up in the book that the 37th Parallel by what's his name? The guy who wrote the book on, I'm trying to blank on the author's name. It was a big popular book. And that came out a little over a year ago. Is someone looking this up? 37th Parallel. It was a story
right now.
It was a guy who. So the guy who actually wrote it is really good at making movie deals, and he talks openly about the fact that when he writes a book, he's got movie deals in the back of his mind. And Ben
Mesrich.
Ben Mesrich, yes, and he wrote the Facebook movie. He wrote the Facebook book that got turned into the social networking movie.
Okay, yeah,
and he's funny and he's charismatic. There's a really good, almost like a TED Talk kind of thing. Like he basically says, here's how I got involved in this UFO thing. He's super funny and charismatic on stage. It's great to watch that. That'll give you a good rundown of the story. And so he got kind of, so the Bigelow issue shows up in that book too. I tried to read that book. It was a little bit like, UFOs for Dummies a little bit. So it was kind of like, it was a great introductory book. And I was tough to wade through that. And the fellow who they talked to, he originally wrote it kind of wanting to make fun of this guy. I think I'm doing this right. Chuck Zolkowski, I think is his name. And he is a UFO researcher in Colorado who does a lot of cattle mutilation work. And he has a license plate that says UFO Nut. And he's a gregarious, easy to get along with guy. I've met him at a UFO conference and super likable. And Ben Mesrich went in thinking he was going to kind of like, oh, here's like a little, let's do a little like a story about a guy who's super obsessed. And he got dragged into this and said, oh no, there's really something here. And ended up liking the guy and ended up respecting his research. So it's, that's the story. So I think, but that, I'm not sure when that book came out. That was interesting because that book got a huge push. That book was like, in the window, if there isn't even bookstores anymore, like in the window at Barnes & Noble and things like that, as far as, which doesn't happen with UFO books very often.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's look at Rendlesham. And this was something I almost completely forgot about. It kind of popped up and then disappeared pretty quick. But back in, I think it was December, the SAS claimed that Rendlesham Forest aliens were them getting revenge on the U.S. soldiers. And so the story goes that they had tested the U.S. security by parachuting into the base, and they were held, and severely interrogated and everything else and called aliens. So when they left, they decided to get revenge, and they rigged up a bunch of pyrotechnics, and that was what the Rendlesham UFO case was. Now, someone who is and the person who wrote all this is anonymous, of course. And it says, one man who should know the truth is Robin Horsfall, a former SAS sniper. Robin took part in the famous Special Forces operation that stormed in the Iranian embassy to free hostages just 6 months before the alleged prank in Rendlesham. Horsfall tells me that the letter writer is someone dangling a fishing rod. The language Frank uses provides no evidence of a military background. He says the letter is written by a person with a solid grounding in grammar, which, in my opinion, excludes most SAS operatives during the period, including the commissioned officers.
Oh, that's some nice shade right there. That's. Oh, he's going to get killed.
So, I mean, I think this was just someone looking for some attention. You know,
what's interesting is there's a faculty member at a university who worked for the National Archives over there, and he got this anonymous tip. David Clark is his name, and
that's actually that's who wrote this, actually.
Yeah, and he said he researched it for 3 years, and I'm not sure what he would have researched. I got a tip that it was a prank. Well, I'm going to spend 3 years looking into this prank, and it doesn't make any. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know.
No, and they saw more than just lights. That's
yeah. Remote controlled kites. I think the article I remember reading says something about remote controlled kites were used, black balloons, things like that. I mean, know.
Done right, especially and nowadays technology. Yeah, I could see that happening. But in what was it, 1980?
Yeah.
That's these guys had to be super gullible to fall for this.
I don't see this as just like, I don't think I would at an Air Force base. I don't think I would play a prank outside an Air Force base. There's people with guns in there. You might play a prank outside the junior high school, but not outside an Air Force base.
Yeah, and it just doesn't. Okay, we were on a training operation. We got embarrassed. Well, let's make a fake UFO. That'll show them. That just doesn't. I mean, we're gonna beat them up outside the pub next week. Yeah, that I can see that. That would be something. But we're gonna make a fake UFO. I don't know. It just adds to the Rendlesham quagmire. Remember when Rendlesham was just like one of the more straightforward stories out there? Those were the days before, well, this guy might have been lying about a good chunk of it, and there's these other people, and now, anonymous SAS people say it was a prank, and it's become the British Roswell in more ways than one.
Yes, in fact, it's just a bunch of as much of a mess. And I bet you they're selling T-shirts and stuff there. I know there's I don't know what the town of Rendlesham is.
They better be.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing with their lives if they're not selling T-shirts.
Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely went from a very solid, interesting case to just a mess.
Yep.
And as we had mentioned before, Larry Warren, has now muddied the waters so much. Whether he experienced anything at all, it's hard to tell. And that was kind of Peter Robbins' take on it too. He's like, I don't know when he was telling me the truth and when he wasn't, so I'm just throwing it all out.
Which is, I mean, I really admire that attitude, because that's,
so do I.
There's nothing, and how many ufology people would say, well, you know what? I think I can still do a new edition of the book like this, and,
right.
And find a way to make money off it. But no, I think he did the most responsible thing.
Mm-hmm. So there's Rendlesham. Now, did either of
you? This Peter Robbins and this? Here's this. This is where it gets weird. This is so. Peter Robbins and Larry Warren. The first time Larry was back to, or maybe not the first time. The first time Peter was at the actual site. They walked there at night and they saw UFOs in the sky, and they recorded it. So that was like a decade later, or more than a decade later. How did the pranksters come back a decade later and fool, Peter Robbins?
That area is known for sightings of odd stuff. I mean, that's the thing. That whole area is a hotbed for that stuff. It's just that in this case, it happened to be the military that encountered it.
Yeah. Which, as we know in UFO world, if the military encounters it, that's automatic, credibility, right? It's because that's how it works. Well, a pilot saw it. Well, so what? It doesn't mean it's what you want it to be.
Right. Yeah. And that brings us to the Irish UFO sightings that happened back in November or so, where a bunch of commercial pilots saw UFOs. Was it over Ireland?
I think, the Irish Sea. Maybe, yeah.
And I know nothing about this. So all the
It was like a blip on the radar, and then it went away.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it was sort of typical of 2018, right? It was the hint of an interesting story, and then no, that was the whole story. There was this blip, and then there wasn't. It was one of those sort of almost old school kind of, we have no idea what this might be, sort of things. And it was, some good speculation, some good discussion, some good sort of, I seem to recall, like on social media, some good sort of sciencey discussions of what things could have been, that might have caused it. So yeah, a neat story, but again, a very sort of compact and brief sort of thing.
Yeah. And the one pilot said it was moving so fast, it came up on our left-hand side and then rapidly veered to the north. It was a very bright light that disappeared at very high speed. And it fascinates me here because she doesn't describe a craft, she describes a light.
Yes. Yeah. I now that you read that, I remember it was very vague. It was a bright, fast-moving light.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually something that in 2018, I suspect, there's man-made technology that could mimic that,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But maybe not. I mean, the fact that it's a light is what interests me, because it's less likely to be technology if it's just a light.
Or it's somehow projected from like a hologram from the ground.
Well, that could be too. And we're better.
I'm only speculating. I simply don't know. But
and we're better to test something like that than an area with pilots who are going to report it fairly accurately.
Yep. You're gonna get radio communications with the tower or wherever, like sort of real time what they're seeing in some cases.
Yeah.
And so if I was going to say, okay, how does this fancy new shiny stealth drone thing with a light, let's just say, if I wanted to see, like, okay, how does this, we know what we want it to look like. What does somebody who doesn't know that this thing exists, how are they going to describe it? What are they going to say?
Yeah.
And, you do that, you do it where there are flight paths and well-traveled areas, but not too well-traveled. And you get some firsthand information like that. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's typical of traditional UFO sightings.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say one way or the other.
It's one of those things, you could come up with some sort of, Earth lights, sort of explanation. Mm-hmm. It really is a very sort of cool, sort of retro kind of sighting. It's nostalgic a little bit. Something inexplicable seen by a pilot. We don't have enough of that anymore.
True. And so now let's move on to the thing that has occupied most of the UFO news, which is the To the Stars Academy.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about this. I think I said this before. Like, I'm not sure if I'm swearing or not, but when I see the little acronym for To the Stars Academy, like, I can't see it without seeing tits and ass.
Yeah.
Am I like, is that like out of line? I don't know if that's what I see when I see that little acronym. So.
Well, it's appropriate because it is kind of just a big show.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I was being a jerk on Twitter And
No way.
yeah, I know.
You can run for president. You can be president.
I could be. We've had like snow days every day this week, so I've resorted to trolling people on Twitter to get banned, or blocked, not banned, blocked. But there's To the Stars Academy, and then there's To the Star. There's like they've got these separate divisions, and I kept tweeting at the one that was just the entertainment portion about UFO stuff, and they just got very frustrated with me. Because we are not blah blah blah. We are not To the Stars Academy. We are To the Stars, entertainment. It's like you're all To the Stars entertainment, pal.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, and the thing is, that's great. You know what? You want to take some money and find some investors and make UFO themed documentaries and films and music and art. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
My problem is less To the Stars than all the people who think To the Stars is this is the wave that is going to just sort of bring the truth to us. This is we're past disclosure, man. This is confirmation. And no, it's not. It's another ufological mechanism to separate suckers from their money. And and good stuff might come from it. Good information might come from it. But this is a profit making operation. And when you say that to people, are like, well, yeah, but that's how it has to be done because Tom DeLonge or whatever.
I think it's also some disinformation in there. It's controlling the narrative.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's so like Tom DeLonge when he did his little public relations press release, a video press release, his YouTube press release, and there were all the people sitting on the stage, and so Tom DeLonge was there with his shirt untucked, and then there were all these people, like I can't remember, like 6 people behind him on chairs. One of them was Louis, and there was Jim Semivan and Hal Puthoff, and there was a few other folks there, Chris Mellon. Insiders, government insiders, but like secret keepers. Let's say that seems a fair way to say it. And the odd duck in that group was certainly Tom DeLonge. Like one of these things is not like the other. So like, what is the like my sense is if you want to float in, and this is I'm like I haven't researched this. This is my sense. If you want to float some information out there, right, you might as well do it in a way that can be discredited if need be, right? So Tom DeLonge, boy, he's not Stan Friedman, right? He's like a rock and roll guy who played punk rock, So, and I'm all for punk rock, and but I mean that you got to kind of. And so if you're going to have like what do they call it, like a straw man, where you build something up that can be easily knocked down, that's what I see as Tom DeLonge. If they need to move on, and they can just knock down this whole thing, and everyone will say, well, it was just a silly thing because Tom DeLonge was involved. I am certain there's real information being leaked out. I think it's probably in among some messy stuff too.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there is. And the thing is, there's real information, and then there's real information that we know that where the context of the information and the background of the information is accurate. And I think any real stuff that gets released, it's going to be, surrounded by so much nonsense and disinformation and misinformation that, I don't know how much anybody's ever really going to be able to trust of it or should. I mean, I think that's the plan. I think that was a decision, a conscious decision going into it. Yeah, that's my sense. I don't know. That's what makes the most sense to me. The stuff is, I think it was this fall, their SEC report came out, and because they're publicly traded, and deficits of $37 million and things like that. And, then they came out on social media and saying, oh, you're misinterpreting everything. You don't know everything from an SEC report. Well, I know that, you've been taking a lot of investors' money and got a accumulated deficit. The thing is, the report states these factors raise doubt about the company's ability to continue as a going concern, and there's going to continue to sell stock and use a revolving line of credit to fund operations. Is what their report to the SEC says, and that does not sound. It sounds like something that was created and manufactured to do a specific job, rather than to be a sustainable, viable business. I don't know. I need to get my finance people on this, but I know a guy who teaches accounting, so my finance people. So, but I don't know. Something just continues to seem off about it, and the thing that the UFO world does that just frustrates me so much is you can't trust the government because they're the one keeping the secrets, except this one guy from the government, because he's telling the truth. Yeah,
and that would be Louis.
Yep.
And I suspect if you sat Louis down and at the bar and powwowed with him, and I bet you could tell some interesting stories. I bet you would nuance them in a way that a secret keeper might. But I bet you he would be a delight to hang out with. And I bet you would learn some stuff. And where's Greg Bishop? He's better at talking about this kind of stuff than I am. I mean, if you played by their game, he would give you everything he could possibly give you, as far as what he would be allowed to give you. And that, I'm certain that would be pretty interesting. And at the same time, I'm certain he's holding some cards close to his vest.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And that sort of, I'm feeling flattered that this important person with knowledge is talking to me. And so I'm going to be more likely to accept what they say because now I feel like an insider. And
that was right in Tom DeLonge's speech. If you watch that, that video press conference from over a year ago now, he says it straight up. He says, and then there was a guy, we only called him by the letter L. And then when I finally did meet, we'd only say, we weren't allowed to say anything about him. He was the most mysterious guy. And, there was this buildup, and it was like the magician saying, I learned this trick, back when I was, in Tibet, he was building the trick up and he, talks in Tom DeLonge in the press conference, the video press conference, that I had to go to these buildings and I had got to walk down halls and they had these special things in the hallway that would make white noise to so you couldn't spy in here. I was like, oh, well, yeah, okay. So what does this have to do with? And so he was, you could see the little, the glee in his eyes that he was invited into this insider group, which I would have been pretty gleeful to in a lot of ways, but I don't know if I would have, no one's going to invite me there. So,
yeah. And this sort of attitude is sort of tangential, but Jeremy Corbell.
That's right. We can talk about that. He was the star of the 2018. Yes.
I watched the Lazar movie. I finished it right before we got on the call. But Corbell tweeted the other day, I actually like Rick Doty. He's a good dude.
I try never to use the word dude.
Exactly. And Corbell he's a gimmick and a half.
I'm all for showmanship. I'm all for the guy getting after it. I published a book. It's awful to try to publish things. So he was.
Your book was good though.
Yeah, he was all over Facebook. Actually, I thought I think that, I don't know, whatever. I'm at the age now where I watch a documentary that's edited too quick and I'm still I was already past, by the time MTV came along, I was still, hoping for less edits, so I'm kind of generationally, incapable of really embracing a movie with that many fast cuts.
Yeah, it was the Lazar. That's the most recent one, right? The Lazar film. I think one thing that affected my perspective on it was I'd seen and heard Corbell's media stuff promoting it, and I mean his oh gosh, when he talked about how he crushed Stan Friedman in a debate, man, he just crushed Stan Friedman. It's like, no, you didn't. You acted like a douchebag to an old man. I mean, way to go, pal. But the whole thing about this Lazar documentary is it says absolutely nothing new about Bob Lazar. And it what it basically says is the questions you had about Bob Lazar's credibility 30 years ago, you're stupid to ask those questions because you're missing the big picture. Did Bob Lazar lie about his education?
Let's not. Yeah, they just brushed over that.
Yeah. George Knapp says, like, these are just people who hate Bob Lazar. And if they were to prove that, if you were to prove that he went to MIT and Caltech, they would just find something else to complain about. It's like, but that you're supposed to be a journalist, George. There's the trilogy of Jacques Vallée books, and it's the one that's more about government conspiracies. The one. Yeah, the one.
The Revelations. They almost have all three have the same name.
Confirmation, Revelation,
and
forget the last one.
And I'm looking at my bookshelf. Revelations.
Okay.
Revelations. Is the government cover-up one.
There's like 3 pages in that book on Bob Lazar, and it is is typical of Jacques Vallée. It is the most informative, in-depth, and completely changes the way to look at it. It's in. I wish I actually just printed that up recently, and I just can't remember when it was the whole thing with Bob Lazar, and I was like, did this show up in the movie? And it didn't. And I'm going to have to paraphrase from memory now of the what he was saying. He met Bob Lazar and had dinner with him on the Queen Mary in Orange County there, and he basically said, "So what did you have in the lab?" Lazar kind of said, "We really didn't have much in the lab. Like we had an oscilloscope and we had a Geiger counter and he named a couple of very typical things you might have in a laboratory, a scientific laboratory." And Jacques Vallée's like, "That's it? That's it?" Yes, you were like researching, and you didn't have and then he went and listed all these things that you might want. He didn't have an electron microscope. Nope. Didn't have this, didn't have that. And I was like, nope. And then he said, he talked about, there's a scene which they briefly talk about in the where he's like taken with these guards, and there's this whole thing, the guards had guns, and they said, "Okay, we'll shoot you dead if you don't listen to our orders." And then they walk down this hall, and there he's like, "You can only look straight ahead." And then they stop in front of this door, and the guards kind of say, "Hey, check this out." And they look on this thing, and there's he said it's kind of from behind. He didn't really see much. He only saw it for a second, but he basically said he had the impression there was a gray alien in there. And he says he's even said this all throughout his thing. He said, "I don't know. It could have been a doll for all I know. Could have been a mannequin for all I know." So, and then he said something very strange, like he was getting dates wrong. And Jacques Vallée was like, "Well, which was it? Was it 1994, 1995? And Bob Lazar said something to the effect of, "I don't know. It's really foggy. They were taking a lot of blood at that point."
Yeah. Yes, I remember that. And
it's why wasn't, that's pretty interesting. So
the whole thing about, wasn't there I remember, I think it was one of his appearances on Coast to Coast where he said something like he would get on the plane and then have no recollection of anything until he was getting off the plane or something like that, when they were transporting him somewhere. There's just stuff that's like, something is, I'm reasonably confident that Bob Lazar worked in some connection with something that was around there. Right. I'm a big fan of the theory that he was basically hired and conditioned to as a vessel for whatever they wanted to release to the public in the late 80s. He's just this guy who, has some practical scientific knowledge, but no credentials. We can bring him in to do some stuff, and we can take a lot of blood around this time and, do whatever to him. And he's telling this story. And it's, I see disinformation everywhere, but
so I just opened the document, which was I scanned the pages of the book, and I'll just read a little bit from it. This is Jacques Vallée's book. My memory has been tampered with, he said rather sadly. What do you mean? Said Jacques Vallée. There was a sort of infirmary in the back of the facility. They gave me all kinds of tests there. Jacques Vallée asks, can you describe these tests? Well, for one thing, they took an awful lot of blood from me. They said it was necessary because of the things I was working on. Jacques Vallée asks, what else? They made me drink a glass full of yellow liquid that smelled like pine, and it seems that they hypnotized me several times, and I never found out why. That wasn't in the Jeremy Corbell movie.
Right.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that was missing. Because that's huge, right? I mean, why would you not mention that unless you were dead set on making a documentary to just accept Lazar's claims?
Now, to me, Jacques Vallée clearly stated he liked Bob Lazar. He said things like I've met a lot of people who talk this talk, and he knew the difference between mass and acceleration, and he was a real physicist. Right. Jacques Vallée, who was someone who would probably know, said I trust that he was a physicist. Mm-hmm. But he implies that there was some sort of disinformation campaign. He was used as a tool for someone else's. Someone else was playing the chess game, and he was just a piece on the chessboard.
Right. And that it's the film doesn't talk about that. I was really, I had like an infinitesimal, amount of hope that they would, somehow bring up Bill Cooper's allegation that Lazar was running a meth lab back in the 90s. I was really hoping they didn't. But they, the FBI raid, the FBI or the multiple agencies that raided Lazar's place. They mentioned I've been raided before, and they make it so sinister. They don't really follow up on it much, but they make it sound so sinister. Oh my gosh, he must be telling the truth because he must have element 115 there in his house, because why else would they raid Bob Lazar? Well, right. A Google search brings up, the most sort of in-depth one. It's 2006. Wired magazine did a story featuring Lazar and his wife. They were raided by, among other people, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, because he does a lot of illegal fireworks type of stuff. He did his Desert Blast thing, and after 9/11, there were a lot of chemicals that were put on restricted lists that he was dealing in. So why was Bob Lazar being raided? Because he's doing stuff that gets you raided.
If Bob Lazar called me up and said, Mike, if you want to go out in the desert and come out in the desert and blow stuff up with me, which I would do it in a blink of an eye.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, so I did think that the Skinwalker Ranch film that Corbell did was much better.
Oh, interesting. I just thought the reverse.
Oh, really? I thought maybe I'm not as jaded about it. Actually, okay. I think the Skinwalker Ranch film was much better. I do not think it was good. Okay. I think it was relatively better. I think it was a better made piece of film because there were less shots of Corbell sitting at his kitchen table talking to George Knapp on a speakerphone. Because that's cinematic dynamite right there. It's but and my relative appreciation for the Skinwalker Ranch film comes down to the scene near the end where they're in the bedroom, the very austere, sparse bedroom, talking to the voice disguised, faceless new owners of the ranch. Yeah. And I think that was just done in such a nicely sinister way that I appreciated the style of that scene. I thought that was, it's like, I watched it, and that, I don't know, it's probably just me, but that's the sort of thing that makes me feel like, I don't like this. This is creeping me out in a good way. But man, I mean, between Corbell's things and, just, I haven't seen the History Channel's Project Blue Book. I haven't watched a whole episode.
I have not seen any of it. But here's, I'll interrupt as far as the History Channel's Blue Book thing. The end of episode 2, boy, let me tell you, I got people contacting me. There's a scene and someone actually held their phone up to the television and played it. So I have a little video of it. And I need to watch it. But, the character playing Hynek is him and another person are like at a, groovy 1950s sedan, and they're out in the desert. And there's this, everything in the sedan starts, the radio starts going wiggy and the lights start flashing. And then a UFO flies over. Beautifully, wonderful special effect. Hovers over, flies over, and then coasts across the desert. And then the car goes back to normal. The sound dies down. And they're like standing there in wonder, and they hear the call of an owl. And then everyone said, they read your book. So, and which I think they did. It was like, oh my God, that was a little too blatant. So,
so I've watched the first 2 episodes of Project Blue Book, and I expected to hate it, and I did not at all. First of all, they're very upfront about the fact that they're fictionalizing the stories.
Yep.
They started out by basically saying the government started Project Blue Book as disinformation. It's not that far off from what really happened, even though it's more fictionalized. And at the end of each episode, they tell you what it was based on, so you can do further research.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
That's good. I sort of, just on Twitter, the guy O'Connell, who wrote the Hynek biography, he's been a little salty about some of the liberties taken, and I get that he's so close to the material that it would have to rankle a little bit, but it is fiction. I have no problem with them fictionalizing it. TV shows and movies that you can't not fictionalize history, because history doesn't have a narrative shape that fits into a 45-minute television episode.
Right, exactly.
So you have to impose structure and pace and the different beats and characterizations, and you have to do that. And I will say I think I need to watch. You thinking it's good makes me want to watch it. So because I haven't really heard anybody's opinion on it, but it wasn't 2018, but as far as television or video things go, my wife really enjoys it, probably as much as I do. We just finished the 3rd part of Hellier, and it is.
I've heard this good stuff about this too.
It's very well done. It is very well done.
Yeah, we'll be doing a whole show on that at some point, because no one has had anything really bad to say about it.
It really, that alone, that plus the fact that it was just sort of released for free, it is just mind blowing to me. But I've really enjoyed it, and I think it's a good model for paranormal documentaries going forward. Just sort of a medium form length, not like a little sort of 1 episode shot. This is, like a ghost hunting episode, and not a never ending open ended thing, but 5 episodes looking at all of the sort of things surrounding an event. And I will just say that in the first episode, when they brought up Alan Greenfield's secret cipher of the UFO knots, I was just like, I'm watching the right thing. This is, I've done my life well to be to be watching this, because I was like, I never thought I would, of all the things, right?
Wally and Skulder never brought up.
No, and I mean, you never heard it on Coast to Coast or anything like that. It's one of those. It's what, and I know you're going to do a whole show on it, but I just want to say what Hellier sort of brings home to me is that sort of the generation of paranormal thinkers and investigators and writers that sort of came of age in the 2000s, early 2010s, that sort of generation, that is hope. I just have hope that this group is going to be driving the narrative more than the To the Stars types. This is a good sort of pushback against we've got film of a device flying in the air and the Defense Department told us about it. That kind of, it's like, no, let's talk about Secret Cipher of the UFO. Let's talk about the ufology and the paranormal needs to be weird, and it needs to be a little unsettling. And I think Hellier does a good job of making that unsettling weirdness very tangible.
I think usually it's that the people researching it want to cut the weird stuff out.
Yeah, I know. And it
except me.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
There's like a good group now, much more than there used to be, of people who are like, no, the weird stuff is the point. The weird, that's what we're looking at. I just like it. And even I'm not done with it. The third episode, got a little ghost honey for me, but it shows the interconnectedness of all of these different fields, and that's something that you don't see enough of either.
Yes.
So I mean, it's hitting all the right beats for me, and it gives me hope.
Fair enough. Well, we got only a few minutes left. Either of you want to comment on like the Corey Good stuff, which also made UFO news all 2018?
Man, he really took the secret space program stuff and turned it into something stupid, didn't he?
Oh my God, Corey Good's been booted from. We have Gaia TV, and so Andrea and I sit around and watch Gaia TV, and it's so painful to try to because David Wilcock is a great presenter. Like he did a wonderful interview with Rupert Sheldrake, right? So he's like dialed on certain things, and then I just feel like I've talked to a lot of people, seen UFOs and had experiences. I've never heard anyone talk about seeing a big blue bird.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, and then all of a sudden they got kicked off, and there's this new guy. It was totally seamless. I can't remember the new guy's name, and he's on Gaia TV now, basically telling the same story. And it was like all of a sudden Corey Good's gone. Poof, gone. And this new guy just is on the show. And I'm like, how did it just seemed like boy, just be careful with that stuff. I mean, to me, I don't buy it. And I get in a lot of trouble with other folks because I know a lot of people who do buy it, and I don't. So.
I don't understand how anyone does buy it. It's so ridiculous and so based on nothing but his word. It's like, why is this the thing you choose to follow?
Yeah, and that goes back to where Rich Dolan is very skilled at basically calling him out. He would do better than I would. So I'm not gonna. And so this is that aspect of the UFO research and stuff like that. I don't care about that stuff, like people on Mars and going to other planets and like fighting aliens and like. I just my plate is full. I don't have to go there, and I got plenty of interesting stuff on my plate without having to go there.
And I'll say, even if this came across as this is a new movie, I'd be going, well, this is kind of dumb.
Yeah, it's just so wacky and weird, but kind of dumb at the same time.
Okay, so if there is a secret space program, and there is, right? Because I remember back in the 80s, they would send the space shuttle up, and they would say, "We can't tell you what's going on in the space shuttle because it's all classified," and they were putting up some satellite or something.
Yeah,
which I understand. So so that would be called a secret space program. They were doing something secret in space, right? So
sure,
I think so. In the last 30 years, what's been going on? Do we have back engineered UFOs? Do we have this? That stuff is all in a fog of misinformation, disinformation, gleeful information. It's fun, it's seductive, but it's a mess to try to make sense of. So if I was, I'm just playing this thing here. If I was one of the secret keepers and I had an unlimited budget, how cheap would it be to get a guy down a little TV show every once in a while to say like, oh, I had this thing where I went to Mars and just say the most outlandish things ever. Then the secret space program is tainted with that stained, muddled nonsense.
Because that phrase is increasingly connected to
good
and the sphere being alliance, and they've got a message for us, but it's always been distorted by humanity. And no, I'm absolutely not a contactee from 1955. It just sounds. It's easy to sort of fall into the, this is a government disinformation plan, but boy, it would be a good one, wouldn't it? Like you said,
how cheap would it be? Compared to other things the government has to do to keep a secret,
It's like you just keep goods supplied with hair gel and you're probably fine. Wow, I'm catty today.
You are meow. Yeah, you are.
As
opposed to normal.
Yeah, that's true. MUFON's rubbing off on me.
Hey, so here I will do a little push for a friend of mine. His name is Ray Hernandez. He was put out a giant book called Beyond UFOs. Do you know anything about this?
No.
I have it on my shelf. It's like one of the things you put it on the book. It is 926.
Oh,
wow.
So I feel like I've worked on a few books, and I have just the inkling of like what it means to put a book out and how to sell a book and stuff. Boy, it's a bad business model to put on a 926-page book. So,
and what is it?
It's called, the title of the book is Beyond UFOs, and it's the science of consciousness and contact with non-human intelligence, Volume 1. So there's another 900-page book in the works here. Oh, actually, it says 820-page book. Sorry, I'm looking at two different things here. So that's pretty reasonable, 820 pages. But so the fellow who put it out, I'm being a little, now I just, you may said, you made the hair gel thing and I get all catty myself. So the guy, Ray Hernandez is credited as one of the authors. It's a big fat book and all kinds of people contributed to it. And I should be able to, let me just read more here on the thing here. That was a foundation, which used to be called FREE, FREE, Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial Intelligence. The name has since been changed to the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial and Extraordinary Experiences. So the Edgar Mitchell died in, I guess, 2 years ago now, and he was very involved in this organization, FREE, which was, they did, so the first 100 pages of this book is an in-depth questionnaire that was then crunched by statisticians from Harvard. They were retired, but they were retired professors from Harvard who crunched these numbers, and they came up with some really interesting stuff. Yes, I worked in advertising, and I know what it means to have, like, where I was, this type of stuff I was doing is like, which flavor of Hawaiian Punch do kids like more, to like the orange or the red? So I worked in, and you very quickly learned that this is a slippery slope to try to figure out, how to read statistics, let's say. But there's some pretty interesting stuff in here. And I think the one thing that comes up over and over and over again is that, and I don't have the number right in front of me, but it's about, they asked experiencers Did you have a negative experience or a positive experience? Roughly 70% said positive, roughly 30% said negative, which is not what the public conception is.
No.
It's the inverse of the public conception. So people are having mostly positive experiences, according to this research. And then there's all kinds. So it's a quite a remarkable book, and I doubt I'll ever read it from beginning to end. It is a wonderful book to pick up and just open anywhere. I'll tell you that.
Wow.
So
Okay.
and so there that book came out. And there's no index in the paper book.
Whoa.
So I got the Kindle book. I got the Kindle book, and it's wonderful because then I can
You
just
can search for anything.
Yeah.
It's meant to be a Kindle book.
And
Plus
who's
fact
the
that
author again?
It's written. Let me just click on the thing here. Ray Hernandez, John Climo, Dr. John Climo, PhD, Dr. Rudy Shields, PhD. Excuse me, Dr. Rudy Shield, PhD, and then the organization Free. And other people worked on it. There's a woman, Susan Kornacki, who worked on one of the chapters, and stuff. And she's a very dedicated, serious researcher. So this is so grounded in two things. It's grounded in pragmatic research. At the same time, it is, and I think they put something on their mission statement. They changed their mission statement and said, "We are not a UFO organization. We are looking into the consciousness aspect of paranormal experiences." And it's quite remarkable.
Huh.
He would be a great interview for you.
That's what I'm thinking.
Get a hold of him.
Sounds really interesting.
Yeah, he's a zealot, I think would be as good a term as any. He is all about this, and he is very forceful in his zeal, in a very wonderful way. It's not like he's not off-putting.
All right. I think that covers most of the main events in the last year. Honestly,
I think so. It really was. Art Bell died. I think.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only other thing. I mean, leaving a huge gap in the field of starting up a radio show, then quitting it in 6 weeks. So
he quit it because he wanted, like, he didn't want the podcast to go out. He didn't want, like, the things archived online. And I was like,
no, he did. He did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was.
So with Sirius, not everyone had Sirius, and because it's a pay thing, not everyone wanted to get it. But he wanted to make it freely available on the website, and they wouldn't do it because that's their business model.
Yeah, right. It's selling radios and subscriptions, and then the second one on his network that he started up, there was some convoluted thing where he was being threatened, and supposedly somebody shot at his house, and one of the Art Bell fan forums, like, they were like in contact with the Nye County sheriff, who was like, no, it wasn't like that. And so there was Art went on the forum to defend himself, and then he quit. And the thing is, he'd sold like these memberships to the network, and people were like, kind of like with Sirius, I'm signing up because Art Bell, and then no, it's Art Bell's protege or understudy or whatever the person was.
Heather Wade.
Wade, yeah. And then
that's not really an enviable position to be put in.
No, I would not want to be why would you take that job? It's like, okay, I'm Art Bell. I'm beloved by millions, and I'm a legend, and I'm quitting suddenly, and I want you to take over. Heck no, sir. I'm just going to go over here and start my own show, and not be the person who failed at replacing Art Bell.
Yeah.
But it's he was young. I mean, relatively young, and young wife, and little kids. Sort of the I was going to say third family.
Was it third? Okay.
It was. I think his. Yeah. It's. I lose track, but I think at least third wife, maybe fourth. But I mean, just his son had just been born. It was like a year old, maybe,
something like that.
The daughter was like 6 or something like that. Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah, Yeah, it does. And, it was, that's, even though he wasn't broadcasting anymore, just a huge, no more Art Bell,
because everyone figured he'd be back sooner or later.
Yeah. Cause he's Art Bell and he always comes back. And, I think the landscape has completely changed. I mean, look how many shows and podcasts there are where you have people interviewing other people about the paranormal now. And you can say, well, Long John Neville started that. Billy Goodman started that. Art Bell made it
popularized
something.
It.
Yeah. Internationalized it. And, so it's, and he's such a good radio host. He could make anything entertaining. The worst guests ever, the worst callers, he could get something out of it. and that's just it's a lost art. The unscreened live caller thing. You're never going to see that again. I mean, corporations do not have the stomach for it. You don't know what might happen.
So 2019, I don't feel, I had said this when we first put this together, I don't feel like a ton of stuff happened in 2019 UFO wise. I reached out to my Patreons. They came up with a bunch of stuff. Do you want to start, Aaron, with the thing you just mentioned?
I think my favorite thing that happened this year has nothing to do with the Navy and nothing to do with any large organizations. It's the fact that 40 some years after the Pascagoula abductions down in Alabama, we've got some new witnesses that came forward in 2019. Calvin Parker came out with his own book, his book about his experiences, which he had never really been very forthcoming at all, talking about that. Charles Hickson was the one who sort of was the voice of the Pascagoula thing back in the day. And so Hickson comes out with his book this year, and it made the local news down in Pascagoula and those areas. And there are a number of people who have come forward saying that they saw something the same night. One guy was a guy named Joey Nelson, and if I remember the story right, he was driving down some highway with some friends, and they were planning on going to some bars and making some money playing pool. That sort of stuck with me that was what they were doing, and they were going to I think they were going to Louisiana, probably New Orleans actually, and they were driving, and they saw a UFO, and it was the same night and in the same general area as the Pascagoula sighting. There were other people sort of around that region who saw different UFOs that night, and it would have been sort of amazing if all of those witnesses would have come forward back in 1973 all at the same time. But as it is, the Pascagoula abduction was just striking on its own. But now, 40 odd years later, people coming out of the woodwork saying, well, now that you mention it, I did see something that night. I think that was the night I saw the thing.
So for anyone who doesn't know what that encounter was, one of you want to explain it to people?
Yeah, Pascagoula was it was one of those sort of, I don't want to say proto abductions, but it was one of the early ones. It was one of when the word abduction starts getting used, it's one of the examples, along with Betty and Barney Hill and Antonia Villas-Boas, that gets sort of lumped into that abduction category rather than a sort of old school contact experience. And you had two guys who were working on the river, Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker, and they were fishing, I think, and a craft landed, and a door opened up, and weird creatures emerged. They sort of look. I'm looking back at my poster of Greg Bishop's book "It Defies Language" because it's got a Pascagoula alien drawing on the cover of it,
and drawn by Red Pill Junkie.
Red Pill Junkie, who did a great audio introduction for your new book, Mike.
Oh, you heard it. You heard it.
Yeah,
Let's plug that. You plug that as much as you want.
It was he did a great job with it. I love his voice. So the monster. The monster, if you can sort of imagine kind of the sort of Michelin Man look, with a head that doesn't have any features on the face, just these sort of 3 spikes sticking out where ears and a nose would be, and these giant sort of claw-like hands at the end of these long sort of tube-like arms. It's not like anything really that had ever been described before or really since. And so they go on board the craft, and later under hypnosis a lot of details come out about their experiences on the craft, and it's very much that sort of clinical medical examination type of setup. And Charles Hickson, and I can't remember who co-wrote the book with him, but there's a book that came out back in I think the 70s, might have been early 80s, and it's been republished recently. But the original is incredibly difficult to get a hold of and very expensive. So it's good that it was reissued. But a really interesting abduction story at a time when abductions were very much the new thing. And now, after decades, you've got other people sort of corroborating at least, sort of the UFO sighting aspect of this.
Well, why did it take them so long, I wonder?
That's a good question. The news stories in the local papers there in Mississippi just sort of talk about how it sort of jogged their memories. It might be. I mean, the stories I read, it doesn't have a lot of explanation about why they didn't say anything up till now. They talk about why they didn't say anything at the time. They didn't want to look like idiots. Is sort of the general impression. But I wonder if they sort of say, well, I'm not going to say anything, and then they put it out of their mind, and then with social media pasting these stories all over their local news feeds, living in the area, it's like, well, you know what, maybe, it's not as weird to mention my flying saucer sighting in 2019 as it was in 1973, or I'm old enough that I just don't care what people think of me anymore. That's sort of, the explanations I saw, it's very much that sort of, well, I figured it was time to say something since everybody's talking about it again, and it's being taken maybe a little more seriously than it was back then.
Okay.
I agree. I think times have changed, and people can come forward and talk about this stuff in a way that they simply could not have, getting very close to 50 years ago now.
Yeah.
But how accurate are their memories going to be at this point?
That's a good question.
I bet you the grand sweeping narrative is close. The minutiae and the details probably are a little jumbled up. But yeah, I mean, people can remember things from 50 years ago easy. It's obviously flawed, and you have to take it with a grain of salt. But it's hard. It's not like they're, they might. The bigger issue, I guess, would be misremembering the date.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I can't remember the exact date of things that happened last year. Much less.
50 years ago.
50 years ago, yeah. So, I think that would be an issue. But that, I mean, there's a whole raft of built-in credibility and sort of questioning issues whenever anybody has a sighting, even if it was relatively recently. Just because there's all sorts of things you can question about, the way we perceive things, especially distance and size and speed and things like that. So I think it's an issue, remembering the exact date, but it's no more insurmountable an issue than any of the other issues you could raise about a sighting. So I think the significant thing is that that notion, like you said, Mike, that people feel more comfortable bringing it up, that times have changed in the last few years, especially 1973. I mean, we're in that sort of grim post-Condon Report era where the general mass media had written off UFOs as being unworthy of scientific study, like the Condon Committee said. And so really the only people doing UFOs were UFO types. And the ridicule factor there in the early 70s was, I think, higher than it would have been in 1963, for example. And I certainly higher than it is now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that Leonard Nimoy saved us all.
He did.
A few years later. Yeah. So
I love that show.
it's the fact that you can just click on that on YouTube is just, I know if I have a half hour to kill, I know where I'm going. So.
Yeah.
And that would be In Search Of.
In Search Of.
Yes, the show In Search Of.
I think it was, probably 2 days ago. I don't know how we got talking about it, but I sort of rambled on to my students for like 5 minutes about how all this stuff on this ancient alien stuff on the History Channel. You guys don't know what cool is. Cool is, reruns of In Search Of when you're 5 years old and the weird synthesizer music's freaking you out. That's the true ancient astronaut experience. It's not this nonsense now.
And Leonard Nimoy's, wardrobe.
Yeah,
boy, that will never resurface.
Yeah, man. Lapels so big you could hang glide, man.
Yeah,
it's just gorgeous.
And a beautiful voice.
Did either of you watch the newer version of In Search Of?
I've seen a few episodes of it. Yeah, it's with
the Spock guy, the Zachary new
Quinto.
Spock guy.
Yeah. Which I think is a neat touch. It's okay. I think as far as shows like that go, it's perfectly acceptable television. It just doesn't have it doesn't have the lapels, and I think it's sort of undermined by content-wise. We're not really doing much different than everything else the History Channel is doing on Friday nights, as far as that angle on paranormal stuff and history stuff. So I think that's really the biggest strike against it is it doesn't stand out enough, maybe, from just sort of content wise from that other material.
And I've seen advertisements of is it called Unexplained with Captain Kirk, Shatner.
Oh, cool.
I haven't seen that yet, but I saw the advertisement for it.
Oh, there's a show from the 70s. It was I'm not sure if it's feature length television, but William Shatner hosted a UFO documentary. It must have been in the mid 70s. Once again, big, beautiful lapels. And he was just as charismatic and skilled at just, he'd sat with people, witnesses, and they had a wonderful sighting, I remember, in that show. I can't remember. I think you just Google William Shatner 70s UFO documentary and it would come right up. But I remember he interviewed someone from the Hudson River Valley, and it was really touching and remarkable and thoughtful, and the guy had a ton of charisma. Yeah.
I've always liked Shatner.
Yeah, he's a very smart performer. He knows exactly what he needs to do in any given gig, and and he does it. He's a complete pro with that stuff. I can almost forgive him for Tech War, but I actually read Tech War, the first one, and I know that he didn't do most of the writing, but it's still it's not good. But hey, everybody's allowed.
Wasn't there a TV series too?
Yes, that he was in, and in all his Shatnerian glory, doing his thing and chewing the scenery where appropriate. And the show was, I think, it was a little better than the book. It was sort of there was a show, but there was like a TV movie that sort of kicked it off. And then it sort of went on from there. But it might be the most 90s thing imaginable.
So TV is one of the things in 2019 where you're seeing more and more paranormal and UFO shows. It's becoming way more of a thing than it ever has before, I think. Ghost hunting has been big for a while, and then it's Bigfoot. Now it seems to be the UFO thing. And part of that is the whole To the Stars thing, doing what's the name of theirs?
Oh,
Yeah.
to the star. They're
TV show.
Gosh.
with Leo.
This is telling, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've only watched one episode, and it just kind of struck me as it's exactly the kind of reports that I'm not interested in at all. And I watched the very first episode.
Unidentified.
Yeah.
Someone
Yeah.
had a device hooked up to a World Wide Web of information to get that answer, right?
Yeah, I threw that in. I threw that in my Google machine there, and yes, and the thing is, and that's why we didn't remember it. It's the most obvious sort of beige name for a show about UFOs you can possibly imagine. Inside America, yeah, Unidentified, Inside America's UFO Investigation. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I didn't watch any of it. I think, I mean, and this is just me. This is not a sort of value judgment on the whole thing. I know people have varying opinions. I don't really care about lights in the sky and objects. I'm not excited about it.
No.
I'm much more excited about, people seeing weird things and experiencing weird things that don't act like typical UFO encounters.
Yes.
As a UFO consumer, that's what gets me. I mean, as a UFO consumer, and sort of a paranormal from the consumer end of it, I found I find stuff like Hellier and Seth Breedlove's stuff to be much more entertaining than sort of the sort of here's another rehash of this sighting from a file sort of thing.
I'm not a big fan of Hellier for various reasons, but I think it's exceptionally well done, and it's way better than anything on mainstream television.
Yeah, I like it. I enjoyed it. I think the second season was a little long. I think they could have condensed, but I think it's marvelously produced.
Yes.
And I love the way you don't really know what the deal is with it in some ways. It's the constructed narrative versus this is just a video account of what we did. Sort of, that line, they blur that fairly well. I mean, you know it's constructed because you're not watching it live, right? You know there's a plan to the way they put things together and the way things are uncovered, but it does it in such a way that I was able to genuinely put that aspect of it out of my mind as I watched. Mm-hmm. And it got Alan Greenfield more attention than Alan Greenfield probably has ever had, which is always a good thing because his stuff is fun and goofy and weird in all the best ways.
Agreed.
That's the secret cipher of the UFOnaut guy?
UFOnauts, yeah.
Oh, I like that guy too, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the first season there were things I liked, things I didn't like. Second season, I just feel like they're forcing synchronicities into place to try and push what they're doing further, and I think they're very genuine about it. It just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Like I feel like it's a whole lot of stuff about nothing. And
I think if they would have somehow done it in 5 episodes instead of 10, I think they could have. Yeah, I just wanted to, we here at Chizo Media headquarters as we watched, as me and my staff watched it, we just kept. I mean, we started calling everything synchronicities around the house just as a joke, because it's just it got. You just wanted to say, okay, guys, settle down. Just settle down. I appreciate the earnestness of what you're doing, but we get it. We get that there's these synchronicities, and it's just and honestly, I mean, from my point of view, that's a bit of a nitpick, and I think one of the things that I had to sort of remind myself as I was watching it is that the things that they're talking about, the things that they're they're explaining to people, and some of the sources they use and people they talk about, it might be stuff that I heard about 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
I'm not normal. It's, I was like, well, yeah, Rebirth of Pan. And then I was thinking, oh my gosh, who knows about Rebirth of Pan? This is actually, because I have a friend, she got really into it, and she's like, have you ever heard of this stuff? And I'm like, yeah, but I'm old. So, I think I read Secret Cipher, the Euphonauts. I think I was in college when it came out, and I think I somehow got a copy of it, pretty soon after it came out for some reason, and because the title just sounded cool. And but most people, I've seen criticisms of, well, they're just sort of rehashing this or rehashing that, and it's like, yeah, but it's never really been hashed in this way,
right? Not to a bigger audience,
right? So I think they've really got that going for them. I really sort of admire their. I sound so old saying this. I admire these kids' moxie in sort of in putting this stuff out there, and putting themselves out there on social media. It's very much a social media driven thing, and they engage with their audience to maybe an alarming degree. I think that might be another sort of generational gap thing for me. But I was like, you don't need to respond to every tweet. It's keep a little mystery to your persona. But I love I love the way they did it. And while there's things that maybe if I were in charge I would change, I'm not in charge, and it's out there for free viewing, and
which is awesome.
Yes, the fact that they have high def downloads of the video files is just, it's mind blowing. It's not the way media tends to work, and I really, really appreciate that they are conscious of the fact that one of their goals is to just get this stuff out there, and to sort of involve the audience in speculating about what might be happening and to explore these things. And it's such a numinous topic that you're not gonna get any sort of resolution. And my favorite and one of the people sort of I think they made a T-shirt of it, of an Amazon review, 1 star, headline, "No goblins." So it was just like, that's perfect, and to make a T-shirt of that is the perfect reaction, because this is it's very much sort of post paranormal media in a way. It's almost like the first of a wave of something.
Yeah, no, and that's really good. I like that they're doing that and they're earnest about it. I think with the second season, the spot where I stopped, I think it was at the end of the second episode, is they basically said something like, well, we proved that now I'm forgetting his name. The guy who came down and talked to Derenberger.
Indrid Cold, yeah.
Yeah, they said something like, well, we proved Indrid Cold existed, and I was like, what? No.
Yeah.
I think that was the point where I said, I need a break from this. I'm going to come back to it.
Yeah, that was odd. And I loved the connection with Tanya Derenberger, Woody's daughter, who has written some very strange sort of stories about her life growing up with Indrid Cold showing up every few months. The fact that they went and talked to her. I mean,
fill me in on this. This is the first I've heard of this.
Yeah, they go down because Tanya Derenberger on Facebook a year ago or a year and a half ago or so just sort of posted out of nowhere that I've had a visitor. I've been informed that like Indrid Cold, Carl Ardo, and one of the other people from Lanulos, that they're all dead. They died in like a saucer crash or something. Yeah. And she'll have more details later. And then you get no details. You have to buy her new book, I guess. And I will when it comes out, but because I'm a sucker for this sort of stuff. But and so they go down to West Virginia to visit her, and she doesn't really tell them much that she didn't say in her Facebook post, but I appreciated that they took that step in talking to her, because she's an interesting person.
I guess that proves Indrid Cold is real.
Without question.
So later in the series, and this kind of connects into the whole UFO thing, someone had asked me what I thought about them hypnotically regressing or hypnotically inducing a UFO abduction. I haven't seen this yet. I've heard a number of people comment about it, and to me, it sounds like a really bad idea.
It bugged me a little bit. For one reason, I wasn't entirely sure how well it fit into the overall story. It sort of seemed like, oh, plus we have this cool thing we did with a hypnotist, and so here it is. But the press kit, they sent me a press kit, which I greatly appreciate. It's a USB drive that is packet. It's one of those USB drives that looks like an old cassette tape, and it's got the cassette box and everything in it. And part of the press kit is a self-hypnosis version of that experiment that you can do on yourself. And my wife has informed me in no uncertain terms that I'm not to try to hypnotize myself into thinking I was abducted. And probably a good thing, because otherwise I would be like, yeah, I'm going to try this, and then I'll probably get freaked out. But yeah, they did this, and it's worth checking out and if it all went down the way it was presented, it seems like they had a fellow who wasn't really a big UFO guy, and after this hypnosis session, he gradually came to be a UFO believer and to believe that he had been abducted and to be a little freaked out by it. And it just, call me a stick in the mud, it strikes me as a bit dumb. Or
now, was this like
unwise.
Played to be real, or was this like theatrically scripted?
No, this was played to be real. This was presented as real as the other things that they're doing. So yeah, it's very strange. I've only seen it once. I should probably watch it again to make sure I'm not misrepresenting it. But it just struck me as unwise. Of course, building altars to Pan also strikes me as unwise to varying degrees. But I'm not very adventurous, so.
But you're also not messing around with someone's head in that
right,
case.
Well, as far as you know, so Pan might mess you up. But yeah, it just struck me as especially with what we know about hypnosis, and I just think about some of the hypnosis controversies in the UFO field over the last 10 years or so, and I just think this seems unwise.
Now, was this something that
let me interject here. This is not part of news in it, but in 2017, 2018, I pulled the pin out of the grenade and did a series of hypnosis sessions about my own experiences. But and I will tell you this. I am more confused now. Like, I have a really good story to tell, but I'm like so cautious. Like, I have not gone down the road of like believing it. Let me put it that way. Like, I got presented with an amazing story, but
that's good, because I mean it's been shown again and again that hypnosis doesn't recover memory.
Yeah. It may open up avenues to ways of thinking about experiences, but as far as like being like a record, it's not for that, as opposed to what we were told, for years from, the usual crowd that, well, I went to this hypnotist and now I know all the details of how they put the probe in me and right, things like that. And
I recognize that. And there's like two sides to this thing. And I'm like swimming in both those waters at this point, so I recognize the debate on both sides. And I'm like, that's part of the reason I did it, was just like, well, now I got to find out. Like, now I got to see like how, what's what with the challenges of trying to make sense of this. And I feel I did. I was very cautious not to take it hook, line, and sinker. But, metaphorically, it was a wild story. Really incredible.
Have you talked about that story anywhere?
Oh yes, it's on
Okay.
my blog. It's in my new book,
Okay.
and I've talked about it endlessly. And I'm hosting a podcast series now, and it seems to come up more often than it should. Like it seems like, well, let me just tell this story, and it's kind of a long story to tell. So
Okay. All right. The thing with hypnosis too is that it is an altered state of consciousness. So you may be having a very real experience while under hypnosis. It's just that it may not be the experience you think it is.
yeah, perhaps you're being presented with stuff, and I mean I have talked to many people who have had hypnosis, and at the end they say, this story came up and I don't buy it. I don't believe it. And I really respect that. And I've talked to a lot of people who just say, now I know what happened. Now I know what happened on that night of missing time. I know. And both of those are, that's two ends of the continuum, and where the happy medium is, I don't know. I don't think that I do not think that hypnosis should be scrapped from the tool of the toolbox of how to dig into this absolutely elusive mystery. I think it should be used very cautiously, though.
I think that's probably the best attitude to have to it. It can reveal things, but it often can open up more questions, than answers. And if you're prepared for that, then and you're willing to accept that, then it can be I don't know how to say it. It can be a therapeutic tool.
And I've had a profound therapy session with hypnosis for issues of clinical depression. I think we talked about this in the show.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was remarkable. It was absolutely gut-wrenching in the moment. And afterwards, I remember literally sitting up in the chair thinking, like, I am cured. I'm not going to knock wood right now. And I've been depression-free for 6 years now, and I have not been able to say that since I was 12 years old. And that came from a 2.5-hour, 3-hour session where I lied on my back, and a hypnotherapist walked me through a past life, which I have no proof that past life ever happened, but I was presented with a wild story which I don't care whether it's true or not. I reaped the benefit of the session.
And that attitude is perfectly fine to take. It's when people take this stuff to heart and they insist, oh, this must be what happened. This guy that they hypnotized in Hellier now believes he was abducted by aliens, but we, for all intents and purposes, we pretty sure he's not. They created that experience whole cloth with the hypnosis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yes, it's a mess. It's a mess.
So, but yeah, I mean, you have mentioned that before, Mike. That you sometimes the past life regressions can help us, but it might be that. Maybe they are past lives, but also maybe they're presenting these problems to us in a different way, so that we can make sense of them and deal with them.
They're presenting them symbolically. Sure,
yeah.
It's a myth. It's a story told in symbolic.
Yep.
Framework told totally with symbolism, and that's I'm giving you my opinion as far as how that's how I've framed it for myself. And, we should change it, because I will get stuck on this because either you need an hour for me to tell this story, or we don't, or we should change the subject. So.
Well, it's more interesting than anything that happened in 2019. So,
except it happened in 2018. Yes.
Well, one of the questions I got from Patreons was how about the impact and implications of Diana Pasulka's American Cosmic?
Let's talk about that. Yeah. You've interviewed her, correct?
I have not.
Oh, you should. Oh, you definitely should. You'd be a perfect person to interview her.
Okay.
I will say, she spoke about this on Whitley Strieber's show, and I have had I've not met her, but I've had many long conversations on the phone with her, and she's given me a little bit of inside baseball. Basically her book was vetted, revetted, and revetted again. And a remarkable book came out, and I kind of have the inside scoop of a few things that, which it's not that interesting, but a few things that like she wasn't allowed to put in the book.
I was going to bring up about that. I like the book. I'm actually in the process of of reading it again to review for Nova Religio, which is a academic journal of new and emerging religions. So I'm rereading it, and one thing, going back and sort of reviewing all this stuff, is the timeline of when the book was originally sort of expected to come out, and then when the book actually come out. The thing that kept running through my head was, at some point in the sort of academic press peer review editorial process, something happened. And then on Facebook a few weeks ago, she mentioned something about, just sort of vaguely about edits that were made to the book and things that she had to change, and sort of bypassing the sort of established academic press next time around or something like that. And so I always sort of had the impression that the book that came out was not necessarily the book that was originally intended to come out, if that makes sense.
Well, there was so then she talks about it right in the book where her research partner, which is very, well, that's just, yes, her research partner. No, this is the fellow who's named Tyler, who's the mysterious Tyler. That's not her research partner. Her research partner, I think, is James. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, isn't he really the guy who did the Atacama body thing?
I'm going to remain silent on who it may or may not be.
I've heard it might be him.
And there's lots of stuff on the internet on who both of these characters might be. But so the book ends. The book was totally written and completed, and then she went to the Vatican. And I got to remember this now. She was researching levitation, I think, that was in ancient documents, ancient Catholic documents that were for the time thoroughly vetted and reviewed and written, for the purpose of trying to come to some clarity and some truth. So, and these were all in a form of Latin that Diana can speak and translate. And so she dug through all these old things about levitation. I think I have this right. And the mysterious Tyler went along with her to the Vatican, and he was so moved by, I believe they were following some priests around who were giving the last rites, and he was so moved that he converted to Catholicism. So and then she realized this has to be in the book, and there's all kinds of sort of secret stuff that's hinted at there as far as him getting into the Vatican, because he technically wasn't. You have to. There's a very strict list of things you have to be checked off on. One of them, you have to be a doctor in order to get into you have to have a doctorate in order to get into the Vatican Library and have published more than one book and so it's no joke. And Diana, all the little things were ticked off on the checklist, and this other guy didn't have any of them, and he magically got in, and there's a little bit of mystery there, and they hint at it in the book, how he managed to get in into the Vatican Library. Now, what was also, this is, I've actually, someday I want to ask her this. So this character Tyler did not drink coffee, did not drink alcohol. He goes to Rome, drinks wine, and has espresso, and then becomes a Catholic. I would argue that he was on some sort of euphoric high that can only come from the first time you have that first, we're not talking about Starbucks in the shopping mall. I'm talking about on the streets of Rome, you're having a double latte. This is epiphany stuff. So, but anyway, yes. So that book, I think I see that book as absolutely groundbreaking.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a good book. I enjoyed reading it, and I don't know the degree. I mean, a lot of the talk the talk and the conversation that I'm sort of maybe not about is sort of the idea that this is some sort of seminal watershed moment in quotes capital A academia being open to the UFO field. And I don't know. It's there's a few people like Pasulka and Kreipel who are established names in the field of religious studies who are examining this as within the context of religious studies. I do think American Cosmics sort of veers outside the type of sort of scholarly detachment. And so does Kripal stuff sometimes, to be honest. Outside of the scholarly detachment you usually see in the more traditional religious studies.
And thank God for that, because I think the more traditional religious studies would probably dry as old toast.
Yeah, but if we're looking at the idea of wider academia latching onto this, you've got to a degree, color inside the lines. So the degree to which books like these represent a watershed moment in academic acceptance of the field, or if it's, and there's nothing wrong with this, an academic exploring this in a way that appeals mostly to UFO types who are into it already, it's, where is it on that spectrum? And that's I liked the book. I thought it was a great book, and I'm always skeptical of this is the moment where we're finally going to get recognition from these people we think need to recognize us, and I don't know, usually that's doomed to some kind of disappointment.
Well, Diana, in the book, she argues that. She doesn't argue. I mean, she's basically says she attended conferences, talked with scientists, and there is an invisible college, not of scientists who are open to these ideas, and of scientists who have had the direct contact experience. Boy, she parses her words so carefully, and she goes right up to the line in many points, but doesn't quite say that. And I think that was edited out. But there are scientists in the biz who have had UFO contact experiences, who are making great strides in cutting edge science. That is what she's arguing in one section of the book.
Right. Yeah.
I have talked to her personally. I don't want to say I can't speak for her, but she parsed her words very carefully, and the implication in her writing, you don't have to squint your eyes to read between the lines, is that this is unusually common at a certain level of the sciences.
So what she's suggesting is that people are having these experiences and they are actually helping them in their said fields.
Absolutely. Yeah, she states that pretty clearly in the book.
That's not surprising.
No, and then Whitley Strieber's also covering this too. The Ed Belbruno, who Ed Belbruno is a scientist who devised a way to get from the orbit of the Earth to the orbit of the Moon and other planets too, without using rocket fuel. Basically, just giving the little satellite a push and pushing it in a certain direction, which is not at the moon. It takes, instead of a week to get to the moon or 2 weeks to get to the moon, which you can do in rocket fuel, it takes, without any fuel, which is very expensive to get into space because it's heavy, you just push it off in a direction. It makes this giant elliptical orbit way through our solar system and then comes back to the moon. And he, Ed Belbruno, and there's a wonderful interview on Whitley Strieber's site from 2009 and also recently, where he talks about that, and he argues that this scientific epiphany was directly influenced by a contact experience,
and that kind of lends credence to my thought that these experiences, whereas they may not be aliens, they are very similar to what a shaman would go through. And that these experiences are awakening us to other realities and other ways of thinking that we're normally cut off from.
And I think she says it in the book, and I don't want to paraphrase from memory, but she basically says that like nobody believes, like in the sciences, this invisible college of people who have had the direct contact experience, that none of them buy the
aliens. Yeah.
And then
Yeah, like I basically said, like, okay, there's oodles of people you interviewed in this book, and that they're featured in the book, and you kind of hint things. And I said to her, how many are abductees? How many of these people are UFO abductees? And
what does abductee mean?
Well, the people who would fall into the classification of having UFO contact. Yeah. So, but her reply, and I'm going to parse this very cautiously, was almost all of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we use the wrong language with some of this stuff.
Absolutely, we're burdened with language, so it's our only choice is to use language to describe this stuff. But
when we say UFO abductees, what might really be happening is entering an altered state of consciousness, and you've said that before, that you don't feel necessarily that you ever left your bed.
In some of the events, yeah. So, and that's right. I did say that because in the sleeping bag one, and I said I described it as the seminal thing, which I call my contact event, my confirmation event. And I was sleeping outside in cold weather. It was March in southern Utah. It was below freezing, probably, but not much below. And I had a big winter sleeping bag. But I had a little pair of gloves. And if my hands get cold, I've slept out a lot in cold weather. I'll put a pair of gloves on. I just keep the gloves. I don't put them in a pocket. I just kind of tuck them in my armpit. And I'm wearing a down jacket to sleep. So I just kind of tuck them in there. And I woke up the next morning, and it was like something happened last night. But those gloves were just gently tucked into my armpit. If anything would have happened, those would have been disrupted. Yeah. So it's a genuine mystery, and I've learned to take 2 steps back and not get. I would go insane if I wanted to try to solve the mystery. All I can do is tell a bunch of stories.
Well, so I mean, if we take out the idea of being physically abducted and also come to terms with the fact that there are altered states of consciousness that are just as real as the normal consensus reality, that changes the whole playing field of what we're looking at.
And I would argue that oftentimes what people will say when they have these experiences, I do not have this experience to speak from personal experience, but people will say the events interacting with the beings, let's say, are more real than our waking consciousness. I've had one person say that it was like if you're in a movie theater, right, there's the reality is on the screen. That's all like 2-dimensional. But the real reality is like all in 3-dimension. They're saying that what we're experiencing, this waking life, is on the 2-dimensional screen. When they're dealing with the beings, they are in a richer, more dimensional, stranger, timeless environment than
which is exactly what people who have near-death experiences describe.
It's exactly what people who have shamanic journeys describe.
Exactly. And Kenneth Ring has shown the connection between near-death experiencers and UFO abductees very well in his Heading Omega Project book.
And that's 30 years old. Or 40 years old, maybe. I don't know. From the mid-90s, yeah.
92, I think it came out, roughly. All right, let's jump back to 2019, though.
Best year.
So let's see. I had a few other things here people had suggested. Obviously, the To the Stars thing comes up constantly. One person said, I'm wondering about Tom DeLonge and some of the news releases over the last year. They said it feels a lot like the kind of disinformation campaigns we lived through in the 1980s and into the 1990s.
It sure does.
Yeah. But not as fun. It's
funny. You get a rock star and you can't have you. It's not as fun. I agree. Who wants to do comic books? That's what he said when he started this whole thing. He said, I want to do UFO comic books. Like, where the hell are those? I'm waiting.
Seriously, give me the UFO comic book. That was those old Key comics. They did like comic books of some like UFO sightings.
Sometime. Oh yes,
and those were great. I think my thing with it there are, I think, some disinformation aspects to it, or some at least misdirection sorts of things going along with this. I think, they're trying to really gin this up into being, I think, more interesting than it might be. Some Navy pilots saw some things, and we've got great footage of things that don't behave, as we would expect an aircraft to behave. Does that mean it's alien? I mean, they're not. They're just saying it's unidentified, but the implication, of course, is that this is ET stuff, this is disclosure. We're getting, I think one of the big stories that hit was, there's the Navy announced new like guidelines for reporting these sightings, which, I mean, I don't want to be a killjoy, but oh my goodness, a different form to fill out. This is groundbreaking. We know that pilots see unidentified things. We know that pilots report these things. This is the same sort of cycle of revealing information that commonsensically is not that exciting, but you've got some personalities attached to it that make it an event, and they've got this, the business side of it, the media. I'm not sure media empire is the best way to say. I think
that's what they're going for.
Yeah, and that's honestly that. I mean, you can't fault them for coming up with a new angle to make money on this. That's fine. I just there's just so much. There's just so much. I think there are some people pinning so much hope on this whole thing.
Yeah, and I am not one of those people.
No,
me neither.
I mean,
if they could get a good comic book out of it, that's where I'm at.
That's a success in our book.
Now, one of the things one of my listeners, Jennifer Campbell, sent in. She sent this in a couple of times, and for some reason we never addressed it. There's this article that The Intercept put out that says the media loves this UFO expert who says he worked for an obscure Pentagon program. Did he? And it talks about Luis Elizondo there and how there's actually no evidence he actually worked for this program that he's been, pushing and talking about and everything.
Yeah,
that's the Bob Lazar thing that, did he really go to MIT and stuff like that? I mean, I think you just, all you have to do is drip feed these little doubts into the system, and it everything, the debunkers can say it all crumbled, and the true believers can say no, it did not. So I don't know where to stand on this. So here in the beginning, when they did that fake press conference, right? Do you remember where they stood in front of, it was obviously they were in a set and they're like addressing the audience, and there was obviously a couple cameramen there like drinking coffee or something, and it was pretty razzle-dazzle. It was like high-end as far as like trying to do this thing. It looked like the Academy Awards or something. And so there's a team of, I can't remember how many chairs were behind Tom DeLonge, maybe 6 chairs or something, each one with either they were outright CIA agents or people in the military with very, very, very high secret clearances. And Tom DeLonge says, and then there was this guy, and they would only talk with, he's basically talking about sitting at a table with CIA agents, and he said, there's this guy, and they would only call him L. And that's all. And it was just like, oh my God, the CIA agents, they were just whisper his name, L. And then they introduced me to him, and here he is. And it was like how, that didn't, they didn't have to spend $100 billion on a special satellite to mess with you, Tom DeLonge. All they had to do was whisper a little bit and say we can't use his name. And you could just see him if this doe-eyed innocence, golly, I get to meet the guy that the CIA agents couldn't even say his name in front of me. Now I know him. He's my buddy. So it seemed a little, and now he's the star of a TV show. And he's on every podcast, and he's being interviewed by George Knapp, and I'm certain if there isn't a desk in the Pentagon where they have to deal with this stuff, then that's a total horrible criminal oversight on the part of our government. They have to have that.
It's a huge liability not to have somebody taking a look at things we're not sure what they are in our airspace.
Absolutely, yeah.
Of course. So why should we be golly? Really? I mean, it's it seems a little. Yes, of
naive.
Course they're going to hold their cards to their chest, and they're going to play every little magic trick they can to send us off on wild goose chases.
And the thing that gets me is, they've got, I think Hal Puthoff is involved with them, and he's got, a long history of being involved in sort of government paranormally sort of things. But here's the thing is, for some reason, at what point? Well, I know what the point is, but we've hit a point where, don't trust anyone. The government's covering this up. The military-industrial complex and the intelligence people are hiding the truth about aliens. Except for these members of the military-industrial complex, we can believe every word they say because they're saying what we want to hear, and they're sucking up to us, and suddenly, it's sort of like with it's going back to that academic side of things. UFO. I'm going to use the word fans. UFO fans have just this incredible inferiority complex sometimes. And this idea that somebody who might possibly be important is paying attention to us and what we care about, that sort of overrides some common sense sometimes, I think. And I think, like you said earlier, this is not the first time we've seen this kind of stuff.
No.
And I would love to see a sort of demographic breakdown of, I don't know, they'd have to self-report, so it wouldn't be that useful, but sort of a age bracket breakdown of the TTSA fans, and I would put money on many of them not being old enough to remember the first few times this sort of thing shows up. Yeah. And I mean, not because they're dumb, but just because if your source of UFO knowledge is the internet, you're going to have a fairly broad but fairly shallow overview. And I sound like an old man, but people don't read books about this stuff like they used to. No. And so that
that's what Twitter's for. Yeah.
Well, right. I'm following them on Twitter, so I'm getting all the information I need. That's where I get my news about everything, not just about this. But it's amazing how lightweight some of this TTSA stuff seems. It seems very flashy and superficial, and there's no there sometimes, and then the questions come up about Big Lou's employment and was he doing this job, and like you said, Mike, both sides can say, well, see, this proves that I'm right. The skeptics will say, boom, he didn't work for him. The believers will say, well, if he did work for him, it would be a secret and we wouldn't have any documentation. So
which is a fair argument in a way. I mean, so if they wanted to sow the seeds of doubt, they could, that'd be very easy. That's the easiest thing they could scramble, is have someone write an article and quite, maybe he was told, that you can come forward, but here's my sense. He did not break ranks and write this hissy fit letter to the Pentagon saying, I'm quitting and I'm going to go forward with the UFO story. There was that's theater.
Oh, yep, absolutely.
I don't have any proof of that. So
absolutely.
He beat me up. He's a big guy, so I got to be careful what I say. So.
It's one of those things where somebody made the argument that if he did have this submit this resignation letter, then that should be FOIA-able. Or if he wrote it to be, placed in the file, or he wrote it, with the intent of sort of unofficially telling people that this was his view, which is probably more likely. It is theater. It is theater, which is great. But at the end of the day, on all this stuff, and actually on everything we'll be talking about tonight, there gets to a point that I'm getting to sometimes, where somebody tells me this story or they present this narrative, and the first thing that pops into my head is, why should I believe you? Why? I mean, I know. So maybe it's completely logical that you cannot provide documentary evidence that what you're saying is true. In that case, I reserve the right to just sort of say, okay, I understand what you're saying, and you can't prove it. So if it can't be proven, it can't be proven. So why should I believe it?
So now here, let me just chime in. So I'm writing these books about far out experiences people have with owls and UFOs and psychic experiences, and I can't prove any of it. I'm just taking testimony. I'm listening to people's stories. I'm telling stories. I'm retelling their stories. All I can do is say, boy, this sounds an awful lot like the other story I heard. And I know these people haven't been like, whispering behind
Right.
each other's backs to mess with me.
Here's where I see the sort of difference, though. I see a distinction between, here I am understanding and listening to people telling me what their personal experiences are, and I things that cannot be proven. That's different than somebody saying there were these public policy decisions made, but I can't prove it. So I've got a higher level of skepticism for people who say, in a giant bureaucracy where everything is kept track of, and we should be able to track at least some things. And if there's stuff you can't track because it's so secret, there's no paperwork you can find, then you wouldn't be saying it out loud. You wouldn't be allowed to say it out loud if it's really so secret that nobody can confirm or deny anything. And I think I have a different sort of threshold of tolerance for personal accounts and personal encounters because those things, for all of human history have defied rational explanation. Government agencies generally do not operate on that realm, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
So I've a lot more time for people's personal encounter stories than I do for I worked this job but I can't prove it.
Yeah.
And at the same time, yes, and I'm just so if I was head of this, I'm going back to the same thing again. I recognize there's a need to do two things: to research UFOs. If I was in the Pentagon, holy crap, I would want to know about UFOs. And at the same time, if I was in the Pentagon, it's like, let's hush this. Let's not like bark at this. Let's not.
Well, let's
not make a comic book about this.
Let's not talk about the things we don't understand, because we don't want the general public to realize there's things out there that we can't explain in our own airspace.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I would obfuscate it. I would create little dead end trails, and I would create theater.
Yep.
Yeah. And one of the things in this article, too, it says, somehow we are to believe that this is the mindset with which staid former members of the military and intelligence community sought to join forces, but perhaps there's a more innocent answer. To the Stars, which raised more than $2 million from investors, was originally hyped as a UFO research company that would explore the outer edges of science, but its Security and Exchange Commission filing identifies it as a motion picture and videotape production concern.
But not a comic book concern. So
No comic books. But the point is, it's literally filed as entertainment.
And I think that there's like Tom DeLonge's got a little office in LA, and it ain't a big office. And I've talked to people who've been there, and it's like, it's kind of, he seems like an earnest guy, and he's like trying to make things happen. He's put out a handful of books, but yeah, there's this like, what's the big machine? So when Stanton Friedman, when the article came out in the New York Times, he basically said, like, somewhere a switch got thrown. I would have loved to have been in the room when that decision was made to how to throw that switch. Like, I would love to be in the room and like hear, like, okay, how are we going to play this? I would love to know all that stuff. And all we can do is guess and speculate at it. And I am absolutely certain that they're playing with us. They're toying with us the same way I toy with my cat with a string on the floor, and which is fair. But like, I know going into it that press conference was not in front of an audience, and that was staged and scripted. And like, who wrote that script? Like, why did they put that stuff in that script? It was, there's. I'm certain that those Navy pilots saw something, and it's a pretty good story. But like, I only got so much patience for that before I want to move on to like question I would ask to that Navy pilot, like, do you have ESP now? Do you have psychic experiences?
Yeah.
Have you had any other experiences
how'd
since
your life
then?
change? Yeah, exactly. How'd your life change? Do you have any other experiences? Exactly.
And whoever asked about that also mentioned the Project Blue Book, which I don't think we talked about it on the show. I think we talked about it beforehand. I really like the Project Blue Book series. Aaron, you somehow haven't seen it.
I have not seen it because I am televisually lazy.
And I am televisually
and default
I
to
did it. I went and
comfort
watched it.
viewing of things I've already seen a billion times most of the time. But I've on principle, I've got no objection to it, and I do intend to check it out sometime this year. No, really, I will.
They just started the second season, and what I like about it is fictionalized, because as one of you said, it would be really boring if it wasn't. But it's a fictionalized show, but at the end of each show, they tell you what the actual case was.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
And so it's telling you this was based on this. You can go look up more information on it. And I'm like, okay, that actually really redeems the fact that it's fictional, because it's giving you the source material. But the other thing is, and a minor spoiler, for season 2, they're looking at, they start wondering how many of these UFO sightings are actually military craft that we just don't know about yet.
Yeah.
And there's a guy, the fellow who plays the General Harding. I can't remember what his name is. The square-jawed guy with the gray hair, and he's kind of. He was in Minority Report he was Tom Cruise's partner in Minority Report.
Oh, okay.
And I can't remember the actor's name. He's great. He's like he's perfect. He's cast him perfectly. But I can't. He like 3 times every show he kind of like bangs the table and says, "We need to control the narrative." And I'm like,
yes,
that's a pop culture term from right now. Control the narrative, and they're cherry picking that line from Richard Dolan or something like that. That's modern stuff, I feel. And so there's how to say, we talked about this a little bit before the show, and I sense that the decision making process around the conference table and how they were going to do this show basically came down to saying, let's do a show exactly like the X-Files.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It has the same feel, the same ambiguity, the same sort of, dichotomy between the two main actors.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's also got, it does have cooler cars. I'll tell you that, than the X-Files.
Hey, Ford Tauruses are great.
I'm from Detroit, so
the occasional Buick Century. There's something about X-Files rental cars that I just.
They're easier to swallow than the cars just a few years before.
They are.
Just when they put them through the wind tunnel and they turned into that that caplet shape as opposed to the dry, chalky aspirin shape.
So one of the other stories from 2019 that someone pointed out was, and this was actually on NPR, because I just looked it up, October 8th, 2019, not one drop of blood. Cattle mysteriously mutilated in Oregon.
Yeah, that was fun. It's
not for the cattle.
Well, the cattle know what they're getting into, and they got it coming. One more cow I can't eat, but it's interesting because like you said, it shows up on. I think I heard it on All Things Considered.
Yeah, that's what it's on. Yeah,
and there's only been 10,000 reports like stretching back to the 60s. And why did they pick that one that day, that month?
Yeah, and they and they played up the alien angle, which is sort of the go-to cattle mutilation thing, going all the way back to the Leo Sprinkles. There was was it Myra Hansen was the abductee who saw the cow
floating in a vat of gray matter or something
during her abduction experience. Yeah, and so then you sort of get this connection. That's where that sort of mutilation UFO connection comes from. But then you have other.
They proved it. I'm joking.
I was going to say, Mike, but then you have got other researchers who posit other paranormal things and other terrestrial things that might be responsible. But it's got they sort of X-filed up the story. I think it's like authorities can neither confirm nor deny, blah blah blah. So it was good. It was a nice little blast from the past. But like you said, there's been thousands and thousands of these. But
they also didn't dismiss it.
No, it was they didn't say, oh, clearly this was a coyote or something. So that was they did a good job of describing the usual. I think they mentioned that the blood, no blood,
right?
At the scene and everything. So it was good, and it sort of goes back to the point we were making at the beginning that to some degree times have changed about the way some of these things are reported.
Yep,
Absolutely.
Yep.
Now, one of the other stories that has popped up is the Colorado drone mystery, where we've had all these drones that drone swarms, I guess they're being called, that no one knows what they are or who's flying them. The FAA has claimed ignorance, but the answer could be a secretive Air Force program intended to keep prying eyes away from nuclear missile silos. So this is one of those, we don't know what it is. This is really mysterious. Yeah, it's the government.
Yeah.
Drones are. I mean, you can go to the hardware store or the toy store and buy one for $49. That's pretty darn remarkable, So.
Oh yeah.
This is. I mean, yes, it's terrestrial. Let me put it that way.
But apparently they said there's been as many as 16 drones that had been spotted in Phillips and Yuma counties. The locations of the drones alone was enough to prompt suspicion. The two counties combined have just over 14,000 residents, which aren't known for having a large contingent of drone enthusiasts.
Oh, so it was sort of very out of place.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it's interesting. I think using a swarm of drones to sort of patrol things and that makes sense to me. Yeah. But it's sort of a time when we're used to seeing more things in the air, and sometimes I think that sometimes we suspect there might be more drones around than there are, just because of the press. Whenever like when Amazon talks about drone delivery of things, I think there's a little bit of drone panic sometimes, which I think rightfully so. I'm not sure we know exactly how to regulate airspace sometimes in a way that won't lead to my Amazon stuff getting hit by a helicopter or something.
Or the teenager, trying to make his own, funny little video by putting his cell phone on the drone and getting, footage from that can be quite remarkable. Those things are capable of being incredibly steady on a calm day.
If I was still young and dumb and living out in the middle of nowhere, and I had a shotgun with me and I saw a drone, I would really try to take that thing out just for fun. I was talking to a colleague who was walking down the street in town here, and somebody was messing around with a drone in town. And he was he couldn't see where the person controlling it was, but the drone, he just sort of hovered right in front of his face and really pissed my friend off. It's like, just get your drone out of here. I'm walking down the sidewalk and you've got some dope with a drone. Right. So it's going to be one of those things that 20 years ago we never would have thought would be an issue we would have to deal with, and that it would get inevitably mixed up with everything else that those of us who pay attention to weird stuff in the skies have to think about and rule out.
And this is why lights in the sky aren't very interesting.
Exactly.
Because they certainly could be, drones. Yeah, exactly. And in my second book, I did a whole chapter on a woman. Her name is Cindy Bailey Dove, and she had both UFO experiences and then seemingly under highly synchronistic circumstances ended up living very, very close to a small airport that, it could be written off as paranoia. It could be seen as literal truth, like exactly as she's saying it, that was doing some sort of drone research. So there's this blurring in that story of between drones and UFOs, and I can't untangle the knot, but I have talked for hours and hours with Cindy, and she's a wonderful person, and I feel strongly has, and I document some of her real UFO experiences. So here's someone with real UFO experiences being plagued with drone sightings, and she's straight up clear that these are man-made drones. So what's happening there? There's this crossover between
the UFO contact experience and these other elusive mysteries like scientists and psychics and channels and shamans, and it's a weird part of this lore that is underexplored, certainly by Luis Elizondo.
Fair enough.
There, I got on my high horse there for a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, it's so hard with the technology we have. People will send me videos. Oh, look at this video, and it's like
A little dot.
Well, not only that, sometimes they look too good, but how do you justify it at this point? Because it's so easy to make a fake video, and if we can make this stuff, imagine what the people who are working with top secret technologies can do, whether they be governmental or corporate.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's hard to trust anything modern as far as sightings reports or videos or anything, because any of it can be faked. Who knows what technology is out there? It's just, there's so many unknowns, and there's such a difference between what we do know and what potentially other, like I say, corporate entities or governments have that they're not telling us about.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it's a minefield. Yeah.
Visual evidence from, anywhere, the internet, anywhere that may look great, may look, like you said, may look too great. What does it tell us? It tells us nothing. Back before we had all this technology, back when it was more difficult to fake things like this, what did all of those photos from the 50s and 60s tell us? Not a lot either. So and you got great photos like McMinnville and things like that, but you end up debating the photo and not really getting anywhere. So yeah, it's the water's even muddier now.
So is 2020 the year of disclosure?
Absolutely.
Right on. I mean, great, baby.
Come on. As soon as we figure out who the disclosure candidate is,
go.
They will, obviously be blocked by the cabal from winning, but
not from talking on Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah.
Right. They can always go on there. They can be a board member of TTSA, and we'll get the truth. Now. There's a 2019 thing that we didn't mention, but I think it was crucial. Storm Area 51.
Oh my God!
Yes, very important.
Yeah, it was. It's
a new festival.
My favorite thing about Storm Area 51 is that so far it's the only time I've been on a national NPR program.
You
really?
did it. You got a blog post. You took the big step.
Yeah, it was the show It's Been a Minute, and sort of a weekly news wrap-up discussion thing. And they talked to me for like 20 minutes, and I was stuck in a hotel in Fort Lauderdale at a conference, and it was after I was supposed to check out, so I had to beg for extra time to be in the room to get on Skype. So I was terrified, but and they edited it down to 5 very, very good minutes about it. And I'm not sure if my prediction about it made it on there, but I predicted that it will sort of collapse into some sort of marketing opportunity, which is exactly what happened. But it turned into what rival music festival nonsense, and I was really, I think Adam Gorightly and I sort of were trying to get Area 51 Firefest trending as a hashtag on Twitter. We were really waiting for the Firefest style fraud and disaster and collapse to take over, but it all ended up being much more boring than that.
Now, did anything actually happen?
No.
No.
Okay, nobody went there on the appointed day.
Five people?
5 people, something like that.
Okay, yeah, that's 5 more than maybe should have. Yeah, so.
But they didn't get like one guy got detained because he was drunk or something like that, but no one stormed Area 51. They just went up to the gate, as close as you can get legally, I think.
Yeah, and
I've been there. It's boy, it would be there's no water there, right? So you get how do you? Everyone's got to bring their own water. Right?
Well,
It's like this, just as a start.
That was one of the things that was, these two outfits started talking about promoting these music festivals, and the local government was just like, what are you people doing? You have no plan for sanitation, for water, for food. And this is going to end up costing the locals massive amounts of money to sort of support the infrastructure for some of this. So it turned into actually, it was a really interesting sort of demonstration of, the inability of, sort of how local government would cope with, internet meme stupidity. And, when internet meme stupidity, takes physical form in your county, what do you do? I mean, ideally, I would lock everybody up, but
how do you lock all these people up? Or do you even lock them up if it was the millions showed up that they were hoping for?
It's the desert of Montana. Nobody's going to ask too many questions where you put these people.
Nevada, yeah.
In Nevada, the good old desert burial.
Even hotter, yeah.
So. Yeah, the mob knows how to detain people in Nevada pretty well. Yeah. But it was probably the most sort of social media moment ever. It's just the rapidity with which sort of a dumb joke becomes a thing that people think is real, not getting that it's a joke.
But it's happening more and more.
I know. It's distressing. Because
like Donald Trump would be one example of it.
Well, look at the OK symbol used as the white power symbol that someone made up as a joke. And then white power people really started using it, and suddenly the OK symbol is a hate symbol. And it's like, are you serious?
Yeah. It's like it goes from being, let's make a joke about this being a hate symbol, to sort of show how panicky people are about hate symbols, to being a hate symbol. Like you said, it's just like memes come to life. And it's QAnon. It's all of this type stuff is just it just comes to life so quickly and has real world consequences. And fortunately, with Area 51, the real world consequences did not involve injury or death. But
right.
It easily could have.
Realistically,
people are dumb.
Yeah. Realistically, anything the government has is no longer going to be at Area 51. It's going to be at another base we know nothing about. Anything they're trying to hide. I mean, and that's when we're talking about like Luis here, look at, Lazar. The thing that always bugged me about Lazar is he signed these NDAs and he's not allowed to talk about any of this stuff, but then they don't do anything when he goes out and starts talking about it. Whereas legally, they wouldn't have to assassinate him. They could have just arrested him.
Right.
And they didn't. So why didn't they,
Oh, well, then that would have told us all he was telling the truth. That's sort of the sort of, conspiratorial way. It's like if they silence him, that means he was for real. And if they ignore him and say, we don't know who this clown is, that means he's telling the truth.
For real.
Yeah, he's for real. And if you can't find his transcripts and he's clearly lying about stuff, well, clearly he must have a reason. So they erased his past, right? All right. I long for the purity of just like straight up flying saucer grifts, like mining operations that are clearly scams and things like that.
Did you actually make it through all 18 hours of that? I'm impressed. So I'm going to give you a treat for anyone who made it to the end. I have added in here a few of the Patreon-only segments that I did after UFO History shows with Aaron and Mike. So you have another hour or two worth of material here that you may not have heard unless you were a Patreon. And I'm just going to give it to you right here at the end of this enormously long file for those who have listened through the whole thing. Here you go. So this is a segment for patrons only, and I have with me Aaron Gulyas and Mike Clelland. And in one of the midweek podcasts I did recently, Joshua Cutchin brought this question up, and I think it's a really good question for you guys. With all this talk of like the this Dyson sphere and stuff that they may have found out in space and stuff. At some point, if science verifies that there is an extraterrestrial culture, what effect do you think that'll have on UFO research?
Oh, that's a great question. I think a lot of it will depend on the nature of the extraterrestrial life we find. If it's intelligent, if we can communicate with it in some way, which I think is the more interesting thing to speculate about, rather than microbes. I think what would I hate to be that guy, but what I want to have happen is whatever intelligent life we encounter has no idea what we're talking about when we talk about the UFO sightings and the abductions and all of that. It's just like, we have never heard of that. What are you even talking about? And which would just sort of hammer home that it must be something else, and it must be something other than beings in structured craft. And then maybe we can get everybody looking at some of the more holistic aspects of it. I think realistically, though, it will spur whatever beliefs, whatever the current factions are in the movement at that time. People will say, "See, there's life in the universe. We've just got to find the ones that have, that abducted me or that crashed at Roswell. These guys aren't it, but they're proof that we're right because we're not alone." So I think it will probably just reinforce whatever is really there. But I'd really like it to kill it dead once and for all. But probably won't happen.
Mike?
There's absolutely no way to know. Like, my sense is that, okay, so we're talking more on the level of, we're not talking microbes. We're talking about...
Right, we're talking about intelligent life. Like, if the whole Dyson sphere thing turned out to be a real alien civilization out there.
Then, yeah, so you're talking about, absolute madness as far as how this will be spun. Whoever has an agenda is going to spin this to match their agenda, is my guess. And once the genie's out of the bottle, I think there's going to be chaos that will ensue. I don't think it'll be a tidy debate. I think it'll open so many doors that I see all these people are so eager and so desperate for disclosure, and I'm not really that. I just think it's like, oh gosh, it's be careful what you wish for. My sense is that the disclosure issue is all the cards are being held by, let's say, the UFO occupants. They have chosen not to have overt disclosure. That is my sense, rather than bureaucrats in the basement of the Pentagon, or So it would be the people holding the cards are the UFO occupants, and they are keeping it at this low simmer for a reason. I don't understand the reason. I don't know why, but they're allowing. What was it? Shermer? Was he the fellow that when he got abducted? He basically asked the UFO occupants back when they gave him a little tour. Like, oh, here, come on board our craft. We'll give you a tour. That doesn't happen as much as it used to. So he got a little walk around the flying saucer, and then he said, well, what do you guys what do you want? And then they said, and I'm paraphrasing from memory, we want you to believe in us, but not too much.
Too much.
And by us, I think they were implying humanity, not Mr. Shermer himself. But and so that's my sense. There's a reason that there's this just being simmered at a low boil here, and we are being asked to believe in it, but not too much. And for why that is, I don't know. But my sense is that when full-on disclosure with a capital D happens, when all the powers that be, or however it plays out, basically say, oh gee, there's these aliens flying in flying saucers around, that it will be anybody's guess. It's like one of those scientific things where like how do you study the effects of an explosion, right? So I mean, it's just there's a moment of absolute chaos that will ensue. So I don't have an answer to how that'll play out. What I worry is that every single UFO researcher will be swept under the rug, and a bunch of highly credentialed researchers or scientists who have been disparaging of the overall phenomena for decades will then be put in charge of the whole game.
Well, they can only get so much charge. I mean, they can't stop people from doing research.
Yes, but they can be the vocal front pieces in the corporate media.
True. I also wonder if they could establish that there is intelligent life out there, if they'll then use that to dismiss the UFO phenomena. Look, here are the actual, aliens. All this other stuff is nonsense. Stop paying attention to it.
I think that's what's going to happen. I think the actual sort of a different take on it than Mike has, but I think the actual credentialed scientists will be the ones who are in the media at the forefront of what is now something that is firmly in the wheelhouse of established science, because it will be scientific exploration or NASA or the government or the establishment in some way that makes this discovery. The non-sciencey ufological fringe will still be in the ballpark of the ufologists and of those sort of non-credentialed researchers. I think sort of think about it that way. I think there's a lot of things that aren't going to change, because the people who debunk saucer sightings or craft sightings or abductions now will continue to do that because they aren't the real authorized aliens, right?
Right.
They'll be just again seen as either hoaxes or hallucinations. I think a lot of things may not change as much as we might think, and I think that split between establishment science and non-established science will remain.
As far as disclosure goes, since you mentioned that, is it possible the government has an idea of what's really going on? That they know it's not aliens, but they're trying to push it toward people thinking that it is?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to the X-Files in a way, where it's this murky, power play within the government. My sense, this is reified metaphor. There's like the metaphor of the X-Files being made real in our speculation in a way. Right. I just think of someone like Jimmy Carter, who campaigned for president with one of his on his platform. He said he was going to release all the UFO information. He gets into the president's office, there's not a peep of it, and hasn't been for the 45 years since he was president, or whatever it's now, 40 years or something. So what does that say? What is this? Did he, the implication is that someone came into the Oval Office and said, okay, now here's the real story. And for these reasons, you can't come forward with this stuff. So all that stuff you said in your campaign is not going to happen. That's one way to read it, that he was given information that was a whole lot more scary than we have nice clear pictures of flying saucers that we've taken from Air Force craft. My sense is that there is that the government does know something. How much they know, I think is that's on the continuum. I can't really answer that. I suspect they know enough to be even more confused they have more information and thus are more confused, because my sense is all the information about this is utterly baffling.
Yeah, I think that there are very probably elements within the military and intelligence establishment who know something, and I think the vast majority of sort of frontline people don't know much more than we do, because there's a massive amount of information, and it's all very confusing. And I think the people who know stuff are keeping it as tightly controlled as possible. I like to think that when Carter got into office, he did look into it, and he was told, well, Mr. President, we've got several ideas about what these things might be, but we're just not sure. Now, could you deal with the energy crisis and deindustrialization and pollution and Israel and Palestine and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and the Iran hostage crisis, and this are all the real sort of heavy things that the president has to deal with when he's not just a governor campaigning, sort of came down on him. But that's how I explain it to students, is because they ask, wasn't Carter the one who was going to tell us about the flying saucers? And I was like, well, things happen once you're actually president and you're not running for president. And that was a busy 4 years.
But then why has he been utterly silent for the last 40 years?
Building houses.
I guess, there you have it. Yeah. So.
Overseeing elections in Central America. I just think that it sort of goes back to the old John Lear Krill paper stuff. These things aren't the president's problem, and the people who really run things aren't going to tell the president what's going on. And
Fair
so
enough, yeah.
he probably hit a brick wall.
I'd like to throw this idea out there, too, that if these things are somehow interacting with our consciousness, possibly trying to open us up to a wider reality in some way, that may not be in the best interest of the government.
Right. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
Nothing on.
Yep. That's fair enough. It's the reason I think they were so freaked out when all the hippies started taking acid. Like it's out of the Vietnam War, and all of a sudden these people are having these experiences of universal love and oneness. And that was.
And the government had done lots of experiments with those same drugs, and possibly knew what other things could happen with them, right? As far as consciousness goes. So yeah, we really, really, really need to make LSD illegal, because we know that this might work against us in some way.
Yeah.
Well, Graham Hancock calls the whole war on consciousness.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Well, I thank you guys for hanging out for a few more minutes.
No problem.
That was a patrons-only segment. And, there you go. Aaron Gulyas, Mike Clelland.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
shows like this and Radio Mysterioso, and I caught at least part of your appearance on there last.
I was out there for 3 hours.
So late on Sunday nights, and I have class on Monday. I'm like, I can't stay up and listen to this anymore. I've got to go to bed. But yeah, it was good. I think you got the sirens in there. So
Yep.
that's
I had the sirens like 6 times.
It's not a Radio Mysterioso episode without the sirens.
And he had, I don't know if you heard the whole thing with him trying to tape it.
Yeah.
Because someone said something about the sirens, and Adam wrote, was it Adam? I think it was Adam Go Rightly. Said something like, oh, they haven't been in the studio. They don't know they're fake.
Yeah.
And he's like flipping out, going, they're not fake.
He's posting the video of it on Facebook.
Yeah. But yeah, that went for 3 hours, pretty much. Yeah, totally straight for 3 hours. I hadn't really listened to him prior to the last few months. I think when he had Dolan and Peter on, because they were on my show, he had them on his show with Nick Redfern. Mm-hmm. And that was the first one I actually listened to, despite it being recommended to me. And, I listened and went, this was really good. I need to listen to more of his shows.
I started listening. I think the first one I heard was I was driving to Roswell, actually. And I downloaded a bunch of them onto my MP3 player. My wife worked for the Boy Scouts at the time, and she was doing a training at Philmont, the big scout ranch in northern New Mexico. And she said, well, why don't you take the rental car and go to Roswell, because be honest, you're never getting back here. So I was like, okay, I will drive across New Mexico. And I listened to the interview with Kimball and Mac Tonys in the studio, that first interview with all three of them in the studio. And it was I was just like, I've never heard a show like this. It's conversational, but every minute and a half they're saying something really, really significant, I thought. And so I just downloaded the ones that he had up online. He had all these great interviews with Bill Moore, when he was working on Project Beta, when Greg was, and Walter Bosley talking about weird Walter Bosley stuff, and
and Robert he interviewed Robert Emenegger a bunch of times.
Yeah.
A handful of those are great.
Yeah, and Richard Saraday. I think that the ones with Richard Saraday are really, really interesting because they get into a lot of the intelligence community side of it, and which I think is one of the most fascinating angles. Sort of the disinformation side of things, how the government, how entities within the government and defense establishment will use these belief systems as a way to manipulate. I think he's probably talked more about that on his show than most shows like that have.
Yeah. Bosley keeps getting recommended to me, but I haven't read any of his stuff.
Oh, he's great. He's great. He's got there's a book. If you'd read nothing else, there's a quick read called Latitude 33, Key to the Kingdom, which is one of the first things he did, which is about
that one's good.
The paranormal, esoteric birth of Disneyland, and it's so great.
That's probably my favorite thing he's written out of the ones.
He was on Grelland a couple of months ago, and I heard that, and I was like, "This guy's great. I got to have him on."
Yeah,
he's a talker. He's got no problem talking.
He did the Empire of the Sun or whatever.
Empire of the Wheel. Yeah.
Empire of the Wheel. Okay, yeah, because he was talking about that, and I was like, "This is fascinating," and I don't know all this stuff.
Well, the Empire of the Wheel thing is almost like it's like, that's almost like how to even untangle that knot, and I've only read the first of the series. I started the second. I think they're on the fourth book now, or he's on the fourth book now. It's just really,
and he's sort of taken a detour into some other hidden history stuff with the Secret Voyages book, some stuff about Burton.
Richard Burton. That's right.
Richard Burton. Yeah, not the actor.
Lost Years, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting stuff. He's getting into some breakaway civilization things, which I find fun to sort of speculate about and listen to people speculate about. And he's it's good because he's done a lot of good research, and there's a lot of this sort of stereotypical sort of connecting dots that might not connect for everybody, but he sees the connections and he spins a good story while he's connecting these dots. So while you're reading it, you're like, I don't know if he's really on the right track here, but it's fun. It's really enjoyable to read this stuff. And I think he's, he does, I've heard him in interviews acknowledge that, not everybody's going to agree with me, and I don't expect everybody to, but this is what I've found. And so I think he's a lot of fun. He's a good interview too. He's good on a show.
And the other person that keeps getting recommended to me is Jeffrey Kripal.
Oh my gosh, Jeffrey Kripal just yesterday, 2 days ago, published a book with Willie Struber. Have you read Mutants and Mystics?
No, I haven't read.
Aaron, have you read Mutants?
I have not, but
so just hands down, don't do anything. Don't go to bed tonight until you order a copy, get a copy. It is the single most powerful book I've ever read on the weirdness of the esoteric.
The new one is being sent to me. I'm reviewing it for Nova Religio, which is a scholarly journal on new religious movements. So I got the. I'm sort of. This is the second one I've done. I'm sort of their paranormal guy. So they reviews. I was like, you heard of Whitley Strieber? You want to review this one? I'm like, yes. She emailed me like 3 months ago before it even came out. So she emailed me yesterday. Said she's sending it. So I'll be getting that one in the next probably the next week too. So
and I think that will jumpstart. Yeah. So once again, and anyone listening to this, I cannot recommend this book strongly enough. Mutants and Mystics by Jeffrey Kripal. It is amazing. I almost can't believe it exists as a book. It is so powerful.
Wow, that's a heck of a
yeah, it does. I mean, it just like, did I dream that? How you have these dreams where it's like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. And then it's like,
it's real.
Yeah. So,
all right. Well, we should get back to recording.
Oh, we're not recording. Oh, okay. I just thought this would have been great. I thought we were on I was like, were you recording this?
It is recorded, but that was just conversation.
Oh, I'm recording it too, actually. So if you need it, I mean, you've got 2 podcasts in like the last 15 minutes anyway. So.
All right, I am here with a Patreon Extra segment with Mike Clelland and Aaron Gulyas. Hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello again. Yes.
So I'm gonna throw you guys some questions that Patreons had asked, and let you do what you want with them. The first one is more aimed at Mike, I believe, but of course Aaron is welcome to throw in as well. And Alfred Tuttle was asking about your research on the role of owls in various human cultures throughout history. Because he's okay. Let me read what he.
Wait a minute.
wrote.
Are you sure this isn't for Aaron? Just because.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think Aaron's going to have some input as well. He says, I get the clear sense that Mike has done a great deal of research on the role of owls in various human cultures and throughout history. If I'm paraphrasing correctly, the stories I've heard him relate place owls as the role of bearers of wisdom or knowledge from unseen realms, and or harbingers of significant events or changes in people's lives, a very specific archetype. Do you have any other thoughts about archetypes more generally as they are associated with paranormal experiences?
There's a chapter in the book, the first book, The Messengers, called Owls and Archetypes. So, yes, I do have a lot of thoughts on that. Now, archetype... so John Mack used a term... I'm gonna have to come up with this term because it's a very you can tell he was a Harvard professor that he would say this, a reified metaphor. Now, reified, I had to actually look that up and it means something made real, like something that's not real, but is made real.
Given form or shape, yeah.
Yeah, so a reified metaphor. So what happens, and he's coming straight from the UFO contact experience, where people are having these experiences where the metaphoric sort of wells up and becomes real. Now, I'm saying, for me, that's the owl, right? I mean, so if you, for instance, if you want to do a scary movie, right? It shows up in every scary movie. Someone's walking through the woods at night and it's scary. In the background, you hear a hooting of an owl. It shows up several times in E.T. There is no conspiracy at all. There's nothing paranormal or mystical about that at all. That is just that's how someone in Hollywood or even in the Bible it shows up. Owls show up. I tried to dig through. They are there. People are talking about something spooky and gloomy, and they bring up the owls. So in our history, going back to the Bible, there's something, a few thousand years old, where they reference owls the same way that Steven Spielberg references them, using a knob in the sound editing room. The same way a scribe would have used a pen on parchment. Yes, owls are they are the set piece for something spooky. So they are archetypes. They are, sort of. Archetype is one of those funny words, like what does it really mean? And it's a tough one because everyone's got kind of a different definition. But for me, it means that somewhere within us, deep within us, we are hardwired to know that the hooting of an owl is something spooky. And we're also hardwired to know that the owl has a mystical presence. So that's the archetype. Now I'd be hard pressed to come up with some examples, but certainly within the UFO context, metaphoric events are presented and made real. This isn't a real event, but this goes. The Betty Andreasson thing is she confronted an archetype. She's taken from her home. She's in the flying saucer, and they present her with a box. I think it's called the gray box. And she's like, what do I do? And there's a single button on the box. And there's these gray aliens are like, push the button. And so she pushes the button and whoosh, all of a sudden she's like vaulted out of her normal reality, which was at the moment on board a flying saucer. She's suddenly confronting like this giant eagle, and the eagle lights on fire, and she talks in the most glowing, radiant terms about the eagle. It's glowing, it's on fire, it's magical. And then the eagle crumbles down into dust. And then out of the dust comes a new magnificent eagle. And this is the phoenix bird. This shows up in all kinds of cultures. And so she was a a hardcore Christian. She had no reference to pick out but she had this experience, and other UFO abductees have had this experience too, of seeing the phoenix bird, the eagle light on fire and then go down to ashes, and out of the ashes rises a new eagle. So we have these archetypal images in us, in our culture, in our folklore, in our history, and they want to well up in the context of, which is one thing I can really speak to, is the UFO stuff. So why that is, I have no idea. My sense is that that's like, this stuff just needs to well up. This stuff just that, for instance, now in the second book, there's all kinds of Christian imagery that I did not expect to well up. I mean, I've talked about it before, where I feel like I have a disproportionate number of people with the name Christopher or Chris or Kristen or Christian that are showing up within the context. These are very common names, but my sense is they are showing up more often than they should be, given the small data pool that I actually have. There's, you don't have to look too deeply into it. The first 5 letters of Christopher is Christ, right. And why is it showing up? So this is I think mythological imagery, how to say this? I think that this is my speculation here. I think the universe wants to organize itself this way, and wants to present these things this way, in the same way that you put ice in the freezer and it freezes. It just wants to organize itself. The little molecules want to turn to ice, and that's the same thing that's happening here. These experiences want to turn into archetypal experiences. Okay.
Aaron, anything to throw into that?
Only just sort of very generically. I think there are symbols and there are stories and there are ideas that are sort of common to humanity because we're human, and there's things that we recognize and there's things that we react to, and they might take different forms or carry different meanings because of cultural aspects that come along with it. But owls as an example of, I love the phrase reified metaphor. It's so cultural studies, isn't it? I feel like I'm in grad school again, saying things like reified metaphor, but I imagine I can very easily imagine that in that people in societies or groups in places that don't support owls, climatologically, they have something similar, that the same experience, the same feeling manifests itself in some way that's analogous to owls in, I don't know what we call it, the owl supporting climes of Earth. I think there are things that are common to us because we're human that exist over and above culture, and culture can give them shape and meaning, but those things are there, and they're as real as we allow them to be.
Okay. Alfred said a second part, or a second question. What do you guys see as evidence for some non-human intelligence in paranormal encounters, and what evidence refutes the involvement of non-human intelligence?
Ooh. I mean, for evidence, like all the stuff. For non-evidence, you can't prove a negative. So
yeah.
I'm done. But I think one thing that jumps out at me is the existence not of things that science was not able to explain at the time or is not currently able to explain, but the existence of stories that science isn't qualified to explain because it's just too weird or even just too stupid to think about.
Pancakes.
Pancakes. Right. Yeah, I recently either read or reread, because I can't remember, Passport to Magonia. It's one of those books where you forget that you've read it, and then you start to wonder if you did read it or if you've just heard about it and read about it so often you think you read it. So I was like, I just need to buy a new copy and read it because I feel like I'm just not sure. And there's so many things in there that it's like, yes, this would be explainable, but why would anybody waste their time trying to explain this? I think this is a weird way to say it, and it's a typical Gulyas cop-out, but I think the persistence of what we in Western culture believe to be utterly absurd is part of the I don't want to say evidence, but part of the story that makes it possible that it's some sort of non-human intelligence, and which is of course not alien necessarily.
Right.
I think the persistence of revealed religion and non-revealed religions. I think just the place of religion in our culture, and in every culture, I think speaks to something being there, regardless of what one might think it is. I think there's a there. Now, evidence against it.
And by evidence against it, I think he means that instead of being a non-human intelligence, it's actually us.
Oh, well, that. I mean, if you think about it that way, in what ways does our intelligence manifest in ways that we don't recognize?
Yeah.
Which I just blew my own mind, man. But I got to go to bed now. But yeah, I think if you look at like Bishop's co-creation ideas, I think that fits into it. I think evidence is a troublesome term. I think proof is way more of a troublesome term, but evidence I can just about cope with. I think one of the things that sort of points to it's not something else, it's just us, is the fact that all these things are so recognizable. I mean, to echo Mike, pancakes, right?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, and the fact that when these pancakes were analyzed, it wasn't like, well, these are clearly space pancakes.
Right.
They were just, some sort of random buckwheat pancake.
With no salt.
No salt, yeah.
With salt. But you know what? I make a lot of pancakes, and I don't put salt in them. Guilty. But, it's that sort of thing. It's they're abducting us, and they're making hybrids, and they're taking reproductive stuff. Why? If this wasn't some aspect of us manifesting itself in some way, I mean, I'm no geneticist, but come on. I think there's an aspect of it. If it's not us, it's part of our environment. And one thing that's easy to forget is we're part of our environment. It's all we're not the aliens, right? We're not alien to this planet or this dimension or whatever. We're part of it. And so even if it's not coming directly from us in a co-creative sort of way, it may appear to be familiar to us because all of this is one thing.
Mike?
I mean, this is where's Jeff Kripal when we need him, right? I mean, this is
seriously.
This is he's a professor, so he can speak with all the professor, those big words. And
give me a theologian stat.
Yeah. And yes, there's something going on and I think it's that we have, we're raised and trained culturally to ignore this stuff, to not deal with it, to where if we were in the jungles of Brazil or whatever, I mean, we can deal with it in an X-Files episode and in a comic book,
right,
but we can't deal with it in real life. So yeah, there's this stuff going on that supernatural. There's this 2 words in their book, in Kripal and Strieber's book, where they say, no, this is part of the natural world. This is part of our natural reality. And we have been mind controlled. That's as good a word as anything, is from the very young age to say, no, this is not how the universe works. But then we have our fiction and our folklore where it springs up all over the place. So, we're kind of schizophrenic in that way. We relish this stuff. We watch cartoons full of it. The anime is just loaded with this stuff, and comic books are loaded with it, and the X-Files is loaded with it, and fairy tales are loaded with it, but we will not entertain it collectively as a whole. I mean, there's pockets of people in Sedona and stuff like that that are get lost in this. But yeah, there's this odd side of reality that we are not allowed to look at. And that's the point of the owl book. It ain't owls, right? It's the deeper mystery behind the owls. That's much more interesting.
Okay. All right. And I have one more question for you guys. This one, I cannot pronounce his name. I'm going to go with Presmek, and I'm probably saying it wrong, and I apologize. And regarding the UFOs in general, why, since day one of the vaguely defined modern era, say Arnold Report and Roswell, we immediately went toward the ETH without giving much thought to things like underwater sightings from centuries past? I know these weren't that talked about back then, plus we're on the verge of a mature space exploration, thus ETH was the cool thing to say. And then he writes, but, I'm eager to hear what you guys think about the crypto-terrestrial underwater ET hypothesis, as much as it is disliked by the wider community.
Boy, talk about a guy who just sort of backs himself into an answer to his own question. Because as you were reading the first part, my answer was like rockets. Because the space age was developing. If this had hit in earlier time, well, maybe not, because if you look at the airship stuff, in the late 1800s, 1897 or so, there are little hints. There was talk of, I've got a book on my shelf called Philos the Tibetan, A Dweller on Two Worlds. It's from like the turn of the century. It's a channeled sort of spiritualist thing, but it involves planets. The outer space thing had always been there. And if you one of the episodes of my podcast, I sort of delved into Meade Lane and Mark Probert and sort of the spiritualist channeling contact that actually sort of predated George Adamski. There was some the outer space stuff. If you look at it through one particular angle, the outer space stuff had its roots in some of the spiritualist things that were floating around the early UFO community, especially the contact community. Now, the non-contactee side of it, I think that's more of a nuts and bolts. Hey, we're sending things into the sky. Maybe there's things out in the sky coming to us. As for the underwater stuff, man, Ivan Sanderson was the man.
Yes.
Back in the day. He one of the absolute unsung heroes of ufology and paranormal stuff. He does not get nearly enough love.
Agreed.
I forget the name of his book, but his uninvited visitors, something like that.
Uninvited guests, maybe?
Something like that. I remember once back in the 90s, through a tape trading thing, I got a cassette tape of an Ivan Sanderson lecture. And I know now it's like up on archive.org or something, but it was really cool at the time. The crypto-terrestrial stuff,
Invisible Residents.
That's it. Invisible Residents. Uninvited guests. Same thing. The crypto-terrestrials, Mac Tonys was a one of those guys that, at one point we lived about 5 hours away from a 5-hour drive away, and I was like, man, if I had more money in my pocket, I'd just like go out to Kansas City and meet Mac, but I never did. And I loved his ideas and I loved his book, and I loved the way it tied in some ways to some of the old school stuff I like Shaver and the Deros and that other stuff. I think much like space, I think the oceans especially are far more fascinating than there are like oceanographers know how cool it is and how much we don't know about what's down there. But I think the general public has become focused on outer space, and could they be, unidentified underwater unidentified
USOs.
small objects? Yeah. You know what? I think that's at least as likely, if not more likely, than outer space creatures, and it would explain why they seem to fit in so well on our planet too. Sort of hearkening back to what we were talking about a bit before. I think an Earth-based solution is put it in the bucket and let's sort through that too. It's not like, it's an alternative theory. No, it's one of the many theories.
Right.
It's not any better or worse than the extraterrestrial hypothesis, in my opinion. The ET thing becomes an ET thing because that's where the culture was going at the time when this was an issue, when this became an issue. Ezekiel in the Hebrew Bible didn't jump to the ET hypothesis. He jumped to the Yahweh hypothesis because that's, the context from which it was coming. It'd be nice if we could get above our context, but I'm not sure how well we can do that. But I've got a lot of time for non-space-based theories.
Okay, Mike.
I think that they were like, initially it was like, oh, they must be either from Venus or Mars. It's the only place they could come from, right? And now they're like, oh, well, Venus is too hot and Mars is too cold, and then they're like, oh, well, they came from somewhere, within our, and no, they didn't come from our galaxy. They came from outside our galaxy, and oh, they came from a different dimension. I think we're gonna who knows, 10 years from now, 6 months from now, we're gonna have another kind of way to frame elsewhere, right? What does that really mean, from another dimension? I have no idea what that means. Interdimensional. It's like I can kind of wrap my mind around it, but in a kind of comic book way, but not in any kind of realistic way. So yes, I think it's that wherever they're coming from is just the next step of what we're capable of perceiving, right? If we turn the clock back 400 years, there was no perception of things coming from Mars. So yes, so I think whatever's going on is we're just fragile, feeble humans, and we're just picking the next thing that's just beyond our grasp to define this mystery, or to try to define it. So, and then when you turn the clock back to 1947, that was the ETH. That was just, was beyond our Earth.
All right. I think that's a pretty good answer on both parts. So real quick, what we didn't cover in the 2017 thing is that the X-Files had come back, and I feel like, Aaron, you were on and we talked about that briefly, but I don't know, maybe it was someone else.
No, I looked at my Skype history. It was a year ago, so it would have been right in the middle of the first revival season. So now we're in the second revival season. Yeah.
Now, spoiler free, I haven't watched it yet, but what do you guys think of the second season?
Spoiler free, I will say that I am 2 episodes behind, but I like it better than last year's.
Okay. Mike?
I never really liked the X-Files that much. I
thought you did for some reason.
I kind of liked it, and I have a hard time watching the old episodes. It just feels so 90s, I don't know, it's and it's something about the filmmaking and the kind of and it's where's Christopher Knowles when we need him? And he's the guy who needs to speak to this, not me. I don't know. I watched the new thing, and it seems kind of whatever. I'm basically the same age as David Duchovny, and I'm like, oh my God, that's me. I'm not the person I was 20 years ago, so I can't get past that. So
And I do believe this is supposed to be the last season.
I hear you say it's so 90s, and I realize that I'm watching for the first time all of Blake's 7 the BBC series from the 70s, and I'm like,
Oh, I love the 70s. No, give me more 70s. I'm all over the 70s.
So it's not an outdated thing; it's a 90s thing. Okay, that makes more sense.
There's just like a new clarity of film stock that they were using in the 90s. I mean, Kojak doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like Kojak looks so beautiful. It doesn't look like X-Files.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the 70s stuff looked
film.
Yeah, it looked more like a movie put on television as opposed to the 90s stuff, which looked more like made for television.
Yeah.
I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. Either of you fans? Well, obviously, Aaron, you're a fan of Star Trek. Are you liking Discovery?
It was the first couple episodes. I was like, ugh, but I love it now. I loved it right off. Yeah, I liked it a lot, and I was just like, God, this could go a couple of different ways that I'm not sure about. And then it just got awesome. And what's amazing is my wife, who's never, I mean, she's gotten into like modern Doctor Who and she likes X-Files and stuff, but she's never been a Star Trek person. She loves this show. And so that's just like, wow, I love it as a Star Trek fan. She loves it as just a person, like an actual human. And so yeah, I really enjoy it.
I was pretty blown away by it because I didn't know what to expect. Obviously, I don't think anyone did, but it feels to me like this is what Star Trek wanted to be for a while.
Yeah,
and they just weren't doing it. I remember back when Babylon 5 was running, and Babylon 5 was so dark, and you would see I think it was Voyager running at the time. And Voyager would run out these, they're going to the planet of hell, and this is going to be all dark and blah, blah, blah. And then you'd get to the episode, and it wouldn't be dark at all. And you'd be like, so you realize you want to be dark.
Yeah.
But you can't, you don't know how to do it.
They would do like there would be like between commercial breaks 1 and 2, it would be kind of dark, and then it would be back to being Voyager.
Yeah.
Voyager was trash. I was always a Deep Space Nine guy. I've actually seen very little of Babylon 5, but I was always a Deep Space Nine guy, and I loved the sort of season-long arcs where they're at war because it was so un-Star Trek-like. But yet they had Star Trek stuff and lots of ships shooting at each other, so that was cool.
See, I loved Babylon 5 because they were the first. Well, maybe Twin Peaks was the first television show to do like a full season arc, but it wasn't as defined. It wasn't as defined as Babylon 5 because Babylon 5 had a 5-year story arc where people died and things changed, and they managed to take like politics. He took a lot of stuff from World War II and mixed it in and turned it into sort of a political fight, but at the same time he had this Lovecraftian side to it. And it's like you mix those two things and you think, well, that's not going to work, but it works beautifully the way Straczynski put it all together.
It's on my list of old shows to binge. Once I'm done with Blake 7, I'm hitting Sapphire and Steel and then Babylon 5 next. So I've got this sort of
the first season of Babylon 5's hard.
Okay.
But after that it's great. Like the very first movie they did was terrible. Like the opening premiere movie, I remember watching it and thinking I didn't like this, but it had a lot of promise, And then when they did the series, I was like, okay. In the first season, you're kind of wading through it, going, "Is this going somewhere?" And then it does, and you're like, "Oh, it is going somewhere." Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt sort of about Stargate. I tried watching Stargate, and I watched the first season. I was like, it might get better, but my life's too short to see if that's true.
I really liked Stargate. It's definitely up there for me.
And it's just like every episode seems kind of samey.
Yeah, it didn't have big arc stories for the most part.
Yeah. I liked it. I loved the movie. The movie was great. But the TV show, I don't MacGyver and. MacGyver's the guy, so it was okay. I liked it, but it was. I liked watching it while I was watching it, but when I looked at the Stargate SG-1, then there's these like Stargate movies, and then there's Stargate Atlantis, and then there's Stargate Universe. I was like, I'm out.
Well, the movies I think came after Stargate Atlantis.
Okay.
And then Stargate Universe is a whole nother animal. Like, you can watch that without ever watching Stargate.
Oh, okay.
And Stargate Universe is not campy and goofy like the Stargate series are. It's really dark.
Ooh.
And I absolutely loved Universe. And I was like, oh my God, this is great. And then they canceled it. And I was like, of course you did.
That's always how it happens.
It was one of those things that wasn't getting good ratings live, but it was getting good ratings, like people watching it later.
Yeah.
And they just didn't consider that worth it, so they canned it.
Yeah, it's sort of one of those. So it's one of those shows that came out at just the time, but when like time shifted DVR stuff was getting big, but the ratings weren't taking it into account yet. Yeah.
So, Mike, do you watch Star Trek or no?
I could not get into anything unless it had William Shatner in it. So I have seen.
What a horrible way to live.
Well, I mean, it's just, you can just watch the old ones over and over again, so it's not that bad. So
I think Discovery is my favorite of the series now, and I'd say the original is my second favorite.
How interesting. Okay, because it's once again, it's like if it doesn't have if they're not wearing go-go boots, it's hard for me to take the staff of
that's my stance on almost anything. Politics, the news, or go-go boots.
So that's right. I love so dearly, and I just was like, that was I was a little kid. That was totally my formative experience, was seeing Star Trek as a little kid.
Oh.
And
I'm like probably one of the last sort of age groups to have experienced like Star Trek. For me, Star Trek was Fort Wayne. It ended up being the Fox affiliate, but the independent station, 7 p.m. every weeknight, 5 nights a week, was Star Trek.
Yeah.
It was just like, so I was like deeply into Star Trek. I remember seeing Wrath of Khan on video, like when I was like 6 or something. Well, not 6. It wouldn't have been out yet, but it was like, it was so home video was so new. My aunt and uncle rented the VCR and the tape from the public library, and we had to wait until they were done watching On Golden Pond, and then my cousin and I could watch Star Trek too. But I remember the worm going into Chekhov's head and Spock dying, and like that, and I watched it every night, and I was hooked. And so by the time Next Generation came around in '87, I was already like hardcore Trekker, like the most hardcore 6th grade 12-year-old Trekker you've ever met. So.
And I grew up in Michigan. Well, so in near Detroit, and it was Channel 50, which had Star Trek on Saturday and Sunday only.
Oh,
so
man.
I had you were seeing it every day. I had to wait, and when I got to New York City in the 80s, it was showing every night at midnight, and that seemed like
WPIX, I believe, wasn't it? That's what I saw it on.
So anyway, it took me. So I was drip fed Star Trek as in the rerun form.
That's amazing. I remember this is so vivid, and your listeners probably think this is dumb, but I remember vividly talking to my mom. She was doing dishes, and it was like during the first season of Next Generation, and I remember saying to her, "There's only new Star Trek once a week, and this must have been what it felt like to be in the '60s." So, I just remember that conversation with my mom.
Except for the drugs, and the great music, and so
she was like, "You're very young," or something sort of affectionate but dismissive of my plight.
And there was a lot more Next Generation than there ever was of the original.
Oh, good grief! I mean, there's more of everything than there was of the original. It's
true.
Yeah. Kids these days are spoiled.
Ain't that the truth?
All right. Well, thank you guys for staying on a little extra to do this extra Patreon segment.
No problem.
It's a delight.
And as we said in the main interview, Mike has a new book coming up, and Aaron has an awesome podcast, so go check them both out.
Absolutely.
So this is a Patreon extra segment with Mike Clelland and Aaron Gulyas. And Aaron, my first question is for you.
Yes.
So you've been doing this podcast, Saucer Life, for how long now?
A little over a year. It was
Okay.
a year. It was a year in August.
Okay. So what is the most interesting thing you discovered by doing the podcast that you didn't know beforehand?
I did not know the degree to which the FBI was looking into the Detroit Saucer Club in Detroit, Michigan. And they were on my radar because I did an episode where I was looking through. I took it like 1955 and sort of the year, looking at the year through UFO magazines from that year. And I had like some newsletters from the Detroit Saucer Club, and they brought George Adamski to Detroit talk, and they brought George Hunt Williamson. They brought some of those guys, and I somehow found a reference to the FBI somewhere on the internet, and so I did an FOIA request, and I got like 60 pages of people. The FBI was tipped off to the Detroit Saucer Club because people had gone to the meetings and thought these people are communists, and because it was 1955, and they called the FBI office in Detroit, and you've got all these letters with names redacted, basically a guy who joined the Detroit Flying Saucer Club as an informant for the FBI. And his reports that he would send back, and the best thing about it is the FBI basically saying there's nothing here. These are just flying saucer people. We've got actual communists. We got actual Soviet spies in various places. So that was probably because you always hear about the FBI sort of infiltrating flying saucer organizations back in the 50s and 60s, and Nick Redfern did a whole book about it, So, but just to see firsthand, looking at an organization that wasn't NICAP or APRO, it was the Detroit Flying Saucer Club, and the FBI was keeping close tabs on it for a while.
And now the government pretty much sponsors things like To the Stars.
They would love a flying saucer club they could just pump information into.
So, Mike, since you've published your first owl book, because you technically have two, you have the second part there with the more stories. What has changed in your outlook of this stuff? Like, what didn't you know when you published the book that you know now? Like, what has changed in your view of this stuff?
So, and I guess I addressed it in the first book. And what has happened is I am getting so many letters now. It is mind-bending. I cannot keep up with the number of letters I'm getting. And the stories that I'm hearing, not all of them, but many of them are so subtle and so, like, they are perfect cinema. These stories, they're so elusive and so subtle. And I want, they're, I'll give an example, and I'll be careful on what I say here. So, he was working on a farm. His family runs a farm, and it's they're like organic farm, kind of a high-end thing and stuff like that. So, in the sense that, it's a small family-run little business, him and his family. He goes out and he's meditating, and he hears this shrieking noise, and he runs into the woods. He said, every instinct I had said I should turn away. My cat's in the room here. You might hear her meowing. Every instinct I had that said I should turn away. But I went into the woods. It was a terrifying noise. And this owl flies on a branch, sits right in front of him, and basically gives him this mean, evil glare and chews him out. That was the way he said it. The owl yelled at him. It was screeching at him. It was making these noises he'd never heard before. It basically felt like he was being chewed out. And he went back to his family and his wife and kids, and they were he said, oh my God, I had this amazing experience. It was in the woods, this owl. And they were like, okay. And they didn't care. It was like this mind-bending, beautiful, life-altering kind of experience for him. And they were like, oh, okay. And then he was like, did it really happen? So he gets his camera. He runs back in the woods and he says, hey, my family doesn't believe me. Can you come in? I need a picture. And this owl flies up, lands in a branch, and gets some pictures. He sent those to me. So my
Wow.
question was, what were you meditating? What were you meditating on? He said, oh, that's interesting. I was meditating on if there is a God. And I'm like how, like, doesn't have anything to do with UFOs.
Right.
And how, like, subtle and eerie and mysterious and kind of like life affirming that story is. So that's, I guess, what I've come away with is that I think we're all hungry for the spooky stories and, like, you know, oh, I was on the table and the evil gray aliens were all around me. I'm not hearing that. You know, I'm hearing this elusive, magical stuff, and it's really been rewarding. And I can't. And it's the challenge is, like, basically I asked for this, right? I put the word out. I said, hey, if you got owl stories, I want to hear them. So I'm getting them, and I apologize to people. Maybe people listening right now have sent me a story and I haven't gotten back to them. I apologize. I read every one. I do my best to get back to people. Initially, I would get one a day. That went on for years. Maybe a little less than that. Most days of the week, I would get a story. Now I'm getting, like, sometimes I'm getting 6 a day. That's a big day. And some of them are long. I mean, people are, the stories begin, I never told anyone, but I'm telling you. And I feel absolutely honored that I can be the listening ear to these things. At the same time, I'm struggling to keep up with it.
Right.
So yes, so the question you're asked, what's changed? I recognize the subtlety and the elusive quality to these stories in a way that, I mean, I always knew that was there, but boy, it's like you have one foot in the dream world.
All right. So you guys were talking a little bit about Dreamland and Art Bell. Do you want to, because, like, what you were saying about driving through the woods listening and stuff like that, do you want to get into that? Because that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Mike has a good story about that too. But in 2003, I got into Art Bell late because I was in college and living in places where I couldn't pick up Art Bell and there wasn't the internet, streaming stuff. In 2003, November 2003, I was driving all night, and I had to get home. I couldn't stay with friends from where I was because I had a job interview the next day that went very poorly, by the way. But who's your favorite Michigan? It was for Michigan History magazine, and they said, who's your favorite figure from Michigan history? And I said, Henry Ford, because he's this great American entrepreneur and also kind of a Nazi. I did not get the job.
Oh, it's Charlton Heston. You should have said Charlton Heston. He's kind of a Nazi too.
I should have. But I was driving all night, and it was, people remember, like, early November 2003, John Lear came back after, a decade and a half of, I don't know, just outrunning flights for the CIA or whatever John Lear does in his spare time. And he brought this back at the John Lear briefing, the whole dark, evil story of our government's deal with UFOs and aliens and the Greys and everything from, implants and hybrids to the machine on the moon that eats our souls. And I'm driving through this freezing fog from Indiana up into Michigan, middle of the night. And I'm thinking to myself, I'd never really bought into all of these things wholeheartedly, but at that moment, just the way that art was selling it as, sort of, my God, John, is this true? I just sort of, it's like, I think I might be terrified now of the alien soul-sucking machine on the moon, because Art Bell could do that. Art Bell was not a UFO expert. Art Bell was not a paranormal researcher. Art Bell was a radio host. And Art Bell could take anything and turn it into compelling listening. And in the right circumstances, and I contend, as it's happening in the middle of the night, is the optimal time to hear this stuff. It is just just magical.
Mike, anything to add to that?
Oh, I mean, there was a chapter of my life when I was driving around the West a lot. I was living out West. And I would drive around late at night. I was working for a school, and I would go from one place to another, and always ended up driving late at night. And I was a weirdo in the sense that I would kind of get this is long before MP3 players and long before satellite navigation. And I would get the map out and set it on my lap, and I would kind of go like, ooh, I could take the interstate, or I could take these little small roads. And I got so good at like taking, they're like, oh God. And I would take the smallest little highways, and it was magical. And that's when, and I can't actually even remember any of the shows, but there is that you want to have like you drive a crappy old Subaru with an AM radio at 3 a.m, and it's, there's zero traffic and spooky as all can be. And it just had a vibe and a total perfectness, to that. So that's what I've actually been trying to get on, like shows and stuff like that. And that's one of the things I'll say is like, like if you want, I really aim for that vibe of the driving through the desert at night, listening to Art Bell kind of vibe when I present my stories.
Yeah, you got that, definitely. Because you have the voice for it.
I think I got a new microphone, so that's what you're hearing. So.
Well, no, just your voice in general. You have a good voice for that storytelling, that creepy storytelling.
I've had a lot of practice. That's when I started promoting the book. My business model was to say yes to anyone who had a podcast. It worked really well. So
I did that too. Yeah, I was on some really bad ones. It just there was one in they were Australian, and so it was like the middle of the day for them, and it was like 2 a.m. for me or something like that, and they took a caller, and this caller asked a question that just made no sense, and then the caller just sort of hung out on the line and would just pipe up occasionally.
He was the third host.
Yeah, it was like he turned into this third host, and it's like these people knew nothing about what I tell us what your book is about. Well, as you know, we didn't read it. Oh my gosh. Did you read the back cover?
Right.
But it was just one of those, and did another one, a couple on the conspiracy book with a guy who wasn't really a paranormal conspiracy guy. He just found the topic interesting. He didn't mostly like jazz stuff, but every time I'd mention the Illuminati, the phone would go dead. Multiple interviews, the phone. I think he was probably cutting me off and sort of
yeah.
But it was weird. But yeah, there's some great it's the old Theodore Sturgeon Theodore Sturgeon, the science fiction writer. 10%, 90% of everything is crap. And with the proliferation of podcasts, that's meant that there's a lot of good ones, but you got to weed through with that because
there's a kind of a people who are doing it for themselves. Like you can tell people like they're passionate about it. And then I've had some wonderful podcasts that were on the lowest grade, somebody doing it on their laptop. And then I've had some total dogs where it's like, AM radio out of Salt Lake, kind of thing. So
yeah. It's there's some good sort of people who are like, I want to learn everything I can about this topic. And so if I've got a venue to interview people, that will allow me to learn. And right. Those are really interesting shows to do because you've got these really sort of curious people. And that can be kind of fun.
And for me, I guess this is your question. I'm sort of like jumping in on your question here, but there's a lot of folks.
Your question.
Yeah. So there's a lot of folks that have had, that are, there's a term I use all the time, and it's a heavy-handed term, very new agey.
Mm-hmm.
So these super new agey people, we're just talking about the Owl book, they will go for it. I mean, they will ask the deepest, most intense questions. So like when people, I've had the most fun and the best questions on what would on the surface be the most flighty, that's the wrong word to say it, that's got a lot of judgment involved, but the heavy-handed New Age, often hosted by women, nearly all hosted by women, and I get the best questions, and we have the best conversations. And then the sort of straight paranormal thing, they'll only stay on the surface of the subject. They won't really go into the deepest waters.
That's interesting.
And that's been wonderful. That's been super fun.
Yeah, I think with your take on the abduction or the experience phenomenon, I think it's more. I think the owl thing sort of provides an entry point for people from outside the UFO bubble. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's sort of it's a little safer. You're not going full David Jacobs talking about the alien agenda, right? It's more it's a weird, curious thing that has a whole lot of testimony and data behind it to make it very compelling, and it's a way to sort of it's sort of a on-ramp from New Age sort of symbolic sort of things like companion animals and things like that to UFOs, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's actually, I mean, I love the interviews that start off where someone says like, I don't get this. I don't get, what is this owl thing? I don't understand it at all. I'm like,
so let me tell you about
tap
it.
dancing, and like, yeah, let's go for it, baby. And I'm like, and I'll so, and I can kind of frame it any way I want at that point. So.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this: what do you see as come in the upcoming year for UFOs? What do you think is going to transpire?
I
think, and I'm going out on a limb here, I don't think we're going to have a solution this year.
Dang! Stole my thunder.
That's why I wanted. It's the obvious answer, right? I think what we're going to see. I think we're going to see bigness. It's going to be a sort of paradoxical thing. Bigness I think, just like we said, MUFON is going to continue to just sort of decay. I think, and with it, the sort of dream of a big universal research agency. At the same time, I think the bigness of ufology is going to be sort of more evident in the media. It's a little sort of thing, and it's a exceedingly dumb sort of thing. But the CW is bringing back their Roswell teen drama, and
it's coming back.
Yes, it's coming back, and they did a Roswell documentary, to sort of as a sort of lead in to it, and Ryan Sprague from Somewhere in the Skies podcast was the host, and it was Ryan's a nice guy. Ryan is a nice guy.
Have you met him? Yeah. I know him very well. I've as nice a person as any.
He is a nice guy, but this was a bad Roswell documentary. It was a good Roswell documentary if you'd never heard of Roswell.
That's probably what they were going for.
Yeah, I know that, and I accept that, and I was like, well, let's see what interesting. Let's watch this. I'm like, oh man, Ryan's having to act like this is exciting and groundbreaking that they discovered this Rainey memo. They're going to try to read it. So it was, but I mean, a few years ago, would you have expected a Roswell documentary on
the country western station,
on the country on the number 5 network? It's so you've got Blue Book on the History Channel. You've got ufology is going to be, UFOs are going to be big, continue to be big in the media, but I think it's going to continue to be sort of a series of of media pieces that are entry points for a new generation who don't know anything, which is fine, and we need that. But it's going to get more surface level before it gets better, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So, yeah, I've talked to a lot of people. I have not been to one of the giant kind of like Alien Con or New Life Expo in Los Angeles. There are these huge events. You can hear my cat in the background. She gets totally mystified, like, why is this guy talking to no one in the room? I am seeing that, I don't want to say that there's a decline in this classic UFO conference. It's winding down. Hold it just a second. I got to let the cat out the door here. Kitty, why don't you go? You know. And it's being overtaken by these giant megacon conferences, these Alien Con kind of things. So where people dress up in costumes and such things.
Yeah.
Comic-Con type things. And then I was going to say one more thing. There's a book coming out this year within weeks called American Cosmic by an author, Diana Pasulka.
Yeah.
Put that, just order that book now. Get the first copy you can. I've read it. She sent me an advanced copy. It's like one of those books, and it was published through Oxford University Press. And so and how they let her publish that, I don't know. It's less than 300 pages, like 250 pages, which it's a kind of populist book. It's written in a way to be engaging and kind of zippy and fast. And she's an academic. She's a professor. She has a doctorate in comparative religions, and she's I think I've got this right, the chair of the philosophy of religion at University of North Carolina, Wilmington. And she's smart and funny, and the book is so interesting. So I would say that for 2019, that's gonna be here in a few weeks, and it's gonna be as far as like a big splash. That's gonna make a big splash.
And why is it going to make a big splash?
Yeah. You got another half hour. I mean, so she is a theologian. So she's studying this from the point of view of the theologian as a religion in the making. She says, like, I'm a scholar. I don't have to believe this stuff. So she's like right in there talking to folks, and she's also interacting with the Invisible College, the group of scientists that are studying this stuff. And she basically says there's two disciplines. Like I'm a scholar. I have to footnote everything. These people will tell you nothing. Sometimes they won't even tell you their names. And so she's befriending all these scientists. She's implying, hinting, I've talked to her privately, that many of these scientists and some scientific discoveries have been because of direct UFO contact. And I think she would have been a little more bold on how I'm being very cautious how I phrase this. I think she would have been more bold on how she wrote this had the vetting process and the editing process and the university press process. I think they were they were pretty bold too to put this book out at all, but I think they had to be conservative.
I just want to jump in and say I think that makes a lot of sense. If you look at when the book was first announced, and when it was first supposed to be published, and then when it was actually released, which is like now.
It's a year. Yeah. It took a year for people to like.
Yeah. That something I think somebody said, hey, wait now, we can't, we need to.
One more time. Let's read this.
Yeah.
One more time. Oh my gosh. I can't say this. Yeah.
What's interesting is she was very active on Twitter up until about 2 weeks ago. And she vanished completely. She's done a couple interviews, but
she's done many interviews. She's been out there, so she's an easy one to Google and look up. And there's some great interviews she's done.
Well, she deleted her Twitter account, and that sort of, she was interacting a lot with a lot of sort of TTSA fan people, and she suddenly deleted her account. So that's the sort of thing that I'm looking forward to reading the book. But
and I'm like, I would love to and that would be so. I've kind of heard her end of it, and she would be able to tell it better than I would. I'm certain when Soraya interviews her, he can ask the question of her. So, but yes, I think there's been pressures.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it's a fun, quick, zippy read. Yeah.
Now, as far as groups like the TTSA, what do you see going on with them? Do you think they're going to fall and just kind of disappear, or are they going to kind of keep the status quo of just releasing stuff that's not particularly impressive? And
I think it's going to be the same. I think 2019 on that front is going to look very much like 2018.
So they'll stick around. They'll keep releasing little bits in here and there that doesn't really support anything one way or the other.
Right.
All right. Any other predictions?
No. I think I'm not going to predict anybody's death. That's never good.
Right.
Makes me look like a suspect if anything happens. But yeah, I think this is going to be another year of sort of a big media, sort of ufological media push, and probably not a lot else.
Do you see a shift happening between the nuts and bolts people going into a more open direction?
One funeral at a time.
Yeah.
I'll address that one. So that's the book. That I was talking about. That big 900-page thing with that Ray Hernandez put out. Yeah, that's like kind of an intersection between the consciousness and it's got a new age bend. At the same time, it's very grounded in kind of a the Institute of Noetic Science kind of vibe to it. So so I think that hopefully we'll see like an intersection of more, Dean Radin, kind of on equal footing as a UFO researcher, even though he's not doing that kind of thing. That I think people within the UFO community, and I'm seeing it, this was always been kind of whispered, and that there's going to be more of an overlap there. And then I would also say, who cares about MUFON and TTSA and all this stuff, or whatever their acronym is? There's like people from the group bottom. Like Facebook is remarkably interesting. Like I have so many UFO experiencers that are friends on Facebook, and so there's people's direct experiences are getting out there in a sort of unfiltered way that has been happening for the last 10 years. And now it seems a little more normal that people will just hey, I had this powerful experience with a UFO last night, and they'll just put it up on Facebook, whatever, I made, really good macaroni and cheese last night.
I think I can say this in a way that's clear. I think as far as the sort of the nuts and bolts people sort of broadening the horizons a little bit, I think we're going to see that in conversations. I don't know if this is the year that it fully filters up to sort of the mass media level. But I think like Mike's saying, and what he's seen on Facebook and his conversations with people and what people are willing to post, I think sort of the more sort of consciousness level, deep weirdness side of things, I think in conversations that's going to be coming out more. I think on various podcasts you're going to see more of it, even from some nuts and bolts type of people. I'm not sure you're going to see it on a documentary on the CW, but I think the progression will continue.
And you mentioned Dean Radin, but there's also people like Jeffrey Kripal out there kind of bridging that gap too.
Oh yeah.
Now as far as like movies and television and media, it seems like the stuff I've seen recently is actually leaning that way more and more, where they're doing a little more with the UFO idea, not keeping it as just aliens.
But that's been around for a while. I mean, that's been, 2001 was a great example of like, the alien being some sort of cosmic consciousness,
True.
rather than so. But yeah, I think that's where you're seeing the really bold stuff is showing up in science fiction and things like that. So, and even in kind of cheesy science fiction, seems to show up.
Yeah. Anything coming out that piques you guys' interest as far as this stuff goes?
I just got my copy of Bishop and Go Rightly's A is for Adamski.
Me too.
Sort of coffee table book. I was surprised at how big it was.
So was I.
I was very excited. So I'm excited to look through that because I need show ideas. So we'll find some contactees that I've never heard of and start researching them. I'm excited to read American Cosmic. It's out on Kindle now.
Is it really?
It's out on Kindle now. I think February 20th. The print version's been pushed back again to Feb 20. So the payday's Friday, so I think I will probably pick that up. But those two things, I'm not sure what else is supposed to be happening.
Any movies, TV shows, anything like that?
Gosh,
Project Blue Book was the obvious one.
Yeah. I can't really think of anything. I'm so not with it.
And I'm not with it either. So, as far as, and I have such a, the guy who made the Blair Witch Project just came out with a movie. And the only reason
he's doing an abduction thing.
And you know what's up? Have you seen the poster?
I did. I saw you comment on it on Facebook.
Like that was like a minute before the show came on. That was like,
yeah, I'm everywhere. Yes.
Okay.
I live on the internet. Yeah.
It has an owl.
It's an owl. It's a giant owl.
Really? What's that called?
What is it called? I'd have to go back online and look it up. So.
I don't think I actually caught the name of the film, but
I watched the coming attractions and it looks, above average. I don't know. I like the Blair Witch Project and
did I?
Yeah. So it's 20 years later, the same vibe, I guess.
Well, there's a number of movies that the people who were involved with Blair Witch did afterwards, and some of them are really good, some of them are not so good, but they definitely play around with interesting ideas most of the time. There was one about a cult that was really interesting, and I can't remember the name of.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it either.
But yeah, so I mean, I guess we'll see how the mainstream media reacts to all this stuff. Like I said, I think Project Blue Book is a good start because it's not by the numbers like I expected it to be. They kind of go in with the whole, hey, the government started Project Blue Book to cover all this stuff up, and it's like, oh, well, that's an interesting start.
Yeah, I need to check it out. I'm really actually highly intrigued now.
Yeah.
So.
And like I said, the fact that they put the cases at the end is a big plus because they're fictionalizing it and they tell you, right, based on true stories, and then they give you the true information at the end. So the one with the what's the West Virginia case where the thing looked like a robot?
Flatwood.
The Flatwood monster. Which I will point out that debunkers said it was a giant owl.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's in the episode. But in the real case, if I remember right, the description was more of a robotic type of a creature that they encountered. Because I remember Nick Redfern saying that it might have been disinformation, basically a test to see if they could fool people from the military. And this, came across more like an alien creature. But at the end, they debunked it as a great giant owl.
Wow. Yeah.
That didn't go very far. Yeah, and I don't think many. And they debunked Mothman as a giant owl too, and they debunked what is it? The Kentucky goblins that were on the roof of the cabin.
Kelly Hopkinsville.
Yeah, Hopkinsville. Yeah, that was an owl too. So.
Well, so whether owls are responsible or not, they're responsible.
Yes, they're the go-to. They're the easy one. They can't defend themselves very well, and they do show up on the Blue Book thing there right at the moment as the UFO flies off into the distance. So.
Right. All right. Well, thanks for sticking around a little extra, guys.
My pleasure.
Anything else you guys want to throw in before we conclude?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Mike?
I'll throw in something. I'm going to shamelessly plug something.
Okay,
here. So
go ahead.
I have been working on, it should be out within sometime in March, a collected book of essays and blog posts from my blog Hidden Experience. The blog has been around for a decade, and I figured, well, heck, I could, and it's been a remarkable kind of, like a trip through self-examination. I don't know how else you would say it, where I've gone through and looked at my own writings now a decade later, and it'll be initially issued just as an ebook. So,
Okay.
Cool.
And people will be able to find that on Amazon, I assume.
they should be, and on my site, and it should be easy to find. I'll do a little bit of a promotional thing. I'm no Jeremy Corbell, but I'll do a little bit of promotion.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Yes, it is. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks
you.
now.
This is a Patreon-only segment with Mike and Aaron. And we're going to do most to you. It doesn't. There's no genuine skill here, but I want each of you to pick what you think is a very significant moment from UFO history. Who wants to go first?
Oh, Aaron, it's all you.
Okay. Well, I am going to be dangerously on brand here and say George Adamski's contact in Desert Center, and not just the contact with Orthon, but the fact that it was written up and packaged in a book and sold and sort of became the prototypical contactee story that almost every contactee story borrowed from in some way or had similarities to, and Adamski sort of pioneering the image of not just the contactee who's selling a book, but the contactee who's out touring, who's out giving talks, who is promoting the creation of study groups to talk about his writings. There would be other contactees that would do that as well, but Adamski did it first, and people like Dan Fry and his group Understanding would not have existed if Adamski didn't have leaving aside the reality or unreality of the experience itself. Adamski's savvy in marketing himself and marketing that experience created an entire genre of UFO stuff that when you look at, I mean, it's still with us today. It's sort of hidden and it's more channeled stuff, and it's 1,000% goofier than anything that came out of the 50s or 60s. But that contactee sort of trend is still with us, and without that ufology would be way more fun and way more reports about sightings in somebody's filing cabinet somewhere.
So was that, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Adamski already have a book that he couldn't get out, and that turned into the contact book?
He had a science fiction novel that he wrote that had a lot of the same ideas that would be in his later writings, but it was not, I mean, it's self-published sci-fi in 1947. There was like really good sci-fi that you could get for a nickel at the newsstand. Nobody's buying some book by a guy you never heard of, right?
Right.
But he also had a philosophical organization called the Royal Order of Tibet. He had his system of cosmic philosophy that he'd been teaching already, and the aliens provided a hook for him to get the ideas he'd already been working on out to a wider audience. So Adamski, I think, has I can't believe I'm using the word integrity with regard to George Adamski, but I think he had some genuinely held philosophical beliefs that the UFO craze helped him promote more effectively, and the ways he promoted his stuff were copied by other, sometimes more interesting but very often less interesting contactees with varying degrees of success. So I think that for me, that he's significant for that strand of ufology.
Do you think there's a real experience hidden in there somewhere, or do you think it's all fiction?
I think with Adamski, my gut feeling is this is a fabrication. There are other contact. I actually had an email from a listener saying, "So which ones do you think are real and which ones do you think don't? Because you don't mention that in your episodes." And I'm like, well, that's kind of the point of what I do. But also, so I sort of replied that, like, honestly, I think some of these contact experiences had something actual that was the trigger for them. My go-to example of the one I point to as there was something going on there is Orfeo Angelucci, because you've got weird substances he's drinking. Whether it was a government mind control thing that, Redfern talks about that angle sometimes, or if it was a genuine sort of mystical experience of some kind. I think Angelucci's stuff, it almost makes more sense if he actually experienced something, because he wouldn't have made up the stuff he made up. It just doesn't make any sense to make up stuff that's that kind of weird. But
if he's drinking stuff and being exposed to stuff, couldn't these things have been a genuine altered state?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that if any of them are real, it's going to be Angelucci. It's going to be he had some kind of experience that manifested in a way, and then his translation of that experience to the stories he tells, and he tells a story several times in different venues, and it's remarkably consistent. I mean, it's, you've got additional details that are fleshed out in later tellings of the story, but it's very, very, it's very consistent. It's very, it's got a sort of internal integrity and logic to it that persists throughout various tellings, that sometimes you don't get with other things, and the details he provides are goofy and weird to the point where you're like, yes, something happened with this guy. I don't know if it was aliens, but it if you're going to make up a story, people make up stories that make sense. Yeah, most of the time.
Most of the time.
Because they somehow delude themselves into thinking reality makes sense when it doesn't. So that's why novels have to, at some point, when it's a satisfying ending. Oh, I liked that ending. That tied stuff up. Real life, there are no endings that necessarily tie up everything. And Angelucci's contact story is sort of nobody would write something like this because this is a very sort of weird, unsatisfying, rambling thing in some ways. So I think there are some contactees who had genuine experiences and then figured out that the way to frame it was in a way that people might understand, or they're familiar with other contact stories, and so their own experiences sort of get related through that lens of the type of story they're familiar with. And there's others like Reinhold Schmidt and probably Adamski that are well, to varying degrees, well constructed tales designed to push either a philosophical or, in Reinhold's case, a commercial agenda. And that's part of the sort of what I consider sort of it's a literary genre of UFO writing, contactee writing. Were there real experiences at the heart of some of it? Yeah, probably. Did it involve people from Venus? Probably not. But that was the context in which they were able to interpret what happened to them in some ways.
So what do you think the UFO field would look like today if it wasn't for someone like Adamski?
Oh gosh, honestly, that's a good question, because I think as far as the mainstream goes, contacteeism has sort of been been left behind on the fringes. So the way it would look today, I think you would have a ufology where the NICAP Kehoe vision of this is a government cover-up that we are going to uncover because these are physical craft from other planets would reign supreme, which actually is not too different from what we actually have. But the contactee stuff remained, a trend there, and I think you don't have the abductee thing. You don't have other kinds of contact experiences without the contactees providing a template for this being something you can talk about. So even when the experiences may not have been real, even when it may have been a grift of one kind or another, it provided a template for people to talk about the possibility of direct contact with some kind of otherworldly, other dimensionally, some kind of transcendent thing. Without the contactees to establish that initial notion that humans could come into contact with other things, those experiences people had that get translated as abduction or other types of contact experiences probably would have been viewed much more as being akin to religious experiences than UFO experiences. So I think without the contactees, we don't have as much of a strand of people discussing the possibility of contact and having those experiences. I think we would be much more exclusively lights in the sky type of things.
All right. Mike, what about you?
I think so. You sort of surprised me when you hit me with this question at the beginning. I had to think a little bit, but I'm going to say the Andreasen Affair books by Raymond Fowler, which is a series of 4 books that follow Betty Andreasen, who, after the first book, ended up marrying a fellow named Bob Luca, so she was Betty Andreasen Luca. Aaron, have you read these?
A long time ago.
All 4?
I don't think so. No,
I read all 4, and I can't remember much of them.
I think I read 2.
Okay.
I think I only read the first one.
Okay, so this is now partially. So here, it's a wild ride, and so there's just every messy thing sort of clouding it. So first of all, we talked about hypnosis earlier in the show, the other show, which is you gotta be very careful, and much of the reports trace back to hypnosis. Now, at the same time, she and Bob were having real UFO experiences, and their daughter, I can't remember her name now, she has since died, but she's claimed to have had UFO contact experiences and talked very openly about them. And Betty drew pictures. She did these amazing, really simple, tidy, well-drawn images of her experiences, and they are so weird. They are just incredibly weird. I'll give one example where I'm doing this from memory, having read the book now probably 15 years ago, but there's one story, and I can't remember when the first book came out. I think it would have been in the late 70s. I want to say 1979. If there's someone out there with a Google machine, hint, Aaron, that could look this up.
Yeah.
I can't multitask and talk at the same time. But in one of the books, she's basically on board a craft, and the little gray beings present her with this gray box. And if I think I remember this correctly, it had one button on it, and they kind of presented it to her, and they telepathically said, yeah, push the button. So she pushes the button, and boing, she just goes through the tunnel. She rockets through the tunnel. She goes through the tunnel, like the near-death experience tunnel, and comes into the realm of white light. And she is standing before this magnificent, like eagle, like this phoenix bird. And the phoenix bird is this real bird, and it rises up, and it's terrifying to her, and it lights on fire, and then it crumbles down to ash. And then the ash is there on the ground, and there's these little worms like crawling through the ash, and then from that springs forth a new golden phoenix bird. This is like
ancient mythology that she's witnessing. And in the text, it's written really like you can hear her saying like, wow, like this is like awe-inspiring. And Raymond Fowler has been interviewed. He hasn't spoken publicly in probably 10 years. He must be well into his 80s at this point. But he
was born in 33.
So he'll be 90 in 3 years. Yeah. So if I did do the math right, I'm kind of doing it off the cuff there. So, but he has said that listening to her give that through hypnosis was basically riveting. Like the her describing like, meeting this phoenix bird, and then she gets sucked back through the tunnel and is there in the back in the flying saucer with the. So she goes through the tunnel, like the near-death experience tunnel, sees this mythic thing, and she draws it, and the drawings are wonderful. And so this has got all this, like for me, like it's just delightful. She also has this amazing story where it's just like so psychedelic. Like she's on like this little conveyor belt and she goes through a cave, and in this one cave are these like monkey frogs, and they have these giant eyes. All the monkey frogs are in this cave, and they like keep the monkey frogs in this cave, and the monkey frogs are bright red. I think I'm doing this right. But they have these big weird black eyes. And then she says like the gray aliens like go in and they just like pull the monkey frog eyes out. And that's like these are cyborg gray beings use the monkey frog eyes as those big black eyes that we know of. When we think of the gray aliens. It's so wonderful.
That's cool.
It's and it's endless like this, and just like the weird games that they would play on the craft where she would turn into a light being and she could roll herself up into a light ball, and then they would play this light ball game from like light beings. So you're actually playing like a little kid's elementary school, like, Foursquare with like your alien spirit ball that's like from your alien friend. It's just so it is trippy beyond trippy, the stuff. And so both her, Bob Luca, Betty Andreasen, so Bob Luca is her husband, Betty Andreasen Luca is the wife, and Raymond Fowler are Christian. They're very devout Christians. So this stuff is framed within this Christian ideology. The stuff that comes directly from Betty is definitely framed that way. So it like there's this extra layer that's like on top of everything, and you the reader have to like kind of like parse out, like, okay, which is Betty's deep beliefs and which is her memories.
Yeah.
And now Raymond Fowler later went on to write he did the Allagash abduction books,
yeah,
which is remarkable. And I've met 3 of the folks from the Allagash events. So the 2 Wiener brothers and then Chuck Fultz. And these guys. So they go to I think it's Jim Wiener and Chuck Fultz go to like UFO conferences. And let me tell you, they sit in the first row of these things and they watch every single speaker. Like they are sponges for this stuff, which is hard to do at a UFO conference. And I've seen them at more than one UFO conference where they are speaking and they will sit in the front row and listen to every single talk. Wow. So like that tells me something. Like, and that story had twin brothers in it. That story has this amazing event that has once again art, illustrations in it. The Allagash abduction folks were art students. So when they had their experience and this memory started to resurface, they started drawing them. And so this is another book with this really wonderful artwork. And I got to say it, they, unlike Tom DeLonge, the Allagash crew made a comic book. That one's hard to find. Has anyone read this?
I have not. Not.
It's probably pretty easy to find on Google. You got it. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Now, so back to Betty Andreasen and stuff. Now, so Betty's still alive, Bob's still alive, Ray's still alive, but there's this. I will also say that Raymond Fowler went on to write his own book. I think it's called UFO Testament.
Yep, 2002.
where he right on. I love this. I feel like
I'm on Wikipedia right now.
Okay. So and that is a book about Raymond Fowler's own UFO contact experiences. He basically comes forward and says, I've had UFO contact, as like it must be in his late 70s when that book came out, or is easily in his 70s at that point. Now, so we have, a UFO abductee writing about UFO abductees, all kinds of illustrations, the trippiest, wildest, heavily Christian influenced stuff. I would argue strongly that Betty has had real experiences. They are parsed, they are colored. We're seeing them through the lens of hypnosis. We're seeing them through the lens of Christianity, but we get illustrations to boot. So, so this is just so strong, and it's got all the problems of trying to do abduction research or contactee research, as well as all the juicy nuggets too, the cartoons and the drawings and Raymond Fowler, near and dear to my soul, put out another book called Synchrophile, where he talks about all the weird synchronicities in his life. So this is all the key ingredients that have sort of shaped my, avenue of research, but without the owls. I will say that Raymond Fowler does have owl in his name. That means absolutely nothing, but I did notice that. Now, so yeah, that one I would, if anyone out there, start at the first book. If you can make it through all four, more power to you. But it just goes on. Oh, and then I think it is one of the very first books. It might even be before the Copley Woods book, the Intruders book by Bud Hopkins. Right around the same time where it was the alien hybrid baby, the alien hybrid child books started showing up. There's about like four. There's Kim Carlsberg, there's The Watchers. Kim Carlsberg wrote a book called Beyond My Wildest Dreams. Raymond Fowler did The Watchers, and then Bud Hopkins did Intruders. And that's where the meme, which has now become just common knowledge of the alien hybrid child, the baby being presented to the woman abductee, that emerged from there. And then there's also a friend of mine found a bunch of old cases, and I cannot remember where this came from, a woman's diary. And it was sort of a famous diary, and I'm not doing this justice, but where she was talking about philosophical things and very spiritual things, but she also told about being handed a baby and then dropping the baby. This shows up a lot in the lore of these presentations. It's often called what Bud Hopkins called the tiny baby presentation. They would be presented. They'd be taken on board a craft, be presented with a tiny baby, and often they would hand the baby over to what we would assume to be the mother, who had the child under suspicious circumstances, where she was seemingly impregnated by the beings on board a craft, and she will drop the baby. It is a weird detail, and it shows up a lot, not 100%, but a lot. And there's a young researcher named Bridget Nielsen who claims to be a mother of a hybrid child, and she's all over YouTube and stuff like that. And she's from Sedona. She is a spokesperson for basically the mothers of hybrid children, and she is all love and light about this. But she also recognized and talked about the dropping of the babies. So I can't remember in any of those books whether those key things, whether those people had dropped the babies, but it shows up. Now, I got way off track, so I'm going back to Betty Luca. Now, here's a funny story. My partner Andrea and I were at my sister's daughter's wedding. And this was in North Carolina. And it's this beautiful town. And a friend of the family, a very close friend of the family, is named Betty. And I always thought her name was Betty Anderson. And Andrea and I, Andrea's had experiences, I've had experiences, we had this wonderful talk with Betty. And it was this really like magical thing. And I said, oh, it's Betty Anderson. And she corrected me. I said, no, my name is Betty Andreasen.
Oh, wow.
It's not the same woman. It's not the same woman.
Okay.
It is not the same woman. But it was just like one of those things where like, wow. Like here, Andrea, myself, and Betty was in her 90s at this point.
And she danced at the wedding. She danced almost every song at the wedding, which was marvelous. And I remember it was a really close friend of my mom, and it was a special moment because my mom had passed, and so I was bonding with this woman. I always thought her name was Betty Andreas, and that is I would call that a synchronicity. It's a small synchronicity. I'm not going to start a new religion over that one, but it definitely was poignant to both myself and Andrea that she had the name of like what amounts to one of the very first UFO contactee, or no, let's call it straight up abductees. Like, she was abducted and then has since learned to like love and embrace and treat these beings as angels in a very Christian context.
Now, isn't there some suspicion that Raymond Fowler was actually working in the government on some level?
Bell Labs, yeah. So he was no doubt working. He has a top secret clearance. I can't answer whether he was. I actually don't know his job, but that would be to look that up on the internet. I think
I can tell you, he actually, from what I remember, he was an Air Force guy and did electronic espionage and worked for the Air Force Security Service under the auspices of the NSA. His civilian career included work on U.S. government projects, including the Minuteman Project weapons system.
And he also was an astronomer and has a little telescope near the little town he lives in I think it's Maine or Massachusetts. I think it's Maine.
Kennebunkport, yeah.
Oh, Kennebunk, yeah. So it's Kennebunk. I think it's not
Kennebunk, yeah, not Kennebunkport.
Yeah, it's the next town over where the Bush's compound is.
Right.
And he would take elementary school kids out and look through the telescope. So he's so this is. There's that layer of the whole thing, which I never quite pulled on those threads, just because I liked his book so much that I didn't want to cloud it with any kind of doubt. So.
Well, I know someone had suggested that the whole thing was some kind of psyop, pointing to those connections he had.
It was a psyop, planting the seeds. I mean, lots of people worked for the Air Force. So
I don't remember because I don't know the story very well. But I think that he was because wasn't he one of the people who hypnotized them?
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah. So I think the idea was that possibly he was implanting this stuff as much as he was, in the guise of trying to help them.
Now, did he do this unintentionally?
No. I think the theory I heard is that he was basically working a psyop.
Well. So you get this weird thing where the memes that were created through from Betty kind of show up in other people's experiences, like the games on board the craft, like little kids levitating balls and things like that. It shows up all the time in people's reports, especially with children. So where did that come from? Yeah. So I'm just playing devil's advocate here, trying to wonder how you would back engineer this. So the events that were purposely or under sinister guys were seeded into Betty's experience. If that was true, then why did they show up in so many other accounts?
The other question would be this: without that, how do you think it would have changed the way the UFO narrative developed?
Well, so Betty's story is so wild and so out there that it's easy to dismiss, right? It's just, red monkey frogs with they pull their eyeballs out, so hers is easy to dismiss, right? If you want to dismiss it, you can just say, "Oh, that's crazy," and you could make a pretty good argument just to throw it all out. Not so with the Allagash brothers, the Allagash event. That one I feel is very well researched, and those guys are the real deal in my opinion. But
my question is how would it have changed things if those books never got published?
I guess I'm not sure how to say it. So the UFO abduction literature would be sadly missing some wonderful books with those drawings and those wildly cinematic stories. I've also talked to more than. I guess I can think of one off the top of my head. The fellow David Huggins. They made the movie Love and Saucers. he had an experience with a phoenix bird, very similar to Betty's, and I'm quite certain he did not read that book. So, so there's these points that get. What would have changed is the literature would be missing a few beautiful gems of books.
Okay, all right. Do you want to talk a little about your hypnosis experience since you brought it up during the main show?
I will be happy to.
Okay.
So I've talked about this on other things. I've posted it on my blog. I actually did there's an audiobook thing where I read I read the transcript. I made the transcript myself. I transcribed my own words, and then I read it aloud, and it was very, very emotional. I did 2 hypnosis sessions, one in the autumn of 2017 and one in the autumn of 2018. The first one was with Mary Rodwell, and that happened in New Hampshire. She was going to be at a friend's house, and there was going to be people there, and I went there, and it was a really wonderful gathering. But the next morning, I spent the night there. The next morning, she hypnotized me. And we tried to cover a lot of stuff, like okay, here's what I want to cover. I want to cover this event and this event and this event. One of the events I wanted to cover was the event which I call my confirmation event, which took place in March 10th, 2013. And that was in southern Utah, and that was where I was sleeping out under the stars. And I woke in the middle of the night and saw my first impression was that looks like a landed flying saucer up on top of that hill. I was out in a beautiful spot in southern Utah on a cloudless, glorious, perfect night under the stars. And I looked at it. And also that night I had a coyote. I woke up later and had a coyote howling near my head. And now I'm at a loss to say what really happened. I mean, yes, this is a place with coyotes. I have slept out hundreds of nights under the stars. I have never, ever, ever had a coyote that close. I never saw it. I only heard it. It was this almost like a screen memory. I don't know. So, and then I had another experience that same night where I woke up again, and there was a bright light behind a bush. Now, the reason I was happy to look into that, there was absolutely no fear associated with that night. The account with Mary played out. It was a little disjointed because we were covering a lot of other events, and I will say that the story emerged, but it was a little bit stuck in between other things that we were trying to explore with hypnosis, some of which were very emotional for me. Now, I did a session in 2018 with Yvonne Smith, and I also did a transcript for that. And now that was all we were talking about was the events of that night. And again, because there was no fear associated with it, I felt great. Let's talk about that night. So here's how it played out. I'll just paraphrase this from memory here. Without looking at the transcript, I'm laying there on the couch, and she says, okay, just what's happening? I'm like, it's a beautiful night. I'm laying by my car, and there's a light behind the bush. And I know it's them. I know it's them. I know it's them. I know it's them. And then I say something to the effect of I'm out. I'm looking down. I'm looking down at this big thing. It looks like a big black flying saucer. It's like on this hill. It's dark out in this big giant round structure with lights around the edge of it. And I'm looking at it from above. And I don't think I'm in my body. And you hear Yvonne sort of ask, you're having an out-of-body experience? And I said, I think my body is still lying in the sleeping bag. I'm looking down at this thing. And the next thing you know, there's this kind of whoop, and I'm inside this hallway. And I'm walking down this hallway, and the very first thing I notice is I'm short. I'm 6 foot tall. I am not 6 foot tall. I'm short. And I look to my left and I look to my right, and on each side of me is these little gray beings walking along the halls. This feels totally normal. There's no stress. There's no issue. This is normal. And I'm like, why am I walking down this hallway with these little beings? And I look down at myself, and I have these long fingers and this space suit on, and I'm like, I'm a gray alien. You can hear me in the thing. I'm not me. It's pretty emotional, but I mean, it's at the same time, it's like you can hear me what the, and then the next, all of a sudden I'm in this conference room. I don't remember going through a door and being in a conference room. And I will tell you, this conference room was the tackiest, ugliest conference room. It looked like some crappy thing that you would find at a crummy motel in Muncie, Indiana. And it was ugly carpeting. There was fluorescent lights. There was nothing on the wall. It was totally like beige, and there was just like some folding chairs. And so it's like a grand jury hearing, and I'm standing in front of this table, and on the other side of the table are these beings, and they're all sort of grayed out. They're all sort of fuzzed out, like I don't see them. And I'm like, I'm a gray alien. Like I have long fingers, and I'm in the spacesuit, and I'm like, why am I here? What am I doing here? And they say, you volunteered for this. You chose this. I'm like, what do you mean I chose this? That doesn't make any sense. Why am I here? The time is now. So I got in this like thing where I just like, why am I here? What do you mean? It's like, the time is now. And then I'd say, what do you mean the time is now? You chose this. And then there came this sort of snap. And all of a sudden I was enraged. Like I did this like William Shatner, like full on, I chewed them out. I swore, I dropped the F-bomb. I was like swearing at these beings in this hypnosis session. Like you never told me it was going to be this hard. You never told me that being here on Earth would be this difficult. You never told me that like I would experience sadness and pain and sorrow and loneliness. You never told me that it would be this hard. And I'm like sobbing uncontrollably on both times. The same story emerges. The exact same story emerges. It was like watching a rerun with Mary Rodwell in the fall of 2017, with Yvonne Smith in the fall of 2019. And I chew them out, and I just say, like, you never told me. And all they say is, now is the time. And then they say, you chose this. You volunteered for this. And I'm like, what do you mean? And so the implication is that, like, I lived on some other planet, and I was brought to Earth to incarnate here as to be born here to play some role. And it was freaking powerful. Now, I don't know what to make of this. Like, I'll also say that I've talked to many hypnotherapists since then. And I said, does this happen? Do you get this? And they go, oh yeah, we get this all the time. We get this all the time. This is like normal. Like people, people have this. They didn't quite say it's 100% of the people, but they say, oh yeah, this is very common. People say that, yeah, you were incarnated here and you remember your past life and you were volunteered for this. And I'm like, and I've read that in books, so I could have been front loaded with that information and confabulated it myself. What I will say is, like, I didn't remember any of this when I got up that next morning in 2013 and got in my car and drove home from southern Utah. What I can say is I started that owl book within 24 hours of getting home from that event. So the owls, like, I started the owl book right after that event, like right after.
And you know what it sounds like to me is it sounds like a shamanic awakening.
It sounds like a shamanic awakening. It sounds like a near-death experience. It sounds like a. I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. I agree, and I recognize that I was presented with this. Like, I was the identity. I like became another identity in this mystical experience. Now, I just had little flashes of this stuff. So,
but maybe the experience was while you were being hypnotized. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you weren't remembering what happened back then, but you were having a genuine experience akin to a shamanic awakening while under hypnosis in that altered state.
I certainly had a powerful emotional experience. Like, I had a very strong, both times with Mary and with Yvonne, almost exactly roughly a year later. And I certainly had a cathartic emotional experience where I was presented with like wild imagery, like the trial. I was on trial. Like, I was on trial that's what it felt like. And I've talked to other people who've had similar experiences, and they said, I had that same experience, except I was on an airplane. Like, I was in an airplane. Mm-hmm. I knew it wasn't an airplane, but that's my memory as being on an airplane. That's the same thing. Like, I have like a hypnotically retrieved memory, seemingly, of being in an ugly conference room. I know there's no tacky, ugly conference room on board a flying saucer. So what was I? I was in this. You know what it looked like? You know when like Saturday Night Live, they have the 3-wall set. You know, the little dinky set. You know, and they bundle a skid on the set. And it's so if they wanted to make a set of an ugly conference room, it's exactly what it would look like. Like it was a 3-wall set. I never saw the 4th wall where the audience would have sat.
Any thoughts, Aaron?
I think it's a wild story, but it's interesting. I mean, it's one of those things where, kind of like with you know, like I was talking about with the contactees, you wouldn't consciously make up a story like this, right? I mean, nobody sort of comes up with, you know what, I'm going to tell people this is what happened. But it's, you know, it's strange and it's bizarre, and there are elements that have meaning for you that have come out, and there are other elements that, I mean, obviously you're still sort of, you know, puzzling over, right?
Oh, I'm chewing over it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like we were talking about with this sort of thing being therapeutic. It opens avenues for further exploration and attempts at understanding. And I think it's good that you've had this, and the way you're sort of dealing with it and processing it and talking about it is probably the most, you know, rational, healthy way you possibly could, you know, after, you know, getting this sort of influx of information. So it's fascinating.
And so in the event of that night, you know, the event we were exploring where I had no fear was what I call my confirmation event. That's where I like went from like, well, I kind of have all these clues and I might have had UFO abduction experiences, but I'm not going there. After that night, bam, I was like, I'm a UFO abductee. I know it because of all the weird stuff that's connected to that night, which we don't need to go into because that's another like hour-long story. And now
we've done a show on that before. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so
I said we've done a show on that before.
Yeah, it's like it's a bottomless pit. Yeah, like all the synchronicities and threads that get tied back to that one event. So, before going under with Yvonne, I said, at some point in this talk, like, ask me what's up with all the owls. I want to know. Like, just say it. Just ask me while I'm in deeply hypnotic state. What's up with all the owls? And she goes, okay. She's a wonderful, sweet lady. And so she says, so like after like all of a sudden I'm like, I'm back in my sleeping bag and I'm back and I'm like, I'm like when I was so tense, I was crying and like, I was like crying, like it's unbearable. Like I'll never let anyone listen to that audio. It's like so hard to listen to. But, and then there's this point when I'm like swearing at these beings. And then there's this point when I'm just like, it's like the finger snaps and I'm like, I felt like I deflated. I felt like I was so rigid and tense. And then I just like, I literally felt like my heart stopped. I was so relaxed suddenly. So I went from totally rigid to just like they popped the balloon and I was nothing at all. I just was so relaxed. So you can hear it in my voice where I'm just like screaming. And then all of a sudden I'm going, I think I'm back in the sleeping bag. Now, I've told this story enough times now that I'm a little bit on autopilot, but here's what I want to say is that at some point in there, where Yvonne says, and Mike, what is your connection to owls?
Oh.
And I immediately say, which this is interesting because I'm very clear. Like I'm speaking, like you listen to a hypnotic transcript and people are whispering and stammering and hemming and hawing, and I'm very clear. I say in this clear voice, I say, the owls are not important. It's like I never would say that. Like, I mean, owls have been my freaking life for the last 15 years.
The owls are not what they seem.
Yeah, so like I'm like, the owls are not important. And I make this beautiful speech that like I don't know where this comes from because I didn't like it surprised me, like as it was coming out of my mouth. I said, the owls are not important. The owls, I'm paraphrasing this from memory. I've told this story enough time that I'm going to kind of do it in a little sing-songy way, but the owls are a symbol. The owls are a symbol on a door. The owl is the correct symbol for the door, but the owl is not important. The door is important. And I had this visual image when I was doing this. I was like in this tight little claustrophobic hallway, like in a crummy motel, like this narrow thing where you almost couldn't, like, you almost had to walk sideways through the hallway. And there's a door there in front of me. And I said, we are in this tight claustrophobic hallway. And on the other side of the door is this infinite vastness. And I kid you not, I had the tackiest, like 1980s Doctor Who special effect where this door opens up and it was just like low grade video CGI of just like stars and galaxies. Like you're in a hallway, you open the door and you're just looking out into this infinite galaxies and swirling nebulas and stuff like that. And that was beautiful for me. That was, I will say it straight up, that was fun. That was like a powerful, like, yeah, like what a great twist on like my whole life. Like this, the owl is not important. The owl is a symbol on the door. The door is important. I don't know what it means, but it sounds so, it's like good.
I would think it's the owl is just the thing leading you to something bigger, a bigger understanding of things.
Absolutely. Yeah, the owl is this thread you pull on, and you just keep on pulling on and keep on pulling, and just more and more gems and treasures just keep on coming in. I'm saying that from direct experience of just my email inbox is just like this like candy land of like amazing, powerful, life-altering stories, one after another, like basically one a day. That's a little bit of exaggeration. Most days of the week, I get a story that blows my socks off about an owl and a UFO.
That was an awesome story.
Yes.
Good. I'm glad I got to tell it. I was in the beginning there. I was like, holy crap! I'm just like chomping at the bit to tell this story. I like telling that story. At the same time, like
I understand
I gotta
why.
be careful because it's yeah. And I recognize full on like holy crap! Like I'm not. Am I like an incarnated alien? Like I don't feel like that. I do recognize that. Like I wrote these books under like this in this obsessive frenzy.
I think we're all a part of something bigger. It's just whether or not we're in touch with that.
I agree.
So I had a question from when we were doing the UFO history. It wasn't a recent thing. It was something from a while ago. And when we were talking about the drones, it popped into my head, and I realized it just sort of disappeared, and I never found out if it was proven a hoax or what was going on. But Linda Moulton Howe and Whitley Strieber, I know, were pushing this insectoid drone thing years ago that was supposed to look like disappearing and reappearing. Whatever happened with all that?
Ooh, I don't know. I remember it. I mean, I remember them sort of talking about it, but I think I sort of lost interest in the follow-up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seemed to me like it was probably a hoax.
Yeah.
I would argue it was so there was one of the things that showed up in that was these schematics that were drawn, where basically it was all you had to do is put the symbols on the drone itself. My cat is meowing at the door. You might hear the cat. I'm going to open the door and let my cat in. She gets all nervous when I sit in the room alone and talk like loud like this. She's like, "What are you doing in there?" So here she comes. You might hear her meow in the background. So there was like a schematic, and this guy wrote this letter to Linda Howe, and it said like, like when I was working at the laboratory and they were working on this thing, and we had to figure out the schematic, and there's this beautiful, it's like wild pop art, man. It is like the schematic is like, the thing that bugs me is it looks too clean. Like it looks like it was made with digital art from present day, as opposed to when he was saying it was like the 70s or something, the 70s or the 80s. And he basically said, like I was taken into a room, and they said, if you tell this to anyone, we're going to kill you and your family, and we got bullets for everyone in your family. So, and then he comes and talks about it, like how about like how many people would have worked on this schematic. So the schematic is beautiful. The imagery that emerges out of this stuff is pretty complex. Obviously could be faked with CGI or like digital stuff. But I would argue that it is not a simple hoax. It is a complex hoax. Like it is a very powerful, complex hoax. And what happened shortly after that was the Gulf War and all this drone stuff. And that's it, like that story, which Linda Howe was arguing that the drone technology is UFO technology. And that's somehow the government's involved. And the government is testing UFO technology. Shortly after that, the drones are common knowledge in the New York Times as far as like how we're fighting modern warfare. So I would say like you go from point A to point B. Point A is like there's a story floated out in it easily. I like both. I love both Whitley and Linda. I love both of them, and this perhaps the story was floated out in a way to cloud the issue when the New York Times did start talking about drones in modern combat in a way that they had never been talked about before. And there's a TV show. There was a TV show that was the Terminator TV series.
Oh yeah, the Sarah Connor Chronicles.
Yeah. So there was their drones showed up in that, and they were obviously just seeding. They just like, let's figure out a way to like put this in the modern in a TV show. But they had drones that were from the future, and there was some, they were based completely on the stuff that was lifted from Linda Howe's stuff on Dreamland and Whitley Strieber's show. So there's an event where the UFO research was seeding pop culture fiction.
Yeah. Okay. Aaron, any other thoughts on it?
No.
Okay.
I think I remember vaguely the story, but the stuff about the sort of seeding the drones that sort of went over my head at the time, but it kind of makes a bit of sense. Yeah.
In the timeline, it does make sense now, looking back. Yeah. That would have been about 2006, and I can't remember when like drones all of a sudden became all like front and center of the news.
So do you think anything we were seeing in those images was real, or do you think it was just faked?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? It was like you could go back and you can listen to those backlogged interviews with Linda Howe. I mean, there's people sound very credible, the one after another. Like, I was at this national park. There was always in this kind of national park thing. They were always like, I was at the beach and saw this, and kind of had this national park kind of vibe, and people were seeing these things and describing the same thing. They sounded very earnest. Was she talking to actors each and every interview? Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible, but once again, if it's a hoax, it is a very complicated hoax that someone shelled out a little bit of. I mean, that took that was made on a big budget, that hoax.
Interesting. Wasn't it mostly one guy taking the pictures?
Oh no. Okay. No, there was the pictures that showed up was an anonymous source.
Yeah.
And I'm doing this. I'm probably getting a lot wrong doing this from over 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was right, exactly.
But there were interviews that sounded legit, and I've talked to other researchers who said they tried to follow up on those interviews and talk to those people and couldn't find them. And some of them were anonymous, and some of them gave their names and such like that. So
it's like most of that stuff kind of goes into the who knows bin.
It goes into the who knows bin, and then there's, as soon as that one that circus, that theater, that theater dies out, there's a new theater event that shows up. So now we got So,
all right. Any more thoughts from either of you on anything tonight?
No, I don't think so.
Mike,
I'm talked out.
All right. Thank you so much for sticking around and doing this Patreon extra.
It was a delight.